awesome to see so many of you here. Totally stoked for a night of fun.
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Just an hour of fun.
Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what Homestar Runner did to the sanity of Strongbad. If you don't know who Homestar Runner or Strongbad is, I pity you, and you obviously missed out on the heyday of Flash animation.
I know
Go
what
and
they
check out
are, but I've
homestarrunner.com
never
if you will.
never seen it.
So tonight,
I have all the games,
I've been
though.
invited over to Brother Sanchez's, Bro Sanchez channel to answer some questions about the globe. So, you know, kind of standard fare. Not.
I have them. I have not played them.
Flat, just answering
Still.
questions about the globe that they could probably find a bit Google search. But anyway, let's go and do that. Brother Sanchez is generally quite an amicable guy to talk to. He can bring some other people on and it can get a bit hectic, but let's go and have some fun. We're already in a Zoom call, so I'll unmute myself. Hello, Brother Sanchez, how you doing? He's probably just starting his show as well.
Peace, can you hear me? I had to just go ahead and turn my, hold on a second here. Yeah, I was still doing an introduction over on my side. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you for inviting me back on. I hear you loud and clear, and I see you all good. So, thanks for having me back on. I'm happy to come and have a discussion. I generally find the discussions I've had with you have been amicable, not complete dumpster fires and people screaming at each other, which I tend to enjoy. So glad to come and chat.
Hey, appreciate that. Let me just say this to the people on my end. We are starting the show at this time. I told y'all that we would be starting within 5 minutes. I know that we were late, but guess what? We here. So we ain't worried about that. Just to the people on my end.
Yeah, I apologize for that. That's my fault. I was just getting my kids to bed and stuff, and that can sometimes take a bit longer.
Yeah, things happen, but we was able to make it happen. They was saying he's gonna bail out, he's not gonna show. I said, nah, he's gonna show.
I'm FTFE, I don't bail out.
Yeah, man, that's what I was saying. One thing I know is Craig ain't gonna bail out of no debate. So, one thing I want to say before we start is, yeah, I definitely wanted to question you about the globe. I know that I was over in your chat room, and you know, people were saying what the poll is about how much evidence for flat Earth will I present. Well, I didn't really intend to show up today, and because I got like.
That's
so
more of a
many
joke, to be
videos
honest. Just so you know, that's kind of just an in-joke on my channel. You know,
you know what? Well, I won't even waste time dealing with it, man. But salutes to everybody. The thing is, I just got so many questions for the globe, and I think that I have no problem saying that I'm honest, right? I don't have a lot of answers, but I have a lot of questions when it comes to heliocentrism. I don't think heliocentrists have a lot of answers, and I think that one honest thing about science, even though I don't agree with it all, is that it admits we don't got all the answers. You know, it's not like religion, where religion says we got all the answers. Science is always trying to figure things out, and things can change and all.
That's the great thing about science is that, you know, science is happy to say, you know, we don't know all the answers. This is the current best explanation that we have. But, you know, in a couple of years, in 10 years, in 100 years, in 1,000 years, there might come along a better explanation that explain things better. You know, and you see that in the kind of the conversation around Newton versus Einstein. You know, it's not really different things. It's just science advanced and came up with a you know, what was a better and more accurate explanation. I think that's a great thing about science, is that we don't claim to be all-knowing, just we give the best explanation we have with the evidence that's presented.
Okay, so with that being said, I do want to start off by asking you a couple questions about cameras. Now, you may say, why are we here talking about cameras today? I'm going to segue into where I want to go with this. The camera that took a picture of the blue marble, do you know how many frames per second it was? Can we?
Well, that was it wasn't a video camera. It was a single shot. It was a Hasselblad camera, just like a basic, camera with a film.
Up on your screen share just to show them. I want to show a lot of this stuff because I want to have this going to be deeper than a debate. This is going to be a serious discussion about some of the problems that I think got some people on the flat earth side, got some people hooked to the globe side, but it's a lot of people in the middle, Craig, is what I'm finding today, that these debates don't really make a person a flat earth or a globe earth, it just make them question. It ain't even about the flat earth and globe earth. I think some of the questions where I'm about to lead to today, you'll see where I'm going in a minute. And thank you for being patient. What I'm looking for now is the specifications for the Apollo 17 spacecraft camera. Maybe you can help me pull some of those up. I really want to talk about this because this is going to be like the foundation for today's
what questions
segment.
do you have about the camera specifically?
I got it right now. So it was doing 10 frames per second. 10 frames per second. All right, now, the reason I'm pulling up these specifications, and like I said, I was going to segue somewhere today. The camera that took a picture of the blue marble, the technology back then, it was 10 frames per second.
But again, now, it wasn't a video. It wasn't recording in frames per second. It wasn't a video camera. It was just like a single shot camera. It wasn't recording in frames per second like a video camera.
Right, I was pulling up the specs though, and it was just saying
of the Hasselblad camera that took the shot of the blue marble, there was lots of cameras involved in the Apollo 17 mission.
Right.
That particular camera.
With this, can you help me with this and pull up some of the specs so we can be accurate here? Because you're right, we want to be accurate on this. So we want to actually see.
Oh,
just a few of this.
This is what it looks like.
Because this gonna be important. Okay, cool. And what exactly, can you give me some data on this?
So
you looking it up
it
now?
was a 70mm Hasselblad camera with an 80mm lens, and it was just a standard Hasselblad camera. Nothing really altered to it. Nothing, nothing special. Just a bog standard 70mm Hasselblad camera with an 80mm lens on it that, like old school cameras did, took the light in, imprinted that on something, which you then developed later in a darkroom. That's it. It wasn't any kind of special camera. It was just a bog standard camera.
Okay,
I mean, there were slight alterations added to it for the mission, but it wasn't anything like special. It wasn't like some super advanced technology.
Yeah, that's my point. That's my point, because it took the picture from 18,000 miles away, and that picture, I mean, it's better than the phone I got today during that time, and I was trying to look at the zooming capabilities. That's all I was saying, and then we can work our way to.
I mean, it didn't really zoom. It just, put the whole Earth in the frame. Let me bring up the blue marble. I've actually got it on here. I mean, they also did it a couple of missions before. That was just kind of the big famous one. They used the prime lens, the no zoom, and there you go. This was the shot that they had. Although this is altered, to be honest.
What?
It actually, when they took the picture,
it was altered.
Yeah, but I'm going to explain to you how it's been altered. The only
I
way
know how it was altered.
The only way it's been altered. Let me just bring up the right one.
But can you also explain why the need to alter it and not give it to us as is?
Well, this picture that you see in general, right, it is altered, but the only way it was actually altered was, why won't it go? Here we go. Like this. This is what it looked like when they took the picture, because that's the orientation that they were in. So for them, Antarctica was, you know, at the top. There isn't really a top or bottom, but when they took the picture, that's how it looked. And then the alteration that has been made for in general for everyone to see is you see it like this. And the only reason they did that is because this is the image that everyone has in their head of the Earth. This is more recognizable, right? You know, that is literally the only alterations that were ever done to this picture. It was the other way around.
I got you. Thank you for that. And also let's because I want to tie all of this stuff in together, right? Now, we want to agree right now on how fast let's talk about the ISS for a minute. I've been looking it up, right? And what I keep coming up with on how fast the ISS is going, it says that, let me pull it up again here. I just had it open.
16,000 miles an hour or something like that?
The ISS is traveling at 18,000
18.
miles per hour.
Approximately 17,000 miles per hour, yeah.
Or 17, whatever.
Well, 17,500 miles approximately. So it's in the middle. So I just round that off to 18,000 miles per hour. Now the thing is this, and maybe I need to start my.
I mean, obviously the thing you need to understand that's important with that is that it's relative. It's 17,000 miles per hour relative to the surface of the Earth.
Well, that's you gotta just let me go where I'm going here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So so the ISS, this image here is going 18,000 miles per hour. These are images that they're giving us of the ISS, right? We see satellites. I'm sorry. We see astronauts working on the ISS all the time. They're hanging on it, like similar to stuff like what we see here. You know, they're
not in the Earth's atmosphere.
ISS, you know, they're on the inside. We see this all the time, and it's just hard for me. And maybe you guys can joke on me all you want, but it's hard for me to believe, right, that this arm that he's tethered to is moving at 18,000 miles per hour, and that's how because I've seen people get dragged by. Hold on, let me finish. We want to do this right. I'm gonna wrap it up. I've seen people get dragged by cars going less than 100.
Oh, fuck!
I mean, I've been on a merry-go-round going 10 miles per hour. I know the effect. I mean, we really saying that this instrument that he's tethered to is going 18,000 miles per hour. And
for him, it's not moving at all. Because he's also moving that speed.
Yeah.
And there is no atmosphere.
I'm not debating you, I'm just trying to learn from
you. So, right. What's important here is understanding things like the conservation of momentum and what the astronaut would actually be experiencing in space, okay? Right, so you're showing this picture of the arm on the ISS with an astronaut on it, and the thing is that arm and that astronaut and the ISS are all traveling at the same speed, and there is no air in space to drag him back. So there's no reason why he would be getting dragged behind it. There's no force to push in the other way.
You know, you can go like 500 miles an hour.
The ISS isn't traveling at 18,000 miles an hour.
And like nothing happens if you're sitting inside of the car or like, whatever. If it's a constant speed.
He didn't lose that speed all of a sudden. He still got that speed that the ISS imparted onto him, you know, because he was in it. You know, there would have to be a force applied in the other direction to cancel that, you know, that momentum. You know, Newton's first law. So there's no reason why he would be getting dragged behind it. Yeah, if you're on a merry-go-round or you're getting dragged behind the car at 100 miles an hour, there's going to be friction and stuff that's pushing you the other way. That's a force acting in the opposite direction. In space, there is no force in the opposite direction. He's traveling the same speed as the ISS, and there's nothing that would stop that.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. Thank you for that answer, and I'm taking notes. I'm gonna go look into all of this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna allow you to, you know what I'm saying, give me whatever answer you want. And like you said, we're gonna have many meetings. I put episode 1 in my title just to let them know there's gonna be plenty more.
Yeah, happy
So
with that.
how's my audio again on my side? Can y'all drop a 1 if my audio is good? Go ahead.
You sound good to me, audio-wise.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so I just also want to bring up the fact that I've been researching some of the most advanced cameras. And I remember there was a time where if you tried to take a picture of anything moving at a certain speed, Craig, this is what you'll get with some of these older cameras. If you was driving in the car trying to take a picture outside the car, you just get a blur because of the movement of the
Shutter
car.
speed.
The camera can't process this in time. We understand, but what I wanted to say was that technology
Shutter
has
speed.
changed, but the question I want to ask is how advanced
Shutter speed is the word you're
technology
searching,
because,
dude.
We just created a camera that can record and take a picture of a bullet in motion, and that camera is so expensive, and it's nothing better than it in our world, and it's just now able to record a bullet and take a picture of a bullet. Now remember, the bullet's going 2,000 miles per hour.
Oh my
And
god.
on Earth,
Oh.
this camera is really the best we got.
Dude, is that camera you're talking about moving at like also 2,000 miles an hour? No, it's not.
I want to know what camera they use to take pictures of the ISS moving at 18,000 miles per hour.
The camera is also moving that speed.
Also, the camera that took a picture of the blue marble. Remember that the Earth is hurling through space at what speed again? Like 67,000. I'm not going to guess it. We can look it up. But I just want to know, how do we get rid of this blur effect that I always tend to get when I try to take pictures of these fast-moving objects? And just simple questions.
How much do you know about like shutter speed and relative motion? Because you're kind of like mixing up a lot of things here. You know,
well, I'm just asking questions for real.
Yeah, I mean,
have
like
the answers.
when you take a picture of the ISS from the ground, you know, you're like 300 miles away from it, so it's really far away. So you know, it's not going to appear to be moving very fast relative to you. And you know, also shutter speed is a thing. You can set different shutter speeds to be able to take pictures better with fast-moving objects. I mean, I've been watching the slow-mo guys for like about 10 years on YouTube with their amazing cameras. Also, when they took the picture of the Earth from Apollo 17, again, they still had the relative motion of the Earth with them. They weren't then traveling completely separate to the Earth, like the Earth having its 66,000 miles per hour tangential velocity around the sun. You know, that they on the rocket, they also had that motion. Then they've also got a separate motion that they put into effect to go towards the moon, which is also traveling around the sun with the Earth. It's all relative motions, you know. It's hard, you know. It's hard to break it down without sounding like I'm trying to be, you know, mean to you. But it's very basic physics of relative motion and things being far away and close up.
Well, listen, don't hold back, because today my experiment is to become a child again and quit acting like I know everything and try to learn from my globe brother Craig here. Maybe that's the problem, you know. Maybe next show I can turn it up a bit and start pushing back a little bit. But today's show, I want to take this approach, just to pick your brain and see how you come to understand the globe and some of the problems that I know a lot of people have with it.
What the fuck?
See how you address those. And you're doing good so far. You're doing good.
I would research what the terms relative motion mean and what shutter speeds are on cameras, and I think just doing that kind of research would answer those questions. You know, like you can be in an airplane, right? you know, traveling at 500 miles an hour, and you can take a picture of the ground just fine. There's no blur, right? You still there?
Oh yeah,
What is
I'm here.
going
Yeah.
on?
So yeah, so you agree you can take a picture from an airplane of the ground, and it's not going to be all blurry, even though relative to the ground, the airplane's going pretty fast.
But listen, my argument to that would be because the ground is stationary, it's not in motion. Now, if you try to take a picture of a moving object, that's why I said a bullet, right? That's my problem. The ISS is in motion. The things
There
I'm
could
asking
be a
you
car
about,
moving
they are
on the
in motion,
ground
They're not
at
stationary.
300 miles
Think
an
about
hour.
it,
Would make a
on an
difference.
airplane, relative
That
to
would
you, the
still
ground
not be
isn't
blurry.
right?
Listen, just let me finish saying what I'm saying, and you can have the mic. Just let me finish here. When I say that the ground is stationary, obviously that's coming from a flat Earth perspective. You believe that the Earth is spinning. That's why I'm trying to ask you these questions about the motions.
I understand your point, but even on the flat Earth, right? That you would be able to have relative reference frames. Okay, so we could consider the aeroplane as stationary, and then relative to the aeroplane, the ground would be moving 500 miles an hour. But conversely, if you considered the ground as stationary, the aeroplane would be traveling 500 miles an hour.
Stop it.
It's just about what you consider to be the rest frame. So the fact is that if you are on the aeroplane, to you are stationary. You're not the thing moving. The ground is going by at 500 miles an hour. But you can still take a photo of the ground, and it's not blurry. In the same way, though, right?
Okay,
I can take a photo of. One second, let me finish up.
Real quick.
Let me finish up 1 sec. I can take a photo of an airplane that's traveling 500 miles an hour, and the airplane isn't blurry because it's really far away. You know?
Right. Now let me just say this: 500 miles per hour is really incomparable to 18,000 miles, and when we start talking about 2,000 miles per hour,
Yeah, it's
right?
like almost
So,
40 times as
if
much.
I was
So,
riding on top
also a lot farther away.
that was going 2,000 miles per hour, and I tried to take a picture of the Earth, or if I tried to take a picture from that bullet, I would see this blurry effect from the environment around me that may be moving way slower or may not be moving at all, just as you mentioned.
Depends how you took the photo.
Arguing. Listen, hold on, let me finish. I'm not making an argument against none of that. My argument is questioning the Apollo 17 spacecraft camera, because if these were the same speeds that this camera was happened to address during its time, that our highest technological cameras are struggling with in our time, I want to start to now magnify this awesome technology. I don't think this Apollo 17 camera get enough props. I don't think it get its flowers, right? So I really want to go on.
It's just a Hasselblad, dude. Like it
tangent.
wasn't that special. And again, you're not understanding relative motions.
Hold on.
You know?
You just let me go ahead and say this last sentence so you don't have to cut in and cut off. When you say that this camera is not special, I beg to differ. I think that I'm not a globalist, but to me that's kind of disrespectful to your scientists and to NASA and to everybody. It was very special.
NASA didn't make the camera.
Hold on. They used it though. They used it. Listen what I'm saying. I know you got a problem with interjections, but let's try to do this the right way today. The point that I'm making is this. I know you don't want to have a conversation about the camera specs. Let me show people what's going on.
I'll show you the camera specs now if you like.
Hold on. Can you stop cutting me off, or I'm just gonna have to end it?
Sorry. I apologize. I'm just saying I can show you the specs.
I don't want to keep yelling
now.
in my house and stuff, and people think that it's kind of, I got children, things going on, people sleeping and stuff. Yeah,
I understand. I'm just saying I can show you the specs if you like right now.
I know you can, but I would just like to speak right now and not uninterrupted, if that's okay.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, so the point that I'm making is this, and I'm talking to addressing people on my side. I want to point out they always happen. he's got to downplay the technology. So much for his spirit of patriotism. He's got to downplay the technology because he don't want to deal with it. I'm not even debating. I'm genuinely asking him questions about the technology that was used and the speeds that this technology had to process and deal with. I'm not satisfied with the answers. And I said, yo, I'm impressed with the camera that could achieve such a feat back in those days. We didn't have a camera that could take a picture of a bullet or any of that back in those days, but yet this camera dealt with speeds faster than a bullet. And I just want to find an explanation for this. I want to know if you say you got the camera specifications, let's pull them up. That's what I was asking earlier. This is not a debate. This is you teaching me how great American technology is and the specifications.
I don't know if Hasselblad was American, actually.
I don't think it is.
Let's go. Well, it doesn't matter. I just want to give props.
It might have been. I'm not entirely sure, though. I mean, a lot of the technology wasn't American. But, I mean, it was just a Hasselblad camera with a Zeiss Sonner 250mm lens.
Zooming capabilities.
Well, it had like prime zooming capabilities. It didn't really have zoom. You know, that wasn't something it did.
So what I want to know is, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Where was the portal?
I'm interrupting
I
you.
forgot.
Lens focal length of 250mm. You know, film type, basic Kodak 2485, very high speed camera. That film. Again, there's nothing particularly special about the technology. It wasn't some super secret technology. There were slight alterations made so that it could be used easily on the mission, but you know, there's nothing incredible about the technology of the camera. It was just a bog standard camera.
Okay, yeah. So I think what I'm saying is so incredible about it is that you know, it recorded an Earth that's moving 67,000 miles per hour. To me, I think that's impressive.
But
I think if you got a camera that can, I think to me that's impressive for the time.
No, but it wasn't traveling that fast. I mean,
because think about this, right? The Earth is also rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. That camera did not get not one blur. That camera didn't get a blur. If you look at that blue marble picture,
oh my god, it's rotating at like one rotation every 24 hours.
Okay, can I respond to part of that?
Yeah, sure. All I'm saying is this: the Earth is rotating at 1,000 miles per hour.
All you're saying is you don't understand. We know.
Didn't get a blur, and I can show you where the camera get the date. You know, taking a picture of like a fairground ride that's moving at a couple of miles per hour or something like that. But yeah, go ahead.
So you keep going saying, oh, but the Earth was traveling at 66,000 miles an hour, but it wasn't. Not relative to the rocket. The rocket was traveling with the Earth. That 66,000 miles an hour that is a tangential velocity around the Earth.
What?
The rocket has
Why
that
can't
as
I
well.
equip this
So
now?
What
happened?
Like,
when did I get
the
so
bullet
much
that you're talking
ATP?
About, right? But imagine the camera traveling the same speed as the bullet and taking the photo. Wow. That's the point here. It's all about relative speeds. The camera isn't going a different speed to the Earth. It's going the same speed as the Earth. It's not going a separate 66,000 miles an hour. The rocket ship that was going from the moon to from the Earth to the moon also has that tangential velocity around the sun that the Earth and the moon have.
So let me get this straight. Long as the speeds matched, we can get around the blurry effect is what I'm gonna simplify this to.
Why?
But my
there wouldn't be anything blurry.
Okay. Right. I understand that. But what I'm saying is like when the ISS is moving at 18,000 miles per hour, the Earth is moving at 67,000 miles per hour, rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. Those
relative
are three different speeds just right there. You can't.
Yeah,
so if you say
relative to what?
Wait a minute. Let me talk now. You can't just keep saying relative and make this problem go away. So just let me.
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Hold on, wait a minute. Wait. You're not being fair though. I just let you finish. I'm gonna be very quick here. Let me finish, man. So my thing is, you just admitted that if the speeds are matched, we can eliminate the blur effect. I just showed you an instance here where the speeds are not matched.
Okay, so the speeds of you gave me a bunch of numbers there, but all those speeds are relative to what? Okay, so the 1,000 miles an hour that the Earth is rotating, no, it doesn't rotate at 1,000 miles an hour. The equator travels tangentially at 1,000 miles an hour. But that means that in 1 hour, the entire planet moves 15 degrees, right? So let's put the let me put the planet up here, the blue marble, right? In 1 hour, what do you expect to see happen to the Earth?
I've watched live streams, for example, for longer than hours where we've
No, I just want 1 hour, right? Just 1 hour, bro Sanchez. Right.
Hold on, just please.
Wait, this is a question that's very specific to my point.
This can be quicker if you
But I just asked you a very specific question about 1 hour, right? This is the important point.
And if you just let me, this don't have to be a damn shit show.
I'm not saying, but like, I asked you a specific question for a reason about 1 hour.
But you won't let me answer it though. It seemed like a gun is being put to my head.
Well, yeah, I just want about 1 hour. I don't care about more hours. What do you expect to happen? Right, I'm trying to help you understand.
What we should care about is respect, Fred.
Yeah, bro Sanchez. So respect would be you answering the question that I asked you, right?
No, but you're not letting me answer the question.
Right. So the question is, what would you expect to see?
I know the question.
Right, so let's just do this then. Let me just restate the question.
Nice day, man. Have a nice day.
Hey, bro Sanchez, you don't need to rage quit, dude. All right, I just want the one question answered. All right, what do you expect to see happen in 1 hour? That's all. Did he just rage quit? He did, didn't he? So what you see happen here is Bro Sanchez constantly talk for ages and ages and ages. And the second I try to give an explanation, he doesn't want to let me, right? Now I'm asking him a specific question to try and answer his question that he gave me, but he won't let me have that conversation with him, right? He won't let me actually do that, and then claims that I'm the one that's being disruptive when he has talked about 90% of the time. He's let me back in.
Man, can we try this again?
Yeah, cool.
Can we fucking do this?
We can, man. Right? But respect goes both ways, Bro Sanchez, right?
Can I answer the question?
Yeah. Now, okay. Let me answer the question properly.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Let me say this. When I ask you a question, I be quiet. I take whatever answer you give me.
EVP 2022.
I'll let you go. I even interrupted you a while ago and I said, you know what? I'm sorry, my bad. Go ahead with the specifications because I asked you for that. So why would I interrupt with something I asked you for? So I'm not asking you to do nothing I'm not doing. Like right now, how you're interrupting me. I don't want to feel like this is an argument with my wife or something like that, man. It's just a sit down, man.
I'm not trying to do that, right? But you have to understand that when I ask you a question that's specifically tailored for a reason,
you don't control how I answer it, though.
Yeah, but you went off on a tangent. You didn't answer the question, right?
I only started talking 2 seconds before you cut me off.
Okay, so let's have a reset.
I didn't have enough time to go off on a tangent.
Let's have a reset.
I didn't have enough time to go out on a tangent.
Come on, right, dude, let's have a reset, okay? Right? And
I muted you. You gotta unmute over here.
Alright, so let's have a reset. Right?
You didn't give me enough time to go off on a tangent.
Okay, bro,
me off
please
soon
give me a
as
sec.
I started.
Give me a sec. Right, let's have a reset. Alright? Is that cool? Alright? Right, so let me ask the question again, plainly, right? And then you answer the question and we'll go from there. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. What I'm trying to do is have an efficient conversation, alright? And you just need to work with me on that, okay? Please don't get very upset when I'm just all I'm trying to do. All I'm trying to do is move the question forward, right? So the question is, in 1 hour, what do you expect the Earth to do? That is the question. 1 hour. What do you expect the Earth to do?
I expect it to make some degree of rotation, but it's very minuscule, very
Exactly.
minuscule. Even though we're saying that it's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, my answer is based upon what I've observed from NASA live streams of them filming the Earth and stuff like that. That's what I'm telling you. My debunk to that though is we shouldn't observe it that way. We should see a Earth turning exactly at 1,000 miles per hour, and we should see the 1,000
Oh my
miles per hour
god.
as 1,000 miles per hour. And I know you're gonna bring in relative motion and all that, and I'm all ears. Go ahead and explain, because I'm showing you what we see, but I'm telling you why we say that it's Photoshop and CGI, Craig. Because we seen footages where the clouds don't even move for hours.
Okay, so
that's what I'm saying. What we see and what should happen is different.
I'm sorry, I thought you finished.
Yeah, I'm finished. Go ahead.
Right. So when you say 1,000 miles an hour, again, the Earth does not rotate at 1,000 miles an hour. That's a tangential thing. Which part of the Earth moves at 1,000 miles an hour? Which part of it?
Okay, let me ask you.
Very
how fast
outer
is the Earth rotating? That's
thing.
what we need to establish.
0.000694 revolutions per minute.
Can you translate that to miles per hour just so we know?
13,000. Holy shit.
That's not a rotation.
I forgot.
Okay, so
Right.
then
So that's why I asked.
All of this is very
That's why I
hold
asked.
on.
not
Sorry,
cheap.
I was answering the question.
Cut me off again. Because
Sorry, I was answering the
cut me
question.
off. I answered your question. I just want to explain.
Well, I was answering
something to
yours. But, okay, go ahead.
you. Right. Back and forth, real quick. You're debunking the Scientific American. I can pull up my sources to you right now, and you will see that all of my information is coming from the Scientific American. Now, I wanna answer you. I want to ask you another question.
Wait, but Mike, I haven't had my question yet.
Okay.
Right.
All I did was tell you my sources. Now,
which part of the Earth, right? Looking at the Earth, the picture that I'm showing right now, which part of it do you think is
why can't I get them? You're gonna intercept the mic and you're gonna go with a question.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was my turn to talk. I apologize. I actually thought it was my turn to talk.
No, man, I was in the middle of talking.
Why are flirt so bad at having conversations?
Man, all I did was tell you my sources. That wasn't a cue for you to cut me off.
You stopped talking, so I apologize.
All I did was tell you my sources. It's
Okay.
called a period. I don't do run-on sentences. I know you talk fast. You from the UK. I'm a country boy, and I'm from the South.
Oh my goodness. Right, so can I ask a question?
Well, I was in the middle of this and confused.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've been asking my question, and you haven't answered it yet. You've now gone into asking me questions instead.
The way this works, Craig, hold on a second. Hold on, Craig. You just asked me a question.
Yeah, and you didn't answer
about
that's
the
why
speed of the Earth, and I answered it. Now you don't have to accept my answer. You can say it's not satisfactory. You can say I get a loss on that one. The judges can deduct for my answer. But I did answer you. Now I want to ask you a question. You haven't answered though.
Which part of the Earth do you think is going 1,000 miles an hour? Is the question.
That was not your question though.
It is. That's because, the whole point of my question.
Because listen,
which
wait a minute,
point
stop.
of it?
Let me get the mic a minute. Because listen,
Goodness
I
me,
just
this
answered
is
your
very
question,
hard
now
to do.
you're asking another one. I'm not going to answer your question because you cut me off. Here's the problem that's going on right now. I came here today to ask you questions, and you're cutting me off to take over and ask me questions because you can't answer the questions that I'm asking.
I'm trying.
No, because he's trying to explain.
Bro Sanchez, you
Fucking
talking for a long
moron.
time. Get to the point. Come on.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's actually just rage quit. Like, how much does the guy talk? Like, he cut me off whilst I was asking a question and then complains about me cutting him off. Oh, Alright, guys, he's streaming, so go over to his channel. Don't harass him, but tell him to send me a new link and to stop hogging the mic. Alright, I'm trying to be decent with him. I'm trying to answer his questions and explain things to him, but he is not letting me talk. Right, you guys see this, right? Like, if you watch this back, how much has he talked compared to me? You know? If he wants me to give him answers, he needs to work with me. He's going, it should be spinning 1,000 miles an hour, but he doesn't know what that means. I'm trying to explain to him.
Because it is. The very outer part of the Earth is moving at that speed.
He's literally rage quit from the thing he invited me to because he can't fucking stop talking to listen to the answer. He just wants to fucking monologue. You know what? I'm going to send him a link.
Ooh.
Like, I thought I was being genuinely good with him, but literally every time I spoke, like he'd be going on for ages, and then he'd stop, right? So I think, all right, that's a chance for me to now say something so that I can have the conversation. But then as soon as I start talking, but like, stop cutting me off. Like, what the actual fuck, man? Right, let me send him a link.
What? Did they just port away? Like teleport away? That what happens if you don't kill the red one fast enough? Weird.
No one's racist on my stream. Apparently, they're saying on his stream that I'm racist.
What?
I was literally... Right, he's saying that I couldn't answer the questions. I was literally answering his questions. It's hilarious.
Gigish. Gigish, gigish, gigish.
Oh, what a little baby he is. Sorry, I'm just going over to his channel to tell him to let me back in. Look, he's just like putting piles of shit on stuff on my head right now, like a child. He rage quit because he couldn't stop talking, right? And then now he's just like being let's have a look what he's doing. I'll put it up for you. Like, no one in my chat was being racist. That's a horrible thing to say. Losing? How does he think? Right, he's going, oh, when he was losing. How was I losing? I was just trying to answer his questions. Like, he's complaining about ridiculous speeds and stuff. He just doesn't get relative motion.
Give me 88,
like, look at this,
please.
look at this, look at him. Like, he's talking about me being, oh, he lost, he couldn't answer my questions. Well, yeah, I couldn't answer your questions because you didn't shut up fucking long enough to let me answer your questions, you moron, right?
Well, this situation actually no, also, but he didn't answer the question that was supposed to basically bring himself or let
they
himself
timed me
figure
out
it
there now.
out.
They've actually timed me out.
That's how you learn the best, if you figure it out for yourself.
Oh, what fucking babies.
Good teacher just gives you the answers for you to figure it out yourself. That's how that works. I mean, I know he's from America, and America education kind of sucks. They just give you the answers. At least I've heard that. Like, that a lot of teachers actually teach like that. Like, they straight up just give you the answers all the time. And
Oh,
not
what a coward. Well, there
let
we go.
yourself figure stuff out.
He's not coming back.
Which
He's
is
being a little coward, a little baby.
not a good way to teach things.
Little coward. Now he's just using the N-word over and over and over, whilst calling my chat racist. Well, yeah, there we go. He lost. He ran away. He got scared of talking to me, and cancelled the debate like a little baby. Like, I genuinely would like people to go back through that conversation and look at who was being the one that was talking the most, that was interrupting, that wasn't letting the other person talk, that wasn't answering questions. You see which one that was? And then he went over there and started using the N-word and stuff a bunch, whilst calling my chat racist. And then banned me from his channel. Fucking pussy. Brother Sanchez, you're a fucking loser, mate. Guys, well, that was fun. A quick destruction of Flat Earth ignorance. Oh, guys, apparently the Gary bot's broken again, so...
it's going off
let's
again.
Let's do the super chats and give him a chance to sort his shit out and come back. If not, then, you know, he gets his own episode of First to Idiots. Fire Hearts, Airsoft and More member for 28 months says, Happy New Year, can't wait for more fun. Lots of fun on the way, like me destroying a flat earth there. Oh, Gary, I did not interrupt constantly there. I tried to move the conversation forward after he babbled for 10 minutes at a time. He literally interrupted me more than him. Gary, can you honestly say in that video I interrupted him more than he interrupted me? No, not in the fucking slightest. Oh, shut up, Daniel, you po. What are my thoughts on geoengineering? It's a thing. Valkyrie Vision, $2.99 with a thumbs up, thank you very much. $5 from Lord Luminous Poo. If you say established titles does not make you a Scottish Lord, you're committing the no true Scotsman fallacy. Well, you know. Green Lantern Tomato Chan Kitchen Duty Art for $2 says, I think I broke the stream again, I'm sorry. No, my internet, you know, it's shit, but I'm getting new internet soon, hopefully. Internet from space. Zach Harrington, 499. Sony just released a nano satellite called Starsphere, allowing people to control a satellite and take photos of its orbit without leaving home. Lord Luminous Poo for $5 says, what do you call it when your brain is a face test but your head doesn't move because it hurts? I apologise for whatever it is. Caucasian Sensation came back to the membership, thank you. And then we got Turing Test 2, who became a scrapper, thank you. String News 1 for $2 says, forget relative density, bro is absolutely dense. Yeah. So basically, the conversation was me trying to explain to him what relative velocities are, and him not understanding and saying that it should be blurry. I mean, and apparently I interrupted. You know? Oh, Gary, no, flat earthers interrupt way more than me, and we know this is a fact. Like, seriously, Gary, you watch this stream and tell me who talked most of the time and who hardly ever got a chance to fucking speak. Draco Fire, member for 29 months, says, how to flirt 101. Ask question 2, receive answer 3, failed to understand answer 4, repeat question reworded 2, receive answer 3, failed, repeat. Yeah, but then it goes rage quit, and insult the other person a bunch. There we go. Not that Luke Perry, member for 2 months, says typical Flurf, only got questions, never evidence, and never satisfied with the answer. David DeRizo for $5 says pro photographer here, have an SLR from the 70s that shoots 1/2000th a second. An object moving 80,000 miles would be moving at equivalent to 9 miles an hour during exposure. Yeah, I mean, him not understanding cameras is not evidence of the Earth being flat. Stringer News 1 for $2 says a conversation is two-way, bros. Yeah, that means actually letting me talk and get my questions out. LBS for $5 says anger issues. What a control freak. Oh my god. Yeah, absolutely. String News 1 for $2 says bro sea lion. Yeah. He's trying to be nice, but no, you're sea lioning. David DeRizo for $2 says the guy debates like he's playing Elden Ring. The guy debates like he's playing Elden Ring for the first time. LBS for $2 says bro snowflake. Rachbot for $20 says bitch made in 40 minutes. All hail Craig. All hail Craig. An Industrial Nerd became a member. Hello, Industrial Nerd. One of my favourite pose. Oh, goodness me. Toon, if you're there, do you want to pop in for a sec?
Wait, did I just use hit material or HB material?
If Toon wants to pop in for a sec, I'll have
Fuck,
a chat
I don't remember.
Not.
Whatever.
Right, I'm going to try and go in once more and get him to talk to me. Hey, Toon, you there?
Hey, how you doing?
Hiya. Sorry, I'm just listening to Bro Sanchez slag me off over there. That's fun. Right, can you give me an honest opinion there? Was I interrupting him, or was I just never getting a chance to talk?
Both.
He is super interrupty. He wants to ramble. He's used to doing 17-hour live streams on his channel. Where nobody interrupts him because he's all alone there.
He just talked and talked.
He didn't want to answer. I think what happened is he realized that he was painted in a corner when he's like, saying that you should expect to see the earth be blurry, and then you showed him that picture, like, what do you actually expect? He's like, oh crap.
Yeah.
That's right. It would not be blurry because it actually would move relatively very slow.
It would move by that much.
And when he finally asked that, it finally clicked for him, oh, that's a stupid line of reasoning.
Yeah. No, but then he's gone over to his channel.
I might be giving him a little too much credit, though.
But then he's gone over to his channel and he's like, he got destroyed. Couldn't answer my questions
Whoops,
about how fast
I
Earth was going.
think that doesn't...
Well,
wait, it doesn't
You're
hit.
kind of right, bro. I kind of couldn't answer. Because you never stopped fucking talking.
Yep, it did not hit.
It's standard Flurf debates, right? Every single Flurf thinks they wanted the debate. Even though they never bring evidence, they don't have any measurements, they couldn't possibly form an actual hypothesis about how the globe should work. Water looks flat when you pour it in a dish. Well, how much curve?
How did I just survive that? I think it didn't use up my scapegoat. Or did I have two of them?
First step after the rough hypothesis.
No, they can never calculate the conclusions of their hypothesis. Consequences.
Calculate the consequences.
Yeah, they can never do that. They can never get to that phase of actually thinking, well, what should happen if this is the case?
And we know why. No Flurf can do math
or think.
Yeah,
just in general. I was a bit disappointed with that, right? Because Bro's been messaging me saying, "Oh, we're going to make this a regular thing," but based on what just happened, I don't expect that to be a regular thing.
No, and he did the same thing last time. He's like, "This isn't a debate." Like, well, yeah, it
yeah,
sure
he's put it as
like
a debate on his
ones,
channel,
right?
Oh, but amazing! He's got 1,000 people watching over there. Like,
He has 1,000 people that are stupider than he is.
I know.
It's
It's
I
incredible.
mean, when there's 7 billion, 8 billion people on the Earth, it's not hard to find the bottom 0.0001% of of intelligence and collect them together.
Yeah. No, just remember how dumb the average person is. Then remember that half of the population of the planet are dumber than that.
Yeah.
It's a sad case.
Flurfs are the peak of the dumbest.
Yeah, and I
Flurf,
hold to the fact that
Flurf's
that's why
watching
aliens
this.
haven't been here.
I mean that. You bring actual intelligence. Go ahead, try it. You never do. No Flurf ever brings any actual intelligence.
No. Or evidence, or experiments, or understanding, or general hygiene. Siggy Sigwell, $20 says, Flurfs don't want answers, they just want attention. The issue here is we love laughing at them, and they love our attention. Well, maybe not Bro Sanchez, he just wanted to monologue and then kick me out. Icy Spin for $1.99 says, when two bulls face off, there's going to be blood. Well, I guess so. Thanks. Siggy Sigwell for $10 says, also, hola Craig, and hola Toon. Hello! Oh, stupid, there's so much of it. Why? It's the reason aliens haven't talked to us, I'm absolutely convinced. I think maybe there's that
the
stage
Vulcans
in
are
Galactica.
watching, and once we get warp technology, they're going to be like, it doesn't matter, you still have Flurfs.
Yeah. That's
Fuck
the
off.
galactic cutoff for like contacting civilizations is have they got rid of all the people that think their planet is flat? Yes, they can join us. So flat earthers, you're literally fucking holding us back.
Yeah, stop it.
Right, anyway, I'm gonna shut up early for the night because Bro Sanchez ran away. I get to go to bed early. Woo.
Alright. Bro Sanchez, you're a sissy.
And how are you feeling though after your interaction with Cuballer yesterday?
Oh,
Kevin.
He had in the 3 days from when he accepted the debate until the debate happened, he had
He doesn't care
decided
anymore.
that he was never again going to try to convince anybody that the Earth was flat. Like, well,
Oh
then
my
why
goodness.
did you even show up?
I know, it was brilliant. And he was literally doing Adele, though when the only time he talked about his evidence in his video that he's done, he's like, I poured water on a plate. Sorry, you did what?
Yeah.
He
It
kept
seems like
talking
he
about me as
expected
well.
everybody in the that was watching to have already watched all of his videos. That
Yeah,
he seemed to think that I would have watched his videos. Like, well, this is when you bring your
exactly.
evidence.
And he kept talking about me, and he was saying that I was promoting some kind of like product.
A
on our
product.
channel.
Yeah.
I
Tabs.
don't remember
What,
that.
I don't know what.
He's
what
talking
product
about
are you promoting?
tabs. He didn't get the joke.
How about this? People watching right now. Craig has a t-shirt shop. Go get some of his t-shirts. Get them for friends. Buy them for gifts for friends. And get 17 of them for yourself. And
33.
another 17 for gifts for a total of 33. And
53.
so that we can. I'm just doing this to promote your product, Craig.
Yeah, my product.
There we go.
Although talking about my my t-shirt store, I'd wait a week because in 2 weeks I am launching a whole new line of merch, and the week before everything that's in there at the moment will be on a half-price flash sale for a week. So if you want to get any
Teespring?
of my stuff, yeah. So
Teespring doesn't let you do half price, which is
well,
fine.
they let you reduce your profit down to basically zero. Which will
right.
reduce the amount of the cost of the t-shirt. So
So
at the moment,
what
at the
I'm
moment-
hearing, though, everybody listening along, this is what I'm hearing, Craig, is go get it right now because this stuff is going to be ungettable in the future. So you need to stock up now,
Yeah.
so that in 2 weeks you can go get the new stuff.
Exactly. Icy Spin for $1.99 says off to Tartaria. Not tonight. I think I'm going to let my brain cells recharge tonight. I'm going back there on Monday with the agreement that they will be presenting me flat Earth evidence.
That's so precious.
Could you imagine? Anyway, thanks for coming on too.
To all these people, evidence is, I just got questions about the globe. That's it. That's their evidence.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Oh, anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat Earth. Fight the flat. Fight the flat. Oh my goodness me. Oh, wait, my PC's just done a flat earth and frozen. Oh,
Stall for a second. Did you do the Flurf reset?
yeah, that needs it all the time.
Oh god.
I still can't believe a flat earther made this outro for me.
Did he like basically disappear after you debated him?
Yeah, pretty much. He pops up in my chat every now and then to say he beat me in debate. Good night, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have Dave Farina, Professor Dave Explains with us here at Vision. How are you, my friend?
Very good. How are you doing?
Good, good. I'm excited. Let's have this little discussion.
200. What the?
Destroying Flat Earth.
Fuck.
If it was a thing to begin with,
Yeah.
there is a movement, though, and it seems like. Do you think it's picked up some, or do you think it's slowing
No,
down?
it's in its death throes.
Wow. Well, your videos have played a huge role, I'm sure, on YouTube for people who are interested. I want to pay attention to this one in particular, just to point it out. If you haven't seen this, wow. Like, it's just two different, one's on Mars and one's on Earth. I highly recommend you go check it out. You get frustrated pretty quickly with flat earthers, I see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of done with it. Like, I have debunked it dozens of different ways, and they ignore any and all facts. So in this one, I was just like, all right, the only purpose of this interaction is to utterly obliterate and humiliate one of their icons, to just show them how pathetic he is.
This guy actually emailed me. What is his name again?
David Weiss.
Okay, David Weiss. Yeah, he's emailed me before, and he wanted, because he knows my channel talks about the Bible, and he pretty much emailed me saying, Derek, I have irrefutable proof that the Bible teaches flat Earth, which I already knew, that the cosmology in the ancient Near East was flat. But you have the YouTube channel. I made it on there as well a couple times. We've done a few interviews you posted.
Yeah, I reposted both of the other ones.
That's awesome. It's good because you have a different audience, so it's good to overlap, and I appreciate that. So go subscribe. Huge channel, really a massive channel that has acquired quite a bit of followers over time, but you mainly talk about science. You also have a Patreon for those who are interested in supporting on a personal level. Can people message you through Patreon and stuff too?
Yeah. Once you're a patron, there's a messaging function. I mean, you can also just email me, but I make it a point to always respond to patrons as opposed to emails. I may or may not reply. I get too many of them.
I like to plug, make sure everybody knows how they can go and support and stuff like that. Any guests that I have on, and I also have the Patreon working hard. I have a video I'm going to be posting today, actually going into like the origins of Judaism in terms of Talmudic and what happened after the war in 70. How did the religion have to evolve since they didn't have a temple and they also didn't have the land anymore? So how did that work? So a permanent kind of diaspora Judaism. Anyway, I do all sorts of crazy stuff, so go support us. I see a trend, and I want to tackle arguments, and I don't want to be rude as much as possible, but I want to make the point that it seems like there's actually more of an underlying issue to this than just the Earth is flat. Observations supposedly of the Earth being flat.
Well, yeah, because there's nothing scientific about it. It's rooted in conspiracy, obviously. It's the bottom of the barrel for all conspiracy theories. Flat earthers people who believe in flat Earth believe in every other conspiracy. Every single one.
Not every single one, but a lot of them, yes.
Yeah, there's that's something that I find common, is that don't trust anything coming from the government. Like all of the people that I've associated with in the past on Facebook that I've bumped into, there's some conspiracy with the vaccines. There's something going on with the government. QAnon, a lot of them were QAnon fans.
Oh, they're all QAnon. They're all anti-vaxxers.
It's
but
just
the difference is that if you're an anti-vaxxer, the government is disseminating the vaccines. Right now, they didn't develop the vaccines. The private sector developed the vaccines, but the government is disseminating the vaccines. So, as dumb as it is, and and most anti-vax talking points, that they would say, I don't trust the government because the vaccines are coming from the government. There's like this tiny little thread of logic in there. Whereas with flat Earth, we've known that Earth is a sphere for several thousand years. before any government that is around today existed. So none of this is coming from the government. This is all based on naked eye observations and logic that anyone should be able to perform and understand. And in fact, most of my debunks are focused on that. It has nothing to do with you got told in school. No, anybody can do this. You look at things, you look at stars, you observe things, you look at the sun, and you conclude using basic logic that the Earth is a sphere, which is why the ancient Greeks figured it out. So that's why the conspiracy unravels really, really quickly.
I agree with you 100%. I just can't emphasize that enough as we dive into this, that conspiracies of distrust and you name it, it's like, I don't know how you have the patience to do this sometimes, to be honest. So.
Yeah, it wears thin sometimes. I'm kind of tired of talking about Flat Earth, but
I know, but I begged you, didn't I? I was like,
one.
please come on and at least do one. So let's go through 10 quick examples. We're going to spend a short amount of time here. These should be easy examples that you can tell for yourself if the Earth is not flat. And the number one that comes to mind is the moon. Can you tell us why the moon proves the Earth is not flat?
Right, so I did a debunk on this, and the points I put forward there are that we always see the same face of the moon, right? And it does rotate depending on your latitude, which also proves the Earth is a sphere. But we all see the same face of the moon. Flat Earthers have a tiny little moon very close to their disk, flying around, and there is no way in which that can match observation. If the moon is a sphere on their flat Earth, then everybody should be seeing a different face of it. It's very close, right? If they want to make it a little spotlight, a little flat spotlight that's going around so that we would all see the same face, then the shape would change, right? If you take a flat circular disc and move it around, it's going to appear more elliptical depending on your line of observation, line of sight. If you wanted to make it a sphere and pull it really, really, really far away, like it is in real life, then you can't get it to rise or set. Right? The moon rises and sets. If it's way up here, if it's way up here, how are you going to get it to rise and set? Right? It appears at the horizon. Right? So there's just it doesn't work. All we need, there's so many singular disproofs of a flat Earth. This is one of them. Observations of the moon are incompatible with a flat Earth.
Excellent. Yeah, that whole, even the ideas of simple stuff, full moon, half moon, all of these things wouldn't be as we're perceiving them if it was a disc or flat Earth, correct?
Yeah.
And if it was working in the models that they've presented, of course, there's just no way that.
I mean, what are the lunar phases? They're reduced to saying that the moon makes its own light, and so you have this thing, and it just covers part of it doesn't emit light. Well, it's not a source of light. It has shadows on it. It's very obvious. I mean,
If you look at the craters, you can zoom in.
Sure. I mean,
see shadow. Yeah.
You don't even have to. I've looked at the moon at Mount Wilson Observatory, so I saw it with a level of detail in the terrain that is it just blew my mind. It's one of my most favorite things I've ever seen in my entire life. But you don't need the Mount Wilson Observatory. You can get a little Celestron, $200 telescope, and you can look at the moon, and you can see some pretty good detail. And it's very clearly not a luminary body like the sun. It's very obvious. And the mental gymnastics that flat earthers enact to avoid understanding these very, very, very simple explanations, right? The lunar phases, we're just seeing the half of the moon that is illuminated by the sun. That's it, right? It's going around us. You can only see something when light is hitting it, right? The half of the moon that's illuminated by the sun, that's what we see. And so when it's more in front of us, more in between us, not directly in between, that would be an eclipse. That's the other thing, is flat earthers don't know that the lunar orbit is not flush with the ecliptic, right? It's tilted like 10 degrees. So when it's more in between the Earth and the Sun, we can't see the side that's being illuminated, because it's the other side that's away from us. That's a new moon. And then when it's over on the other side, it's a full moon. And it takes 27 days to go around. So that's the lunar phases. You look at a diagram on the internet, you can just type in lunar phases, Google image search, and you get hundreds of images, that all. I mean, I understand that maybe not everybody knew what lunar phases are, and some people are misled and they go, oh, they think it's like the shadow of the Earth or something like that, and that's a lunar eclipse. That's a different phenomenon. It's okay to not know these things, but we have the internet, and you can go and you can look and you can find very, very simple, easy to understand explanations for all of these phenomena. And so to pretend that those are all wrong because you don't understand them or you don't want to understand them is just, it's really infantile. So yeah, lunar phases, we didn't get to talk about eclipses.
Let's go.
On that debate, we didn't get to it.
Oh, the door's open.
It's really not that hard to understand. Children understand these things, you know.
That's why it brings me back, and it is a fact. It seems to me Dunning-Kruger effect is a real thing. They know more than any astrophysicist, any scientist in the field, because these scientists are supposedly paid and under the same conspiracy of they're all hiding and suppressing the reality of what's really going on, or they don't know, which means you're saying they're ignorant and they're just idiots who don't know what they're looking at.
Right. They're all either morons or in on it. But, you know, I'm sorry, how do you have millions and millions and millions of people that are in on it? They're all getting paid full salary to do what? Play Minesweeper all day? Then not do anything, right? If all of the science is a lie, what do scientists do? What do undergrads who are learning science do when they can smell that something's not adding up? Right? Where is the line? Where do you get...
Oh, I almost died. And there's the first.
Where does it happen? And what about the people who
Del
are
Saber.
approaching that line, but
Fuck
don't,
off,
aren't there?
please.
Isn't one of them going to speak out? Isn't one of them going to make a YouTube video that goes, you know, I'm a second-year grad student in astrophysics, and these guys in cloaks came up to me today with a briefcase, and they were like, here's $1 million if you don't tell. And this is happening in every single university all over the world, in all of the countries, in all of the sciences. Like, this is the reductio ad absurdum of flat Earth. This is what they have to believe is happening. Either all science is a lie and no one is talking, or all scientists are morons, which doesn't make sense because technology exists. You want to tell me a flat earther can make one of these? No, they cannot. They don't know how anything works. They can do nothing. So
it's also kind of telling with all the dissertations written in every field that has a specialty and the extensive length that they go in presenting their cases, etc. And nobody's writing dissertations on flat Earth anywhere to prove a case against the system. It's just a very odd thing, but of course, that's all ruled by the Illuminati. So that's what it seems like you have to do. So our second example is ships and the horizon. I always hear them try to say, I could see the ship so many miles out, and I can still see the ship. How does the horizon and ships, or the sea, if you will, help prove the Earth is?
yeah, the horizon in general proves the Earth is a sphere. It proves the curvature. A horizon is an artifact that would not exist if there were not curvature. Right? You wouldn't see a sharp limit to how far we can see. Right? And so the more obvious the proof, the more mental gymnastics they have to perform. And so, you know, something that was noticed hundreds and hundreds of years ago is that ships that went out to sea would disappear bottom up. So the last thing you would see would be the tops of the ships as they recede over the curvature. And so they do all these things. They take their Nikon or their Nikon. I dinged on this, but I say Nikon because I think that's what Japanese people say. And they take their cameras and zoom in, and
Nikon.
you know, obviously,
Is correct.
They're trying to claim that they're bringing it back over the curve. Well, no, it didn't go beyond the horizon yet, right? There, atmospheric effects, right? Light scattering. Maybe we can't like there are optical effects that prevent us from seeing something that's really, really far away. Also, they get very, very tiny. Our eyes are not perfect machines, right? They have limitations, physical limitations. So they pull it back using, or you know, they make it visible again using some cameras. Like, well, it didn't go over the horizon. Keep watching. What's going to happen? It's going to disappear bottom up. It didn't go over yet. So they never show you. They never stay on and see what happens. So
I actually heard they did a few done this. They had the laser shooting across I can't remember how many mile lake. They had to get in a helicopter, fly up in order to hit that laser. You know what I'm talking about?
There's a bunch of these. I mean, they did it on the Flat Earth documentary too, which is the idiot with the flashlight. I forget which one of those ones it was. But But I mean, yeah, these curvature tests. I mean, yeah, you can do it with laser too. The laser ones always prove that, or that the curvature is there if you do it right and if you're not a liar, right? The thing is, they have to find something. So they cannot explain anything. Anytime they try to explain a phenomenon, it goes horribly because the Earth is not flat. So they have to make up things. The best their best defense is we see too far. That's the main thing that they focus on. I shouldn't see this thing, but I do. And they're always just either misunderstanding math or lying. Right? They're either lying about how far away something is, or their own height as the observer, or whatever. Right? They all go. Weiss kept trying to point to Jay Tolan Media, who he says saw something, captured an image of something 1,000 miles away. No, he did not. No, he didn't. Why can no one else do that? Why can no one else do it?
It's still experience.
Lying.
What?
He's lying, right? It's just the idea of all of humanity lying versus this one guy lying is something that is lost to someone who is overtaken by this anti-establishment bias, right?
This reminds me of a scientist in the early 1900s, or maybe it was the late 1800s, 19th century, 20th century, either way, who said that he weighed a dead body after they died, and they weighed 21 grams less or something. Well, when it's ever been tested again by everyone else who's ever done it, they said, no, there's no soul that's 21 grams that leaves your body at death. And so it kind of makes me think that these observations are being done kind of like miracles in a third world country. Oh, I know somebody raised from the dead down here in this village with no cameras.
Well, also, if a soul had mass, it would be made of matter, which would mean we could see it and interact with it. So they're kind of, anyone who brings that up is really digging themselves into a hole by saying that why would a soul have mass? They need it to be a supernatural thing, not a material thing. Right. If it's made of mass, it's material, and we should do science with it, and we don't see it or detect it in any way. So, but anyway, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, there was another flat earther who said something recently, and I saw a video response where he was like, if I can observe it myself and I do it, I'll believe in round earth. He went out with a flashlight and he told the guy, look, are you standing there? And he's like, yeah. And he goes, lift your arms as high as they can go. And when he did, he's like,
right,
oh, wow.
That's the one I'm talking about in the Netflix
documentary.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they did two calculations. They're like, if the Earth is flat, you should shine through the hole right here. But if there's curvature, then if I lift it up here, that will compensate for the tiny amount of curvature over this distance, and then it'll go through, and then interesting.
Oh, interesting.
Did that guy ever come over and say, okay, man, how was
No.
No, they never. Are you kidding me? This is their cult, right? This is where they are. This is their community, and especially the ones that are, number one, little mini celebrities in this ridiculous community. They enjoy that, and number two, they make a little bit of money. I mean, it's really pathetic. Like, they're not like Deepak Chopra, who has $150 million from his scripting. They scrape together a meager living off of super chats, and Weiss has this idiotic flat earth app that he charges money for it. This is it. This is what they've got. This is their identity. And so, when proven wrong, which happens on a daily basis, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to change. By my estimate, I'd say the overwhelming majority, if not all, of the primary flat earthers, the ones that have the larger channels and stuff, are fully aware that they're completely full of shit. Weiss, I'm almost certain knows, because he's making a lot of money off of it. Not a lot, but enough to not have some crappy job. And all those other guys, I mean, this is it's been demonstrated to them so clearly, so many times. I mean, Weiss himself, it's like in that exchange, there were so many moments where what I said was so undeniably clear, and his position was so undeniably indefensible that he was either completely speechless for an extended period of time, or he desperately asked to change the subject and acknowledged that all he wanted to do was change the subject because he had absolutely no way of responding. Now you tell me, somebody who is searching for truth, or somebody who is interested in the facts, why would they behave that way? Why would they take something that's so crystal clear and dodge it like a bullet? He's a charlatan. There's no two ways about it. I've been getting a lot of, not a lot, but I'd say 80% of the people are on board with the tone that I used in that exchange, but I get a don't understand. This is not a discussion happening in good faith. This is not somebody who's looking for facts.
Right.
This is a charlatan who makes money as a grifter by lying to people. This is the tone he deserves. Every time I prove he's wrong to his face and he tries to change the subject, that's why he deserves mockery. That's why he deserves a sledgehammer of facts across the face. Right? And that's why I did what I did. I held him under my shoe for an hour so everybody could see how pathetic he is. And I guarantee you it made an impact on them. So.
Oh, yeah, that was an intense discussion. One of the things you said up front that I thought was relevant to those who feel some type of way about your attitude or your rhetoric, you pointed out his conclusion and the way he's drawn this is exactly what I was saying earlier. They're either saying, in effect, everybody's a liar or everybody's an idiot.
Which is
in effect,
profoundly insulting. Either
just by the stance alone. Whereas it seems like in your position, you grant some actually believe this stuff and some just aren't aware and others are aware and they're just
some believe it, otherwise you couldn't make money off of it, right? They make the people who are given money on the super chats, and stuff like that. They're like, oh, go guys, you're exposing the truth. I mean, somebody has to be falling for it. There has to be a mark. For any con, there's a mark. If there's no mark, there's no con. And if there's no con, there's no money. So they're making money. I mean, it's just so hilariously pathetic. Like they're not even good. They're not even good charlatans. They're not good con men. Like there are other ones. Like I don't know. In the anti-vaccine one, I talked about Andrew Wakefield, who made a boatload of money and is still making boatloads of money policing the anti-vax stuff. So, and he's a horrible man, but he's pretty smart. He figured out a way to make a lot of money off of this. And these guys, they just pick something that's so ridiculous that, like, how many people are you going to trick? I mean, there's maximum a few thousand flat earthers in the entire world, but this is their thing, right? If you believe the Earth is flat, it's your entire identity. It's not a casual belief, right? You're all in, and you're all about this red pill. Blah blah blah, and this is what you talk about all the time, and these are the people that you correspond with, and this is like your big thing. This is your way of it's a way for when you have someone who is a delusional narcissist but also incredibly stupid. They have to deny all of reality in order to prop themselves above everyone else, right? They can't be wrong and dumb because they're delusional narcissists. So everything in the entire world is wrong. That's what delusional narcissists have to do, right? If you're intelligent and a delusional narcissist like Ben Davidson over at Suspicious Observers, you can make a weird little cult and you can do something more clever, right? He's actually pretty intelligent. His con requires skill, but these guys, it's a different story,
Let me get these few super chats from my cult members. Constellation Pegasus, thank you for the super chat, my friend. What does this say about the psychology of humans believing in a flat Earth in the 21st century? This is truly bizarre to me.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what I just said. It is the combination of delusional narcissism and profound stupidity. I mean, if you're just a delusional narcissist, you can have other schemes and other ways to try to pretend you're something grander than you are. But when you're this dumb and you can't grasp the most utterly basic logic, this is what you get a flat earther. So yeah.
Thank you, Constellation. And Aaron says there are way more people living on the northern hemisphere. People are falling off down under, I suppose.
Yes,
Yeah, so this is the
exactly.
90% of the world's population lives in the northern hemisphere, just because of the way the continents happen to be arranged. And so it's kind of funny because they use a projection of the globe as their flat Earth map, and they put the North Pole, the geographic North Pole, in the center. Well, if most people lived in the southern hemisphere, they'd probably put South Pole at the geographic the geographic
Yay!
and have it be the exact reverse, because they're relying on the fact that
Oh,
most people
no.
in the northern hemisphere, where the disparity
Stop
between
it.
what that model, if you want to call it a model, shows and actual observation isn't as obvious for the northern hemisphere. The way they make their sun go in and out through the seasons, and the 24-hour sun that they themselves don't deny for the northern hemisphere, they only deny it for the southern hemisphere, because they say, oh no, nobody's seen it. You can't go to the South Pole, and any footage of it is a lie, and blah blah blah. It's like, well, but still, they can't get away from it because there are people who live in the southern tip of Argentina or in southern parts of Australia and things like that, where the observations of all of these thousands or millions of people do not match what their little thing does. So it's just a funny thing.
Let's move to star constellations. How do varying star constellations help us with our observations? Since we don't all own a spaceship, and we can't all go up there ourselves physically and look down ourselves. How can we, observe the constellations and stars and see that the Earth is round?
So the constellations themselves, I mean, like the way they change very slowly over time, or just the way the celestial sphere rotates?
We'll go with the celestial sphere.
Yeah. So this is like the most obvious one of all, and the easiest one to wrap your head around, and that's why I only managed to get one thing of slides out during that exchange. So this is the one I did because it's a silver bullet. In the northern hemisphere, the night sky goes counterclockwise around the north celestial pole, and in the southern hemisphere, it goes the other way, clockwise. Furthermore, when you're in the hot, very northerly latitudes, you can't see certain stars, like the Southern Cross. When you're in the very southerly latitudes, you can't see certain stars, like Polaris.
I knew.
And so, the night sky is rotating different ways, right? Now, on this flat pizza, you've got one guy towards the edge, one guy towards the center. They're looking up, and the sky is rotating in opposite directions. Right. How does that make an ounce of sense? It makes no sense. And Weiss tried desperately to do this thing about directionality and like, well, if I'm facing this way,
I saw that.
It's like clockwise and counterclockwise. Okay, put a clock on your ceiling. Now, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Which way is that? Right? There's no way. It goes clockwise. It's a clock. But it's very, very, very obvious on a sphere, right? If you are facing the North Pole, right, then the sun, the star, everything's rising in the east and it's going that way. And if you're facing the South Pole, it's the opposite because it's a sphere, right? And furthermore, the reason we can't see certain stars is because we can't see from the Earth. It's very, 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 very easy to understand. And then the second point that I like to throw on there is because the southern hemisphere, right, to get the flat world, they unfold it this way, and so every longitude line is pointing in a different direction instead of from pole to pole, which is what it is in reality. And so everyone who is looking south can see the Southern Cross at nighttime, but on his world, everyone is looking in a completely different direction when they look south. So how can everybody be looking in a completely different direction and see the same thing?
The south is technically the ice wall, right? Like everybody's looking out toward the ice wall.
Right, but a different part. Right? Because around the edge, south is not a singular direction. South is every direction away from the center of their disc.
Right.
And so, again, he just desperately tries to, well, the only way you can see that is in Johannesburg and Sunset. No. Everywhere. Pick any two directions. I don't care if it's 1 time zone apart, 4 time zones apart, any direction. All of the people on the flat Earth should be looking in completely different directions, yet they all see the same thing. Why? Because they're all looking at the South Pole of the globe. That is very easy to understand. It has nothing to do with what I learned in school, has nothing to do with what a government told me. It's very basic shapes and logic.
Yeah, or what NASA is telling you, right? Because this is in our next super chat here, I must say. Trey Hampton, thank you for the super chat, says, so Buzz admitting they never went to the moon means nothing, right?
Yes, it means nothing because he did not say that. You have flat earthers that edit together dumb videos where they take this guy said this and this guy said that, and they go blah 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 and play it again in a row and pretend that people say things that they didn't say. Buzz definitely did not say that.
And that's why I made this morning when I was putting our little intro together, I didn't you might catch 30% of that intro is about flat earth. The rest is about government conspiracies and aliens and not landing on the moon and not trusting your government, and then the it's this conspiracy thing, and the observations of flat Earth are like secondary. Not trusting anyone.
Because here's the thing. Even if this was true, which it totally isn't, let's say that we've never been to the moon. Let's say NASA has never sent anything to the moon, and anything, all of the space agencies, which by the way, it's not just NASA, there's dozens of space agencies, dozens of them.
They're all
Other China, Israel, they just sent a crap to the moon like 2 years ago. But let's say all of that is a lie. The Earth is still a sphere, right? Even if the moon landing was faked, which it totally wasn't. Even if that were true, the Earth is still a sphere. We've known it's a sphere for 2,000 years. Anytime a flat earther brings up NASA, they're just complete morons. Because it has nothing to do with anything. We've known for so long. Even from the Ptolemaic model, from like 100 AD, or sorry, CE, I should say, all the way to the Copernican revolution, like 1,400 years later, even that whole time where we thought the Earth was the center of the universe, we still knew it was a sphere. Geocentrism, when they say geocentrism, they don't understand that geocentrism involves a spherical Earth. We've known the Earth is a sphere for so long. It's like the first thing we figured out, and it has nothing to do with NASA. But that's why they use NASA, and by the way, that's why one of the dumbest things that Weiss says is he says, how come then up until the 1960s we taught a flat earth in school? It's like, nope. You pulled that directly from your rectum is where you found that. That is not true at all, and you're just like, this is what flat earthers are reduced to, is just making things up completely out of thin air. We've known, I mean, there's globes from thousands of years ago. I mean, again, the Ptolemaic model reigned supreme for the better part of a millennium and a half. Used a spherical Earth. You can see it on all these ancient artifacts. Find me a textbook from 150 years ago. Show me something. Like, it's just complete nonsense. It's just, and I've never heard anyone else say that, by the way. That's a Weissism. Maybe the other ones say it too. I don't know, but that was when he says that. It's just like, oh my god, where did you get that? You're a liar. You're lying.
If I may, just on the star constellation thing too, we had our Polaris star, and then of course there's the idea of the Earth on its axis moving through what we call the equinoxes. What is it? The term that we
Ecliptic.
The ecliptic. Yep. But it's moving through what every 24,000 years the wobble gets through approximately. It does a full rotation.
Yeah. So there's Milankovitch cycles. The axis is the tilt of the rotational axis is not fixed. It's actually it's good. The tilt, the angle of the tilt is increasing and decreasing very slowly over thousands of years. The direction where the axis points is also, there's a precession of that.
Precession of the equinoxes. That's what it's for. Yep.
Of the tilt in the axis, and then there's a third Milankovitch cycle. I think it's about the ellipticity of Earth's orbit. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff going on. None of that is real.
Stop dodging my attacks.
Can
You are no allow.
Help?
Yeah, so Eratosthenes, which I find it hilarious that no flat earther can pronounce Eratosthenes. None of them can do it, even when corrected. They still say it wrong. So yeah, that was one thing where it was just about measuring angles, right? When you have a stick that's directly under the sun, and then one in a different place where you've got an angle, right? You can measure that angle, right? There's no angle on the shadow. It's directly under the sun over here. We've got an angle over here. I think it was 7 degrees or something. He used 2 obelisks, one in Alexandria, one in I forget where else. And he measured the angle, and then he just did some trig, right? You can just draw lines from those 2 points to the center of the Earth, and then you can just use trig to find what angle that is. So he was basically figuring out what angle of the circumference was represented by the distance between those 2 positions on Earth's surface. Right. And so
I can see everything. That's not supposed to be a thing.
Still get angles if the sun if the Earth was flat and the sun was really close. And to their credit, they're not wrong. That is true. However, in order to get those angles, where would the sun have to be? Of course, they never bother calculating that. They just say, well, see, it could be anything. But the truth is that the sun would have to be like in the clouds, like it would have to be super duper duper close, which it isn't. Spoiler alert: we go up in planes and the sun's not there. So, yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I definitely remember this is way back in the day with the Greeks. What about seeing farther when you're higher? Does this help us to understand as well? This goes along with the looking over the horizon, but going into high places, being able to see much further, wouldn't that tell us as well?
Yeah, I mean, if you're using your noggin, the higher you go, there's even that building in Dubai. What's that super duper tall building?
Oh yeah, the tall building.
Yeah, you can watch the sunset and then take the fast elevator to the top and watch the sunset again. Right. It's just about lines of sight. I mean, when you're going over a curved surface, right, there's a limit to how far you can see because the rest of the earth is receding away from you. But if you get much higher, you have access to further along the curvature. So I don't know. It seems pretty clear to me. But,
You did a video on airplanes. Tell us how they go the earth is round.
yeah, so this one's really hilarious. For the longest time, they were saying there was no direct flights in the southern hemisphere, which there are. There are fewer because again, only 10% of Earth's population lives in the southern hemisphere. So the number of people who on a daily basis want to go from Santiago to Sydney is not as much as people who want to go from New York to London. Way more people want to go from New York to London, stuff like that. And so, but that flight does exist, and it was running 4 times a week before the pandemic. And so, yeah, these are impossible on a flat Earth, right? On a flat Earth, if you looked at their little disc, to go from Santiago to Sydney, they would go up South America, up North America, over Alaska, and then down all the way to the other side, and it would take 30 hours. I don't know, something crazy long. But instead, you can get on this plane, and you can. I mean, first of all, the path is in the southern hemisphere, very direct, and it's over water the whole time. Like planes have windows, you can see outside of the plane in the window, and you can see roughly where you are. You can at least see if you're over water or land, certainly. Sometimes you can identify, features. Sometimes you're in the plane, they go, hey, look, the Grand Canyon's down there. And everyone goes, oh, cool, yeah, there's the Grand Canyon. So first of all, they're in denial that this flight exists, even though it happens all the time. And so their response is they always say, well, look at this flight, right? This flight goes from Santiago to Los Angeles, where it refuels, and then from Los Angeles to Sydney. Well, so planes don't do that. Planes don't stop to refuel. You are just cobbling together an itinerary of different flights, right? If you want to go from Santiago to Los Angeles, you can. And guess what? Once you're in Los Angeles, if you want to go from Los Angeles to Sydney, you can. Those are different flights. Anyone who's traveled internationally before knows that you take one flight and then you get off the plane and you go into the airport and you go to a different gate and you get on a different plane and go on another plane to another city, because not every imaginable flight is going to exist at any time. Or honestly, even though this direct flight does exist, of course you can go to another city and then to that other city. You can go from from many major cities to many other major cities, and then to another major city. Like, it's not really that hard to understand. But they do this all the time with the flights, and then the emergency landings with the flights, where they show the path on their flat Earth and go, well, they stopped up here. It doesn't make sense. Well, it's a globe, and so when you're going from, I don't know, let's pick some places.
Did you pick that up ever since doing flat Earth stuff?
No, I actually had it. I should have used it during the debate when he was doing his idiot. He was mixing up day and night and the seasons, and I should have grabbed this picture. But like, if you want to go from somewhere, I don't know, Chicago, and you're going to somewhere in, Moscow or somewhere over here, you would not go like this. You wouldn't go like this. Look how much shorter it is to go up over the top, right? The concept of a great circle is lost on them. geography of a sphere, the geometry of a sphere, is lost when you flatten it out into something flat, right? Onto a flat map. And so, yeah, the routes can look a little bit nonsensical when you look at them on a flat map because it's not representative of the geometry of the sphere, right? It's distorted. But its planes go the shortest way, and the shortest way is great circles. So sometimes, right, if you're going, I don't know, from China to somewhere in America, right? Why would you go here where the latitudes get longer and longer as you go to the equator, right? And so why would you follow a latitude line that makes a much greater distance than going up over the top here where it's not as big a distance, right? You can go like this. And so they'll say, well, why did they, I don't even remember the examples, like why did they stop in Alaska instead of Hawaii or something? I don't know, like they're thinking they should be going like this. Well, because it's not. It's shorter to go like this. It's just
The Earth, yeah, when you closer to the north, like you're talking about the hemisphere lines, the Earth is the distance is a lot shorter. So it looks like it's a curved line, and in a way it is, but it's like much closer.
It's a curve on a flat map because that's not the shape of the Earth. It's just a map that we can use to look at and talk about, but this is what it is. So.
There's so many more little things I just want to mention, like time zones, which you and me goofed up this morning. I had 11 Eastern, you had 11 Pacific.
Yeah, that's my bad.
No, it's all good. I thought it was no biggie, so we ended up getting it at the right time. But the existence of time zones plays a role, the pull of gravity, and there's people in the chat, for example, images from space we could talk about. They think everything's CGI, everything is fake, it's all a conspiracy, everything's made up.
Yeah. All the images are fake because reasons, but all of their images of things I can see that are too far are real because reasons.
Because you can trust them, but you can't trust anyone.
You can trust some asshole on the internet, but you can't trust all of the most brilliant scientists of the past several hundred years who are not working together at all. They're in different countries under different governing bodies.
Right.
No.
I had one more question for you that I wanted to ask. If you want to spice things up.
Spice away.
Want to take a couple calls?
Okay.
You down?
Yeah.
Look, hey, I want to warn my Mythvision fans first, because you know I'm a nice guy. I cannot promise you that Dave will have the same politeness that I do with people, because Dave, you're just Dave, right?
I'm just tired of it. It's like, look, get over it. I've proved that the Earth is a sphere so many times. Stop. Just stop it.
But I'd like to see and allow the people in the chat who think, you haven't proved nothing. What are you talking about? This guy has no proof of nothing. So let me get the super chat and then I'll send the link out. Mr. Monster, what about pole-to-pole circumnavigation? Also, ocean currents prove Earth is not flat. The Great Antarctic is proof.
Yeah, I mean, pole-to-pole circumnavigation has happened many times, though they pretend it hasn't, just like they pretend anything that proves the Earth is a sphere is not real. Ocean currents, it's a little more, I mean, that's gonna, flat earthers can't understand the thing I said about the way the sky rotates, so they're not gonna get circumpolar currents. But even just Antarctica, like, Antarctica on the flat Earth is this big thing around the entire edge of the disk. Well, guess what? There's a boat race every year where they go around Antarctica. How about something as simple as when you're circumnavigating Antarctica, are you constantly turning towards it or are you constantly turning away from it? Right? First of all, if it was this entire huge thing on the outside, it would be physically impossible for them to do that in boats. So the fact that the race exists at all proves the Earth is not flat. But second of all, like start circumnavigating Antarctica. You don't even have to go around the whole thing. Which way are you turning? Towards it or away from it? There you go. I mean, but that's why everything about Antarctica demolishes the flat Earth because it's not a ring around the edge. It's a continent at the bottom of the sphere, not the bottom. Sorry, I shouldn't say that because I like to tell them that spheres don't have bottoms, which is true. but it's on the south geographical pole, and everything about it demolishes them. So they just say you can't go there. Well, yes, you can. You can get jobs at the South Pole. You can. People have traversed. Civilians have traversed Antarctica. Some guy did it by himself a couple years ago. You can go. No, you can't. No, you can't go to Antarctica. Well, yes, you can. No, you can't. You can't go there. It's like you can, and you should go. You could make videos about it, and you'd be heroes in your flat Earth community for going to Antarctica. And we're gonna go, and we're gonna find those NASA people with the guns, and we're gonna show them that we're not gonna take it. They don't do it. They're not going to go do it. There's that other guy who is offering this flight from I forget, South America. I don't know. There's a pilot who's offering a flight across Antarctica, and all of them are already just like, oh, it's just, we can't do it. Or I don't even know what they're saying, but obviously they're not going to take them up on it. But it's just like like you guys are such cowards. Do anything. Do something, right? Instead of going like, oh, I can't.
Nah, a few of the big, in quotes, big flurfs even said that they are afraid of being murdered, basically.
I don't usually like disappearing off the page to find like a PayPal or whatever, but the question he had was, what's behind the ice wall?
Yeah, so they have answers for that. They have, like, Tolkien can come up with Middle Earth and all of these things, so even these boats can come up with mythology for this. And so they say that there's more land. There's more land past the ice wall and more resources. There's all kinds of cool stuff that they don't want us to find.
Oh!
Dinosaurs are still out there, probably.
Yeah.
Wait, she act...
I mean, this is
Oh,
the way
luck
they're
material.
paying millions of people full
Oh,
salaries
luck material's
so
big.
that they can have private access
That is so big.
to more oil. That's worth trillions of dollars per year. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, we do have a caller. I asked.
Also, yes, holy crap.
Be as kind as you possibly
Shh.
humanly can. Dave,
The female one can learn Grand
welcome to Mythvision.
and Maggot.
Hey Derek, good to talk to you for the first time, man.
Hey, thanks for calling in. What beef do you have with what's being said by Dave?
I mean,
That's really cool.
everything is. So I've been
Because
listening
if
to
you have a mag
everything is,
that gives you a lot of
they're
MST,
just idiots.
even
Now,
hunters
one thing-
can
the
be
first
kind
thing
of good at
you
using
gotta
magic.
believe- Let me say something else first. All flat earthers don't believe in all the same things that some flat earthers believe in. That's one that people on the other side have to understand.
No, you do.
Not okay. Not all flat earthers. See how? There we go. But that's fine, Dave. We'll do it.
Yeah.
What
Not
do you
all-
not agree with, I guess? That might be good.
Hold on.
Nah, he's
not
wrong.
all flat earthers believe in all the same conspiracies. I don't hardly believe in any conspiracies, and I don't believe that the globe Earth is a conspiracy.
Dave is definitely wrong about that. They do not. That's one of the problems. They can't agree on anything.
Of the Earth, and that doesn't qualify as a conspiracy. That's ridiculous.
No. So you think that you debunked all of these different accusations, but you just haven't debunked it yet. Let's go back. Hold on. Let's go back to the flight routes for a second.
Sure.
What was your answer to that? Your answer was there's nothing wrong with the fact that they won't go from South Africa to South America direct over
But they
the
do.
ocean. Hold
But
on.
they do.
No, they don't prove it.
You can buy the flight and go yourself,
You
man.
cannot buy the flight.
Yes, you
can't.
can.
You're not
Sure
gonna.
can.
No, it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So that's something that we can take offline and we can try to prove. What
I
I'm
mean,
asking
can
for
we
is
take
when you-
up
hold
on that?
hold on.
Because you're just lying about reality.
I'm
So
not-
that's all you
I'm-
can do.
I'm-
is
what
lie.
I'm saying is, why don't we take it offline and prove it?
You want to go together? You want to meet up in Santiago and get the flight and go to Sydney together? Is that what you're proposing?
The data.
How about you just
Let's
do it
go
by yourself?
online and find the data and book the flight.
Okay, go for it. Go to the LATAM. I don't know. Which two
So
cities do you want to do?
Derek, I'll get back with you and
God
I will
dang it.
prove to you that it doesn't exist. How about that? It doesn't
You're going to
exist.
prove that it doesn't exist by
I'm
not
going to prove
finding
that
it
you
because you don't know how
cannot
to use
that
the
you
internet.
cannot book or buy that flight. And if you do attempt to book or buy that flight, it will never take off. It will never happen. Have not ever happened.
Except it happens
Flight
4 times a week,
or where was the other
approximately.
You can take cities in
Well,
South
probably
Africa,
approximately
big
more
cities
like
in
3
South
times
Africa,
because
and cities in
You cannot.
Australia.
And fly,
it's
and
supposed to
fly
happen
the way
4
from
times a
Atlantic.
week,
No, you
but
cannot.
yeah.
It's never been done, never will be done.
Yeah,
The
it
circumnavigation,
has.
hold on, the pole to pole circumnavigation has not ever been done and will
It
never be done.
has many
No, it
times.
hasn't. Prove it.
This is
Prove it.
okay.
You're making a claim. Prove it.
Google
I will prove that it
Google
hasn't been.
circumpolar
I
navigation.
will do my part. I will do my
Google
part. Prove that it hasn't been.
circumpolar
You do
navigation
your part.
and
Prove that
see
it
all
hasn't
the
been.
videos. This
You do
is
your
all you
part, prove
have
that it
is
hasn't been.
take things that have happened and go, nope, they didn't. That's all you have.
No.
Google circumpolar navigation. Google circumpolar navigation and see videos. And
Okay, so let me put it.
Google it.
Where is
Let
it?
me-
Google it.
Just
let me ask you this,
kick
Trey,
him
Trey,
out.
what other
Fucking
evidence,
moron.
other than this flight thing, what other
Jesus.
beef do you have?
Oh, I got a beef with everything he said. He's wrong about everything. Some people just sound smart.
So
Oh,
is
it's wrong with everything. Okay, so how does the sky rotate in different directions depending on where you're standing in the disk? Go ahead. This has nothing to do with flights. You don't have to book a flight. Just look at the sky.
The sky is not rotating. Did you hear yourself?
It is.
The sky
It is.
not rotating. The
Well,
two
how come it
objects in the-
totally
hold on,
is?
Listen, Dave. The
Yeah,
two
go.
objects in the hold on. The two objects in the sky are rotating.
All of the stars rotate around
Hey,
one of the
sky,
poles.
listen. You just said the sky is moving. Do you hear yourself? Do you hear how dead your brain is?
When you look at the
You
night
think that
sky,
you- bro,
the stars
you really on-
go
with all
around
these
the
people
pole.
on here, with
Trey,
all
you're
these
You
making
are
Dave
in.
look
You're
polite right
denying
now.
naked eye observations of the
You
night
said
sky.
that
You're
the
denying
sky
naked.
is rotating.
Yeah.
The atmosphere.
What's the
I-
problem? What's the problem?
I have to admit, Dave, you're actually more polite than Trey right now.
Yeah,
This is difficult. It's hard for me. I've never seen that.
it's pathetic. This flight exists. No, it doesn't. The circumpolar navigation has happened. No, it doesn't. When you look at the sky, with your eyeballs, when you go outside
You
at
think
night
the
and
sky
watch
is
the
moving.
stars,
Or-
the
I
stars
know you guys
go
what they said.
around the pole. Have you never looked at time-lapse footage of the sky? Are you serious? Are you this pathetic and in denial of reality? Go look at time-lapse footage of the night sky. This is how in denial of reality you are.
Wow. He thinks the sky is moving and the earth is moving. Both of them are moving.
Yes,
You just killed
of course both of them are moving.
So Trey,
The earth moves and it
The sky has
rotates.
its own separate movement inside of
The
it.
earth moves and it rotates. You have to work so hard to not understand things that small children understand. This is how
let's back up
pathetic
for a
you
second.
are.
This is how pathetic you are. You tried to address the ship going over the horizon without addressing it. You
I hate these things
I
so
did
much.
address it, and
No,
you
you
are
didn't.
dodging everything I just said. You're dodging
No.
everything I just
What
said
did I dodge?
and
What did I
jumping,
dodge?
dude.
What
You're
did I dodge? You
dodging
said
the
the sky is moving,
naked
I said,
eye
"Out of your mind, the sky is not
observation.
moving."
You're dodging the naked eye observation.
Oh,
When
no.
you look at the night sky.
Oh, no.
The sky is moving. You think the sky is
Dude,
moving.
this is pathetic. Cut this piece of crap off. It's
okay.
pathetic.
All right, Trey, I picked you up there, brother. So, all right.
The sky doesn't do the things that we all can see that it does when we look at the sky. This is what flat earthers are reduced to. It's pathetic.
I do have.
There's no.
Ah, this is
That's
so.
why I asked you if you'd be interested. Okay. So
Yeah.
You can't blame me for you saying let's do it.
Yeah, because I don't want to ruin anybody's fun. But the reason it's just like, what do you like? What's the point after a certain point? Like you can show them, I can show them a red object and they'll tell me it's blue, and it's where are you gonna go from there? Like you're denying things that we can see with our eyes. It's ridiculous.
Couple super chats while we wait for anyone else that might want to pop in. I did comment that above. Let me make sure I can see it, you guys. Just so that everybody can see it. If there's a couple more callers, maybe we'll take one more, and then I'll let you have the rest of your sanity. Replace pinned message. So I just pinned it. For those who are flat earthers only, consider joining in to challenge Dave. Just wanted Professor Dave to know that his band Simulated Sun's song, Tannhauser's Gate. Am I saying that correctly?
Tannhauser game.
Tannhauser Gate. legitimately
Runner
great.
reference. Thank you.
Okay.
Much appreciated.
And then Dario Luna says there is a penguin's army protecting Antarctica.
Yeah, the penguin army.
I actually
Yeah.
tried to block someone earlier who said Jewish penguins army or something. I'm like, something like that. It seemed like
Well, I think they're referencing my one of my debunks. I say that you can't go to Antarctica because the government, NASA Jew penguins will get you.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry if I blocked someone who said that. I thought that they were legit, like flat Earth, like anti-Semitic or something.
Yeah, penguins can be Jewish.
Right, but this is what I was thinking. Like, hold on, what is this? A mockery? But I'm sorry, whoever that was. I don't even know. Lure Reality. Great Sir Reality TV.
Surreal it is.
We haven't got anyone else in here to fix this problem.
I don't really know what is gonna fix it because it's like, look, that guy, I believe he believes it. You know what I mean? Why would he call in? Why would he get disaggravated? Right? I think that he believes it, but I don't know enough about human psychology to know how to talk to somebody like that. I mean, like at the moment that somebody is ignoring the most utterly trivial, basic, irrefutable facts based on things that you can see, I'm gonna shut down. Like I don't have the patience to deal with this kind of person. You know what I mean? I have no problem with somebody coming to me and saying, I heard a flat earther say this, and I couldn't figure out how to refute it. What do you think about that? And then I'll go, well, da 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 da. And they go, oh, okay, well, that
No.
does make sense. Or even, I'm not sure I understand still.
My
Some
friend.
stability, but it's like, this guy's 0 to 10 about stuff.
You
You didn't
actually-
prove anything. It's like, you didn't say anything. I said like 18 different things that prove the Earth is a sphere. I don't know what you're talking
That's
about.
what maybe I'm stuck in this loop too. Maybe I'm part of the spherical. It literally looks that way when you explain these things. This makes the most sense. It really does. Everything that you're describing is exactly what makes the most sense to me. I mean, this is not you didn't come up with this. You know, these are things that have been around. So for those who think,
But the funny thing is that like there's so much science that an individual person would never have been able to arrive at on their own. So much chemistry and so much physics. It's like nobody could have done what Newton did or something like that on their own. I mean, only a small amount of people are that brilliant. The shape of the Earth, I guarantee you, send me back 2,000 years, 3,000 years, I could have figured out the Earth is a sphere by myself, based on things that I can see in the sky. That's how obvious it is. Could I have figured out heliocentrism, that the Earth goes around the sun? Absolutely not. There's no way I could have figured that out. That requires really sophisticated observations through sophisticated telescopes and a lot of math, and I'm not smart enough to have been able to do that. But I'm very confident, I'm not being facetious, that I could have figured out that the Earth is a sphere by observing sunsets, the celestial sphere, just very basic observations, very basic logic. I could have figured it out. That's how pathetic this is.
it makes me think that like some form of ancient cosmology is what goes back to the whole my belief in this ancient tradition or whatever might be what's drawing them in. Like if you go to ancient Egypt, you're going to find flat earth cosmology. If you go to ancient Hebrew, ancient Near East, you name it, flat earth cosmology. And this might be the underlying issue. Like you're not just attacking a scientific thing, you're attacking the very existence of their literature that they find sacred, the teachings of their masters and whatnot.
No, but nobody is practicing ancient Egyptian religion, right? You have Christianity and you have Judaism and you have Hinduism and you have Islam, and all of the modern religions know that the Earth is a sphere, right? You can
Anti-2,
the
the bomb,
and know that the Earth is a sphere. Kent Hovind makes fun of flat earthers. That's how dumb it is. Kent Hovind is he denies
E4E2 and
He
anti-2.
makes fun of flat earthers. That's how bottom of the barrel it is, right? We didn't figure out evolutionary biology until the 19th century. We figured out the Earth is a sphere over 2,000 years ago, right? That's the gauge of how you can tell how ridiculous something is, how long ago we figured it out, and how ridiculous it is then to therefore deny it. You know.
Yeah, I can tell your patience is definitely wrecked with this.
Just so done with it.
And a lot of people are like, that's one of the problems a lot of people have is they're like, I wish he didn't say this way. It's disappointing to see this, that, this. and you're just so. I'm sure you've caught a lot of hell in your comment section for your videos, just pointing out the absurd.
Some are like, Dave knows that this is where we're at. This is how you have to treat these people, especially the con men, not just the people who fall, not necessarily the people who fall for it. Although in the case of our friend just a moment ago, he's so unreasonable that there's no, I can't figure out another way to do it. But with the con men themselves, the liars who are peddling the crap, they deserve nothing but mockery and contempt. They deserve nothing else.
We have one caller, if you don't mind. Brenda, welcome. You're not a flat earther, you said, but
good afternoon. Yes, I really enjoy Dave's content. He does a great job, and I thought I could give some insights because I've debated these people a long time. Some of us believe there's an actual cognitive issue going on with flat earthers in that. In seeing the visual field, they perceive things that we would ordinarily process as being a solid object in perspective, they see as flat, right? So there's some kind of neurological condition that does that. Also, flat Earth, you sort of hinted at this, but flat Earth is not entirely harmless. There is a lot of anti-Semitic rhetoric in the flat Earth community. They're homophobic, transphobic. They especially like to pick on me. They especially are extremely conservative socially. So they're against. They're Trumpists. Often.
Trumpets.
And they also have, so they have these very bizarre conspiracy theories from QAnon. They believe that the virus for the vaccine was graphene, and that there would be messages sent from central government towers that would change your DNA and convert you into a non-human. If there's
no, I know, I'm aware.
No bottom. There's no bottom to any.
They all comment on my channel every day, so I'm aware of everything.
Oh!
Yeah, they believe
Stop.
all of this stuff, and it's absolutely crazy, and it is harmful. It hurts.
Oh no.
There are people who get sucked into it because perhaps they had bad educational experiences or substandard education, and most of the big names in flat Earth do not believe the Earth is flat. They are grifters. They are some of them, and particularly some of them, are extremely
Vile.
verbally abusive and violent. They are on the border of being a cult because they isolate their followers from each other. So there's disputes between, say, Dave Weiss, his group, and other groups. The Flat Earth Society that believes that the Earth is ascending upwards and this accounts for gravity. Well, all the other Flat Earthers think that they're shills. And of course, that Flat Earth Society.
I think that one is not real. I think the Flat Earth Society is a goof. I think they might be right about that one, but it doesn't matter. They're con men through and through. I mean, I don't know how else to say it.
And the people that are in the common Flat Earther is giving lots of money to these people. They give them money also to debate and for training in debating and for training in facts and stuff. And so these people, they're leeches, they're grifters, and they latch their hooks onto their victims, and they will suck them dry if they can. They will drain their bank accounts if they can.
Brenda, I want to say thank you too for coming on. We got a little shout out from Jay Bundy. Said been on shows with Brenda, gotta show love. So I'm just thankful that you came on because look, Dave catches hell from a lot of people.
I think Brenda is a transition. Well, now woman. I didn't know her from somewhere, but I don't remember where. Oh wait, I think I know her from modern day debates.
It's very difficult.
Maybe.
So I get pretty much direct verbal mocking and abuse because I'm transgender, right? And so it has been very difficult for me in the past. I've gotten to a place where I try to allow that stuff to just roll off my back, right? But it is difficult, right? But I feel that it's important because some of these people, they are victims. I mean, yes, the true believers are victims in the same way that it used to be people had Ponzi schemes and things like that, and they'd have victims. The victim wants to believe, but they're still a victim. They get their money taken from them by fraud. So even though they are true believers, they are still being defrauded, and they are still, in a sense, victims, right? So you know, multi-marketing schemes, Ponzi schemes, investment schemes in the past. Well, this is just another scheme, but it's over the internet. And yes, the true believers want to believe. They're willfully ignorant, and they do shut their eyes, but they are being taken advantage of. Because these people, the grifters who run these shows, are very intelligent, and they are very
Not all of them.
Well,
No.
in the
They're
way that
bad
they
grifters.
deceive. Well,
If
in the way
Weiss
that
was smart, he would have done way better in that debate. He's lying and he's stupid. That's the problem.
Fair enough.
But Brenda, thank you for coming on.
All right, thank
you
you.
literally came at the last of the hour. I thank you. I hope to hear from you in the future.
Yeah, Dave is doing a great job. I do.
Oh,
not-
wait, that doesn't
I
heal.
don't think that
Oh.
the sharp tone that
Did
he
not
used
know
was
that.
excessive.
Thank you.
Thank you for
And I
saying
think
so. I
that's
appreciate that.
I think that's also true for certain people, like young creationists. I'm sorry, but at this point, if you can't figure out the Earth is old, then you get a sharp tongue a little bit, right?
Thank you,
I mean,
Brenda. Yeah.
Agreed.
Seriously,
Right.
thank you so much. I
All right.
gotta wrap things up here
Sorry.
for Dave. No problem. Thank you for calling in. Okay. Awesome. Dude, that's awesome. I mean, that's always good to have, like, someone come in, especially they're like, no, like, this is how I've been treated.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, people who have any experience whatsoever with flat earthers and the toxicity that goes on in that community understands, and many of them, you know, I get a lot of comments saying, thank you, finally somebody dealing with these idiots the way they deserve to be treated. So I try to, you know, sometimes I get the comments on that one debate, and I try to explain, like, you know, this is how it is. And I think some of them I get through to them, like, oh, I didn't realize that they're lying. You know, they don't really know the extent of what's going on. So I forget that sometimes that not everyone has been on this 3-year journey with me. And
It's almost like this, and I'll paint it in a picture, and we're going to wrap things up here. I just want to get these few super chats for exiting. It's like when I was a fundamentalist Christian, my worldview was you're going to go to hell. You're going to burn forever. Torture. Now, that, by holding that position, how offensive is that to you? My worldview that I hold to, how offensive is that? Indirectly or directly to you, that you're going to cook in hell by my
you're thinking
God.
that I'm going to hell.
If I actually believe you're going to burn in hell because you're not listening to the message I'm trying to tell you,
Right.
You're not listening to my gospel that I'm trying to preach to you.
That's a little offensive. It's not that offensive. I think what's way more offensive is, let's say you were trying to use that belief as justification for altering public policy or commenting on some aspect of society or trying to alter the way society functions or limit the rights of other people. If you're trying to take that belief to something tangible to make the world worse for other people, that's profoundly offensive. If you're just
Easy.
Joe Schmo sitting in your house thinking Dave's gonna go to hell, I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm saying knock on your door. Now I'm
Okay,
knocking on
yeah,
your door.
knock
I'm
on the
invading your privacy, or I'm coming to try and convince you.
Right.
It's a smack in the face.
Even
now,
that
how
I
do
don't
you
care. I'll just make fun of you. It's more just if you're poisoning other people. That's
Right.
offensive.
I'm just trying to get to the point of your rhetoric. It's like, by holding certain views, your view is that God is going to, just using the analogy, going to torture for all eternity, melt my flesh away, and it's going to come back and melt it again, and then, like, whatever. That
For being
is
what he made me. Yeah.
Yeah, like, how rude can I be to say I think that's stupid? I think
Yeah.
that anyone holding that is ignorant.
This is what I need people to understand is that we have entered a post-truth era it's a marked shift in the way society functions and the way in which people gauge what is true or not. It has changed completely. That people feel justified in believing any narrative they want to believe because they like it, and then going on the internet and finding something that supports that belief. It's a direct threat to human civilization, this post-truth era. I believe it to be the #1 problem in the world facing humanity. And we've gotten here for a lot of reasons. I'm not going to pretend I understand it intimately, but it's obviously because of the internet. But this whole people have different beliefs and you need to respect them and things like that.
No, you don't.
I'm sorry. No, we're done with that part of this. We need to take things, when people believe things that are objectively wrong, like that the earth is flat or that the election was rigged against Trump or things like this, it deserves to be stamped out aggressively by any means necessary. We need society and humanity to be roughly, generally able to agree on what reality is. You know what I mean? Or we don't stand a chance, you know?
Well put. A couple super chats here. Jennifer Sills, thank you for the super chat. I was looking at fossils in the Burke in Seattle. Dinosaurs are real. And then Jay Bunsley again for been on shows with Brenda. Appreciate that love. Daniel Della Noche, saying it right. Happy to see Dave on the show. Should get Simon Dan or Forrest Valkai, I hope I'm saying his name right, to come on Myth Vision too. I'd love to. Before I even started Myth Vision, I used to watch Simon Dan, and I always enjoyed his show, so I'd love to see that. Thank you for that super chat and the love, Dave. And then Jennifer Sills, thank you, Dave. The view from the poles is the sharp point, or the wife Lambert of God. Oh yeah, this inside jokes that. Thank you so much for that, Jennifer. Vaguely agnostic. I tried to book a flight from Johannesburg to San Paulo and couldn't because of the COVID conspiracy.
They mean Sao Paulo.
Oh, Sao Paulo.
But here's the thing: there might not be a direct flight. And see, like flat earthers like to pick 2 random cities that may or may not have direct flights between them. Right? There's not, it just may not be a popular enough flight for it to exist. Right? Planes aren't just going from every city to every city, whether or not people are on the plane or not. Right? That's not how money works. Right?
But they're trying to argue that, like, logistically, it's not possible or something, right?
Right.
Like,
and it doesn't matter, like yes, Australia was on lockdown. May still be on lockdown. I don't think they're still on lockdown.
They might be. I don't know. I got to talk to my buddy. Like, they were not allowed to travel city to city.
No. Yeah, and incoming flights, international flights, were not allowed for like a couple of years. So that's a big problem. But it doesn't matter. The flight happened before that. The LATAM flight, Santiago to Sydney, was running 4 times a week. So sorry. Oh, prove it. I don't know. There's like a guy that took the flight to disprove flat Earth, and on his phone showed, here I am in Santiago. Now here I am in Sydney. Look at the time. Look at the date. Like, I don't know. Like, sack up and go do something. Right? There's this guy offering the flight. I'm sorry, I forget the name of the pilot guy in his channel, but he's offering this flight that is going to traverse Antarctica. Go do it. Like, take him up. You guys have all this money. I mean, or some of them do anyway. Right? This is your big thing. Why don't you go do it? Put your money where your mouth is. Go to Antarctica. Get a job at the South Pole. Look at the 24-hour sun. Do something. It's, be a hero. Come on.
Thank you, Vaguely Agnostic. Inquisitive Mind. We are Vision. That is the slogan, and we are wrapping things up. I want everybody to go subscribe to my Patreon, his YouTube channel. The video in particular we were just talking about with him and David Wise, right? Right here, see all the Illuminati and the, this is a real issue. That what's really going on, what he really wants you to know is these guys, this little all-seeing eyes. But go subscribe to the YouTube channel, please. It is in the description. I pinned it in the chat at the top, and in the description you can find all his links as well. Any final words from you before we escape and possibly do another one in the future on something else?
Something else, please. I'm done with this. Good lord. No, I don't know. Just, I don't know.
Oh God.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And like our friend Inquisitive Mind said, we are.
Welcome again, everyone. Just taking half an hour break. We're here to undertake the humble task of debunking misinformation and misconception about evolution once and for all. I'm not sure we're going to do that today, but we're going to try to. I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Arun Ra and Dave Farina. How are you guys?
Pretty good. Yep, doing well.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to get straight into it because folks have been waiting for this for quite some time. And we said we're going to tackle it from the Zakir Naik level in evolution, which is the one, he's a medical doctor apparently. And I think this one has to be related, because if you're related to science in any way or form, you would know the basic understanding of the difference between a scientific theory and a scientific hypothesis, or a hypothesis. And he's using the crowd's ignorance to appeal to the commonsensical, colloquial meaning of the word theory. And I'd like to start with Aaron and see what you think about this.
Since you mentioned Zakir Naik, I wanted to throw out there a little brag that when I was in India, I was trying to get a debate between me and of course he wouldn't do that because he doesn't apparently do debates. He only addresses audiences where he has the complete control of the information. And the very first quote that I ever heard from him, which I cited in one of my videos, is what you just brought up. He says, there is no book I've come across that says fact of evolution. All the books I've come across said theory of evolution. So here's somebody who's deliberately misunderstanding theory. And the funny thing is it's not just that a scientific theory has a different definition than the common colloquial understanding. If you Google what a theory is, just simply Google it, you're going to see that it's not just a wild guess that may or may not be true. That it's a bit more profound than that. But even in the colloquial perspective, but from a scientific perspective, a theory is not a guess or even a hypothesis. In one way, and I know that this is not the way that people teach it, but in one way that we could understand this is that when you have a hypothesis, and there's a rule in science that you can never prove one thing or another. I mean, at best you could disprove something, but they don't even like to talk about disproving things. So if you have a hypothesis that is supported, that's the argument. Is it supported? Is it not supported? And if it is supported so well by so many things, nothing can ever disprove it. Nothing has ever been able to falsify it. There's ways to falsify it if it's wrong, but nobody's ever managed to do that. And it's been supported by so much, overwhelming preponderance of evidence for so long, etc., that it becomes perverse to question it anymore because it's so well supported. Well, then they don't say that it's been proven true. What they do instead is that it elevates to theory. And theory is the highest level of confidence that science can achieve. Now, that's one way of doing it. I know that some educators will have a slightly different impression of that. But in some terms, we can say that every modern scientific theory is also a fact. Atomic theory, is a body of knowledge. It's a field of study that includes all of the facts,
Music theory,
and even natural laws that are applicable to this field of study. So it's a body of knowledge. And so atomic theory, the germ theory of disease, cell theory of biology, these are all theories. Relativity, for example, but they're all also fact, because it is, you can't if the Hiroshima may or may not have happened because atomic theory is just a theory. That makes no sense. When you say that it's just a theory, it implies that you don't know what you're talking about.
Right. Yeah, I think that's an important distinction. Is that atomic theory is a theory, but we would say that atoms exist is a fact, because atomic theory is corroborated beyond reasonable doubt. People do chemistry, so see, I think one of the problems here is that people equate a theory with like a singular datum, like a single sentence, but they fail to understand that theories are actually models that correlate data, right? So you could have a set of equations or something, and what they do is they take a disparate observations, and they explain them under one paradigm, under one model. So that's why it's very dishonest in the context of evolution, because evolution itself, I don't think anyone regards evolution as a theory, right? It's a natural phenomenon, and then natural selection is a theory that explains what we see in terms of natural phenomena. So it takes genetics and phylogeny and morphology and fossils and all of these disparate observations and explains them under one model. Right? This is what happens to biological organisms.
So one of the objection, and it's probably prevalent around the time of Darwin. Darwin sat on his theory for some 17 years and maybe worrying about the repercussions involving humans in this sort of analogy until Wallace was about to release his work, and maybe that's what pushed Darwin to start releasing his work. And the Descent of Man is where he started to talk about the man-being parts of that particular game. There are some who would still argue that, animals, yeah, they needed to evolve. They are not really made in God's image. However, human beings are completely different. Do we have track records of human beings following exactly the same biological evolution of other organisms?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as Darwin pointed out, man has been studied more carefully than any other animal. And so when there's a discovery of various different species of different varieties of deer, for example, they're not all going to make the news. But anything that is close to human is going to make the news. So there's going to be news stories about that. There's going to be intensified stuff. So there's going to be propaganda and there's going to be controversy. So everything that is said about that has to be verifiable. It has to be explored in depth, where other things are just not even going to be challenged.
What's the issue exactly? What's the question in terms of human evolution?
So the question is, they don't think humans have evolved at all. They say, well, the evolution is all right. So they're accepted, but only to cover animals. Humans aren't animals. They're not categorized as animals. So we're made in
objectively are animals. Animals. But,
even the Bible, Ecclesiastes 3:18-21. Even the Bible says that humans are animals, and the only reason we don't admit that is because of our faith.
So is the problem that people are denying basic biological anthropology and all of the hominin species and all of that, or are they saying we don't evolve correctly?
Well, you probably remember the infamous video, the one that gets the blood boiling every time I watch it. Show me the evidence, Holy Dawkins. That lady kept repeating herself, and he kept telling her.
Oh crap! I should have powered this thing more up.
Show me the evidence. Google list. I encourage anyone watching to Google list of transitional fossils. Just put that phrase into your Google search bar. You can go to one Wikipedia page and be flabbergasted by all the myriad.
Well, I couldn't use the breaker anyways. Whatever.
That's all it is.
There was a biologist back around about Y2K who compiled a list of between 300 and 400 transitional species. Kathleen Hunt in the Transitional Fossils fact. And there's somebody else right now working on an updated list for transitional species where he assures me that now it numbers in the thousands.
Yeah.
Because there's been a paleontological boom since the time that Stephen Jay Gould said almost 50 years ago that there weren't many transitions. And importantly,
they love to use that quote. Catch up a little bit, man.
Yeah, you're only 50 years behind the times. And even then, he said that there's not many transitions. In the 1970s, there was not many. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not any. There's an M there. It makes an important difference.
It's like quoting somebody saying, like, oh, the internet will never be a big thing. You know, like, dude, what year was that? 1974? Like,
yeah, I think there was this Homer Simpson's episode in The Simpsons where he predicted that computers are going to be so huge in the future and they will only be afforded by billionaires. I think he was wrong.
Here's the funniest thing, though, is that beyond denying transitional species from the past, from the fossil record. I think that a lot of people are not. extant species. There are so many species alive today that have transitional morphology that people just don't even know exist. Like people talk about like fish to tetrapods, and it's like there are walking. I mean, you've got the walking fish there. It's like there's all these species that are very deep in the ocean, or they're just like that. I'm doing zoology content right now, and I'm learning about all these animals that I'm just like, I had no idea that these animals existed, and many of them display these very interesting morphologies that are sort of intermediate to the morphologies that we're typically used to. And so you can use that, you can use species that are alive today to show various degrees of transitional morphology. You can even do that to argue against things like irreducible complexity, like of the eye. There are so many different types of eyes that are as rudimentary as just a bundle of photoreceptors, all the way to varying tiers of complexity, many of which have evolved independently of one another. I think biologists think the eye has evolved like a dozen times totally independently of each other. It wasn't just one time. So it's just that being able to sense light is a useful adaptation, and many times that has happened, and it started out very simple, and these are just things that are alive right now. They're in the ocean and they're around, so imagine what could have transpired over a billion years, or nearly a billion years. It's mind-boggling.
On the evolution of the eye, some people will think that eyes, very much like ours, evolved a dozen times. They don't know different types of eyes.
Right.
So that one of the creationist arguments recently is where
Okay.
some will say that the squid has a similar eye to humans, and so how could that have been? When it doesn't fit evolution, then they call it convergence. But what they don't understand is, the squid is like all cephalopods. I mean, all cephalopods have a similar structure to their eye, or at least all of the. I forget that the classic that includes squids and octopus, but and there's many hundreds of species of both. The thing is, when you have a very strong selective pressure, when you can tell light from dark at all, right? And so, if a trait evolves like that, then there's going to be advantages in keeping it, and one of the ways that you can keep it is you can refine that design, or you can duplicate what you have. And most other animals are in duplication. So this is where you get compound eyes, right? And so you have some organisms that may have thousands of different lenses, and what they're actually doing is they're trying to compensate for a fundamental design flaw that can only be improved by adding more and more lenses all the time.
Right.
And if they were able to go if they went like with some cephalopods, they have this cup kind of eye. Now they're able to tell direction, and maybe when you have a covering over that, you just grow, and all of these things grow so easily.
Yeah.
When you get something that works like a lens, you're just increasing complexity, and this is all because of every new adaptation offers a new advantage. So there we go. It takes off.
And they're just dictated by the laws of physics, right? This is just a better, and despite all that, as you just said, there are completely different eyes and completely different approaches to vision in the animal kingdom. So, it's not like if the human eyeball, literally exactly as it is, was found in every single animal species with eyes. Okay, that'd be weird. That would take some explaining, but it's not the case. It's completely random.
If you had a creator, if there was these things they don't imply phylogeny. It's not that the mammals are all similar and cephalopods are all similar because they have a common designer. No, mammals and cephalopods having a common designer does not explain why mammals are similar to mammals and cephalopods are similar to cephalopods. That implies there's something different about these two groups. What is it? It's the same design. No, that doesn't work.
They live on the same planet.
I mean, you can say that, but the point is that our growing understanding of biology makes it increasingly more and more reasonable to say that there was no designer. We're figuring all this out. So there will never be a day where you can't say, well, there's a God that made it all this way, right? But you're not doing anything. It's not scientific. You're not solving anything, right? We're filling in that gap of I don't know all the time and explaining it in a naturalistic way.
Yeah.
Now, the evolutionary explanation, we have at the division of protostomes and neurostomes, very near there, we have development of blood based on two different things: hemocyanin in one group and hemoglobin in the other. And so you end up with all of the descendants of this line have red blood, and all the descendants of this line have blue blood. And that makes sense. You see all of these protostomes, they have blue blood, right? Like lobsters, scorpions, things like this, they have blue blood. Or it's based on that. Some of them even have red blood, but it's like a secondary mutation that's still based on hemocyanin, or a new variant that it evolved after. But what if you had a designer, then you wouldn't have this one derived synapomorphy that applies all to this group. You would have interchangeable things.
Sure.
You know, I mean, so we would have human eyes suddenly appearing in insects somewhere,
Right.
Or there would be a mammal that had compound eyes because God just felt like that one day.
Or on the molecular level, just a completely different polymerase enzyme, unrelated, right? You know, just because the God said you'll have this one, you'll have that one, right? The evidence, it's not so much evidence against the designer, it's just that everything falls perfectly into this tree of life that is explained perfectly by evolutionary principles. It makes the designer unnecessary. So, you know, you can always say, yep, the God, it's this way, and the God said that's how it's going to be. Well, all right, but, you know, there's nothing to support that.
To me,
We don't need one, it's superfluous.
Oh god.
What I was thinking about evolution the other day, it's almost sort of akin to me to Big Bang Theory in terms of somebody who's really running tape backwards. This understanding of silos of all these species are sort of existing independent of each other, the way they are, this is the way they were created. And somebody starts to run the tape backwards to realize, well, bloody hell, I think we all descended from one common ancestor. So
You just find another. Oh my god.
and I was going to ask Aaron that question.
E-grinder and...
Do squids and octopus
Oh, blade. I thought that was another something up.
blind spots caused by the back-to-front issue with the human eye?
The only commonality between their cephalopod eye and the human eye is that theirs is that they're both camera eyes. The concept of the camera, although theirs works more like a camera than ours does, because of the way that their lens focuses as opposed to the way our lens focuses. So there's structural fundamental differences in the only commonality is they're both basically a camera type eye, you know, fundamentally, but the position and the movement of the lens is very different. The structure of the eye is very different. We have blood veins on the inside of our eye that create this blind spot that we have to constantly flutter our eyes around in order to get around. And it also causes distortion in our vision where we sometimes see the veins in our eyes reflected in the sunlight in our eyes apart. Where the cephalopods wouldn't have that because their veins are on the outside of that membrane. So they neither have the blind spot nor do they have the veins showing up. So actually their eyes are in that sense better than our eyes are. So why would God make their eyes better and build our eyes backwards?
Maybe they're the supreme species.
I'm sure they think so.
Maybe they've got a whole culture we don't know about.
So
Maybe.
this is going to lead us, we're saying a little bit bit around the Darwin's era, because the missing link, this is almost an over 100 years old story, but unfortunately this is still being repeated as if it's a contemporary issue, the missing link. We're still looking for that half monkey, half man guy, because that's a question you ask them. So what do you expect? What would be a transitional species? What would be the missing link for you? And that's what they'll tell you: half man, half monkey.
Like waist down, covered in fur. like a centaur, but not with a horse.
Yeah, I get that transitional species are supposed to be half formed, so they wouldn't be able to live half. Can you draw me a picture of it? They can't, they won't. Right? Even when they've seen Rudy Zellinger's like March of Progress paintings, right? From the monkey to and you see all of these transitions. And we realize that back then they were talking about like a continuous chain of being, and it's really a branching tree where they would grow it all with one line. And I get that that's not the scientifically accurate depiction, But you should still be able to look at that and realize that, hey, nobody who accepts evolution is talking about a monkey one day giving birth to a man, nor for like a half chimpanzee on one side and half human on the other, or any of whatever bullshit they bring up.
Down the middle would be fun, like Two-Face.
The reason that they do that, I mean, think about this. When Darwin predicted two transitional species specifically. He didn't apparently think that we would ever find a fish with feet, and of course we did. But he predicted Archaeopteryx and he predicted Australopithecus. He gave the descriptions of what a transitional species should be like, and within 2 years of publication we get Archaeopteryx. So he was alive still when he found out that his theory had been vindicated. But here, 150 years later, the creationists still refuse to admit that a transitional species ever was discovered. And then 100 years later, they discover Australopithecus and exactly fits Darwin's description. And it wasn't just that one species. It wasn't just that one individual. There's a whole... Yeah, there's hundreds of individuals from that particular species, and there's like a dozen genera that fit the mold. I mean, we found oodles. We found plenty to fit this criteria for what that was. But will the creationists admit that? Of course, because of course not, because they can't. They won't.
Hominid species are all either monkeys or humans. Even though morphologically it's just not true. It's not true.
The problem is with these people is that they have a belief system, so they want to pretend that we have a belief system. And I'm sorry to put things in terms of us and them, but there is kind of a dichotomy here when we're talking about whether you're going to accept reality or make believe something else. And that's exactly what the wanna-believers are doing. They're misrepresenting the facts so that they can make believe what they know. In many cases, what they know is not really true. I have people admit to me that they know it's not true, but they're going to believe it anyway. And from a scientific perspective, if you find, I had ideas, I had a hypothesis that I thought would be borne out in time, and then it turned out that they weren't. And so I would have to admit that, hey, I once thought that turtles, for example, I thought that turtles would turn out to be the last surviving group of anapsids. And it turned out that they are not. They are diapsid reptiles. And we found the evidence, we found the evidence to prove otherwise. And I just have to admit, well, no, they are. I was wrong. But the believers can't do that. Because
that's why propaganda is crafted that very cleverly. If you want to deny the identity and morphology of hominin species, then if propaganda is crafted to tell you that it's a lie, you'll just believe it.
This one here is a little bit sort of for the scientific communities. I think the faithfuls are not going to worry too much about it. Species. Is it really helpful? I know taxonomy has been always a bit dicey. It's a bit difficult. Is the word species even scientifically accurate? Does it sound like more like a race, like it's a human construct? And we're thinking of organisms in silos where things are distinguished, rather than a spectrum where things move in spectrum, and there really isn't a point where you can tell one from the other, and they're moving into like the shades of 50 Shades of Grey, where you can't tell the picture, but it's not distinct. But nevertheless, maybe that human construct is so helpful for indexing and organizing. And what do you reckon, Aaron? Is it something that we should hold on to, or?
The biological species concept is useful for no other reason in this particular argument, in that it perfectly matches the biblical definition of a kind. It's whether two animals are closely related enough that they can still bring forth after their kind, meaning can they interbreed and produce viable interfertile offspring. And when they can't, we know that as organism populations grow more and more separate, more and more distinct, the subtle variances build up until there's less and less inclination to reproduce, or less and less ability to do so. And so you get to a point where hybrids between the two are no longer interfertile with both groups. So when that happens, you just continue on until they don't interbreed at all. They can't produce anything alive at all, and then they can no longer bring forth after their kind. So it's exactly the same definition. But believers will still cite that definition, not understanding what it means. and then try to push the goalposts to some higher taxonomic level, to where it's, instead of producing a new species, well, now it produces a new genus, or it produces a whole new family, because some of them just push right up the ranks, and they deliberately refuse to understand what the word macroevolution means. Variation at or above the level of species, including the emergence of new species. They'll accept that new genus can happen. They'll accept that new families can happen, but they won't call it evolution.
Yeah. I think the problem here is that the word species, with the biological definition we're talking about, that describes a population of organisms that can produce viable offspring, but it doesn't necessarily describe every potential biological life form, right? When speciation is occurring, you have this gradient, right, where things are getting more vague, right? And so, when you're producing, when speciation is occurring, which we have observed, by the way, I like to point this out, we have observed speciation events. They want to talk about how do you get a new genus, how do you get a new family. Well, you're just getting speciation, and then if you have a new population of organisms that is genetically distinct from the previous one, it's about the lineage that occurs from there, right? How much genetic diversity is going to come from the descendants of those organisms, right? It's not just like, a speciation of a new phylum happened, or a speciation of a new. It's not like we have to see what is going to transpire from that point. How much diversity is going to occur from those organisms and their ancestors, their offspring, their progeny. What will be the divergent events from that point forward, right? The Linnaean classification, it's just a way of categorizing all of the organisms, right? It's not like, nature decided there's a new class today. Like, it's just how we keep track of stuff.
So that's why it's indexing organizations for us. It's not ontologically true for an organism. And this is where it's going to take us to speciation, because we've witnessed the London Underground mosquito, for example. But and that's an example for speciation. But it'll still be argued that well that's another type of mosquito, might not be able to integrate with them.
It's not a pine tree.
But it's not. That reminded me of that conversation. That was a funny one. But they're expecting an elephant to come out of that process.
Right.
My favorite example, I think, is when they convicted fraud and charlatan, the inmate number 0645-2017.
Lest we speak his name.
Came up with the idea that maybe hamsters would grow out of corn stalks or something like that, because he's trying to misunderstand this as much as he can. He knows how we can derive new species of corn. He knows how the parent species of all corn was derived from grass. Right, but they simply won't accept that this is evolution. They have to come up with a straw man misrepresentation of it, such that you have one kind turn into another fundamentally different kind, which is not what evolution ever taught, and that violates at least 2 evolutionary laws.
Right. If the proof of evolution that such a liar is looking for were to occur, it would disprove evolution, and it would prove that there's a God just magically making new forms on a whim. I think that the unwillingness to comprehend geologic timescales is all they need to do is just deny that stuff takes a long time. Right? They could say,
ouch.
Oh, the Himalayas are caused by the collision of the Indian plate with the Eurasian plate. I don't believe it. Why don't we see new mountain ranges happening every day? Right? Well, it takes a long time. Well, how do you know? Okay, do you want me to go over the Geology 101? Do we want to talk about mid-ocean rifts and then the magnetic striping and we figured this out? This happens. Here's all of the evidence for plate tectonics. We know that plate tectonics is accurate, and there's not a single geologist on Earth that does not operate under the framework of plate tectonics. And so I'm sorry that things take millions of years. I'm sorry that we can't all see all of this incredible, emergence of new forms. It takes too long. We don't live that long, but that doesn't make it wrong, and there's nothing I can do about that.
Yeah, I gotta point out something. I gotta apologize. My parrot thinks he's a cat.
I thought it was a cat. I really thought it was a cat.
That's brilliant.
That is my parrot being very loud from a good distance away.
It's brilliant.
one of the analogies that I like to use is that people want to believe something that is impossible. They know it's impossible. They're going to find any excuse they can to be absolutely convinced of a thing they know never happened and couldn't happen. But they're going to reject walls of evidence, proof. They're going to reject proof that this other thing happens because they don't want to believe it. So it's an enormous double standard. And the way that they misunderstand evolution deliberately is, I think, best counteracted by looking at the evolution of language. And my favorite example of that is, we have Spanish, French, and Italian, and Romanian. These are all Latin-based languages. Now, Spanish, French, and Romanian are an example of cladogenesis, which the Latin speakers moved on into different parts of Europe, and the languages grew increasingly diverse. This is a population level change.
Perfect.
Nobody thinks that there was one guy who suddenly started speaking
I made up my
Italian.
own language.
Yeah, there's not like
I speak French now.
Ray Comfort would say that the evolution of dogs was like there's an amorphous mass of hamburger that sat around for millions of years and suddenly grew eyes, legs, and a tail, and then had to go find another piece of hamburger that suddenly sprouted into a female version of that dog.
Yep.
He's lying to
Populations.
deliberately misrepresent the fact.
Yeah.
But what really happened is we know that there was never some first guy to speak French who, walking amongst a bunch of Latin speakers who then had to go find somebody else to speak French to.
And there's also never someone who precisely half of his vocabulary was Latin and half of his vocabulary was French.
Very true.
It's a population of people whose language collectively slowly changes over time.
Yeah, considering when you think about adaptation in that way as well, language is made to communicate with others.
Come on, stop it.
And means, then on the genetic, you're dealing with the environment around you and other species around you, almost serves as a language. So it needs
It's
to
a perfect
change
analogy.
collectively. Yeah.
There's a couple ways, a couple other ways to fix that. We know that just in the last few hundred years, English people moved to all these different parts of the world where Americans and Australians and so on have different accents now, right? So we can see that happening more or less to the point that they can't deny it, right? And so we can see that the Spanish, French, Italian, these are all definitely based on Latin, and it wasn't like they spoke Latin up until this one day and then suddenly everybody spoke Italian. You can find like old Spanish literature from like the interim period or the intermediate period, and you can see, well, it's not really, it's still a Latin language, but it's not exactly, it's not Roman Latin anymore, and it's not quite Spanish yet. It's definitely not becoming French, and you can do all of this with evolution too. But the people who want to be short-sighted on this are keep trying to think of like instantaneous changes in a single individual and everything. And when you explain it in terms of language, now they understand that this is population level changes, small changes, never the abrupt, sudden changes that they're asking.
Yeah, this is really funny. The language is the perfect analogy because I was debating a Muslim on Derek's Myth Vision channel yesterday, and I brought the analogy of a dead language, a language that is sort of resistant to adapt to reflect new thoughts. And the guy was very, very proud of Arabic being the oldest language in the world, which is incorrect. That's false. That's not true. And it hasn't changed over time. And he thought this was a feature. And I thought, mate, your language is about to die off if this is the case. This is exactly how languages sort of disappear over time. So it's exactly like natural selection, and you're not going to adapt, and your language is going to end up being exactly in the same area where extinct species eventually go to.
And in fact, you can find all these little like extinct languages.
Oh no!
Didn't really make it because Also,
that's very true. That's very true. Now, so we talked about this is another attack, observation. Well, they reckon science. One of the pillars of science is observation. And you're telling me speciation takes a minimum of 2 million years, sometimes 5 million years, because of genetic drifts and geographical drifts. How am I supposed to verify that? And one of the pillars of science is to observation, and that's not attainable when it comes to speciation.
Well, we also want to consider that not everything takes millions of years. There are some things that can happen in as few as 100 generations, sometimes even less. And so there's rapid speciation. I mean, there's various levels of evolution that can occur under direct observation by a single individual in a laboratory. But other levels of change require a longer period of time. And you can still see the intermediate steps. You just have to zoom. It's like looking at Google Maps. Some things you can see up close, and other things you have to zoom out a bit. If you want to see the whole state, you're going to have to zoom out a bit. If you want to see the whole country, zoom out a little bit further. It's the same concept.
Yeah, it just depends on the magnitude of the evolutionary pressure. If there's a stimulus that's very strong, you tend to get more rapid evolutionary change. I mean, I think that sometimes they use as evidence the idea that there are organisms.
Oh no, Albert.
For millions of years,
Oh no.
why didn't they evolve? Like, they didn't need
I didn't pay attention. I just fucked up again with the same kind of weapon. Oh, it doesn't have any percentages, so it doesn't matter. Good.
Then probably that will be a different situation.
Yeah. So I'm glad you mentioned that the species that don't need to, they don't have the same pressure, that they're not in a hurry to change. They're quite effective in their environment.
Why don't rabbits grow wings?
That's the thing I think. That's the thing that really needs to be addressed to me. It's this, whether you're going to accept reality or whether you're going to just believe on faith, and what does that mean? Increasingly, we see that faith means, asserting that things are true, or that you know that things are true, that you don't know to be true, you can't show to be true. Right? Pretending to know what you don't know, and rejecting everything and anything. There's always moving the goalposts. There's every logical fallacy is employed. I don't understand where the desperation is. I can understand that some people are afraid of death, maybe they're afraid of the uncertainties. Somebody was arguing with me the other day saying that the thing that they didn't like about science was that science didn't have certainty and religion did. I'm like, well, yeah, but everybody who's wrong is certain about their being wrong. Yeah, they just don't know that they're wrong because they're certain about it.
The infinite certainty is how you know it's wrong.
But it isn't even a certainty. I mean, it's a certainty in after you die sort of things. Like after you die, you get paid. So okay, well, I can't really guarantee that either. What was I was going to talk about the observation bit, and the changes are always kind of costly, and there's a trade-off in terms of, so we still have a lot of issues because the cost to change them might be a lot more higher than what we afford to. So they're working fine for now, but maybe Aaron, if you can tell us about the trade-offs in adaptation and sometimes are too expensive to change.
Well, I'm trying to think of whatever example you might be thinking of.
So, for example, the nerve that runs from the foot all the way to the head.
You can't make a fundamental change. I mean, with auto designers, like the example that I use is like the Volkswagen Beetle, right? So it had a rear engine, aluminum engine, and all of this, and a stick shift, and then later suddenly it becomes a water-cooled front engine with an automatic transmission. Designers can do that, but evolution can't. Evolution has to make minor modifications to what's already there, where they're stuck with the design. It can't decide to, hey, let's put a Chevy V8 in that. No, a designer can do that. Evolution cannot.
Yeah, sentience required for major modifications. But yeah, that pharyngeal nerve, I think that's what's called in the giraffe. Yeah, it's a great example. It's completely nonsensical from a design perspective, but what are you gonna do? The neck got longer, and that's what's inside the neck.
So it makes sense in a fish. And once you go from cold-blooded to hot-blooded, it becomes a bit tricky. Now, we go back to the issue of humans and speciation. Natural selection is one of the most major drives of evolution. Because, let's face it, evolution wasn't really a new concept when Darwin came along with it. Grandfather Rasmussen spoke about it. Lord talks about it. He's the one that said, well, natural selection is the really main drive here. Didn't understand so much about genetics, he's used some certain basic ideas that evolved over time. What other sciences, neighbor sciences that vindicate evolution and confirm evolution that are not really sort of biology related?
Obviously geology.
Yeah.
So we have a number of different fields of science. Cosmology, of course, and genetics would technically not be exactly the same. At least not when they were initially discovered. They didn't see them as being exactly evolution. So I mean, and all of these, of course, correlate and cross-confirm, and everything lines up with. And so you have all these different lines of evidence that everything matches, and you're still holding to maybe absolutely everything we know about anything is wrong, so that this thing that I know is wrong can still be true.
Yeah, the inconsistency in the application of skepticism is astounding, right? The entire edifice of science that has been arrived at hundreds of years by thousands of brilliant individuals studying these natural phenomena their entire lives. I don't like that. Versus, there's some stuff in a book from a long time ago that checks out. We're good to go. But yeah, it's. I think as you said, fear of mortality, or potentially even more so, the discomfort of rearranging one's identity and worldview.
That's a major thing. When you put your identity
There's my stuff.
because you can't.
Yeah, the psychological discomfort is too strong.
Is ID, intelligent design, a viable, competitive, I don't want to call it theory because I won't dare to call it that, but
Intelligent design creationism meets exactly none of the criteria required of a scientific theory.
Yeah, it is religion trying to Trojan horse its way into science, is the way I put it in my latest ebook.
because it doesn't provide an alternative theory. It just says this is not evolution isn't possible. That's what it said, really, right?
Yeah, it's a propaganda movement trying to poke holes in science, right? If intelligent design, they try to dress it up as science because the newest wave is for the religious scholar that wants to feign compatibility with science, right? There are low totem pole science deniers that just want to deny science, but then there are those who want it to be science because they understand the value of science in the realm, in the sense that we produce technology, right? Science has to have value, right? So they will try to put forward things like irreducible complexity that are just flawed, from the get-go, and try to obfuscate the fact that all they're really doing
No.
is wrong, right? Evolution can't be true because it's not a model that explains anything or makes
Here's my last
At its
one.
essence, it's got to. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's the assumption that if science can't explain it, therefore magic.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a classic argument from personal incredulity, basically. Really, it's argument from ignorance.
Yeah. And polished and dressed up as magnificently as possible to try to trick the target of the propaganda that wants to feign as much compatibility with science as possible, right? These are the people who don't want to deny science. They want to pretend that their magic is science.
Yeah. So there are three or four guys. C. Meyer, we know the Discovery Institute guy. We've got Michael B. Who talks about irreducible complexity, and I think he brings forth usually the examples of the mouse trap and the bacterial flagellum and things like that, and basically saying, well, the cell is so complicated and so complex, there isn't enough time. And the computer scientist guy comes along and does some weird mathematical wizardry to come up with a number that says, well, this is 1 in trillion, and I think. What do you think about this? Is it true? Do you think
No, of course it is not true. The only thing that means is that the chance that it happens again is so fucking low. How do... Why do people not understand this?
Of modern eukaryotic cells that have evolved over billions of years, and go, how did that all just? Like, it didn't do that. That's not what happened, and no one is suggesting that. Right? That's why what I've been doing with Origin of Life research has been a great learning experience for me, because I'm trying to help people understand how things can have arrived to such complexity. I mean, anyone who puts forward anything about a eukaryotic,
Like literally every single day I walk through a fucking city. The chances that somebody does the exact same thing. Like I'm not even talking about like walking the same like on the same atoms and stuff. Like just doing the same left and right decisions. It's basically impossible. Like, it is basically impossible that a single human being, if I run around in a city 24 hours, like even if we go back trillions of years, nobody will match the exact same thing I just did. Nobody. Like every single time I choose between left and right, the number becomes so much bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Like, basically the chance that it happens again becomes lower, smaller, but
I want to try to disarm those ones, because I think it'll have a trickle down effect where those who perceive themselves as scholars of this pseudoscience, if I can get those people to see that this stuff doesn't hold any water, I think that may rain down on the rest. Maybe those will say, I see, I fall into this, and in their circles maybe disseminate some kind of logic to those realms.
This is a question for Aaron when he's ready. You know, one of the things they're talking about is that the mousetrap, and almost in sort of breaking down the mousetrap parts into the different parts of it, and then claiming that these parts are fundamental. They were found the way they are, and kind of ignoring that these parts could have evolved in their own rights as well. You know, as if they were found that way, they were complex the way they were found, as if it's a blueprint or a code by a designer.
Yeah, these people are very confused. I mean, what they want to imagine.
First try.
Implies design.
GG.
In fact, one of the hallmarks of intelligent design would be an efficient simplicity. And we don't
Oh, Palish, what was that? Is that the Buster? Is that the yellow saber? I think it is, right? We can almost use it. Oh no, it's a sword. What?
Why does a biosynthetic pathway take 12 steps and 12 different enzymes when we can do it in the lab in 3? Right.
Exactly. I mean, when I remember being in science class and those when they were teaching photosynthesis. And when you get into the weeds on photosynthesis, you're like, why would somebody design such a Rube Goldberg system?
Right. It's insane. It's crazy.
Unless it's an accumulation of bits and pieces that they put together, because as Aaron said, once you've got that fundamental model, you can't really you can't start from the beginning. You have to keep building on it.
Another important point about that, if I may, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'll go after you. Yep.
Okay, so statistically, engineers and mathematicians are the ones who are most likely to be the God factor, whereas geologists and biologists almost exclusively don't. You know, unless you're like a medical doctor, you have a whole lot of world experience in geology, what have you. But as far as the mathematicians and the engineers and everything, one of the things that there are people like Benoit Mendelbrot who said you can create a whole universe just based on very few rules. If you have this kind of replication where if there's any room for imperfection at all,
I'm done.
then evolution becomes inevitable. And
I think there's a heal thingy in here.
Fantastic universe of incredible diversity. University.
Oh, okay, not
Very
always.
simple rules. So which one is the intelligent designer? The one who goes through all of these ridiculously complex systems when we know it could be made much simpler and much more effective? Or the guy who creates the world with a very few simple rules and just turns the computer on and lets it do the rest itself?
That's right. Yeah, that's a much more believable God and much more unoffensive God, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, to continue with that thread and the earlier thread, I mean, with molecular biology stuff, I think that the main thing that creationists are not grasping is that they think that any functional protein in a biological system can only have that very specific structure, which is just unbelievably and demonstrably false, right? You have a protein.
Why is this so much more fun than Phantasy Star Online 2? Phantasy Star Online 2 is so bad. And I'm pretty sure it's just because of all the boosters you automatically get. I'm almost certain that the game is actually fine, or was fine when it first released, maybe? Pretty sure all the, like, you get so many boosters when you start the game and you're so massively overpowered, it's just not fun. Ooh. Oh, I got them, yes. I love these. Even though my mech color sucks. Yeah, black mags kind of suck. Those look much cooler if you have like... this looks like a graphical error, to be honest. These look much better, but pretty much every other color looks better. I wish I still had my red mag. The first time I created the character on the Dreamcast emulator, I had a red mag. And ever since then I got nothing but gray and black ones. And I created like 4 or 5 new ones. I basically always recreated like basically this character for the stream and for testing purposes, and well, the 5th one was the one where I finally, I also, the very first one I actually also I killed this thing, I corrupted the save. Kind of. Wait. What? So I know it is the saber. Oh, that's because this thing, the very first sword was called sword. Like, the huge thing was called sword. A long sword. The first long sword was called sword. Oh yeah, now I remember, like, yeah. I think the last ones were yellow. But how do I already find a red weapon when I think this is the second to last rarity. The best thing after that is yellow, I think, and then that's basically the end. Funny thing is, the yellow ones are sometimes really good, like a lot of the times they're actually better than special weapons. Because they can have really, really, really high percentages. Like, if you find whatever, I think it was called Brand, like the last version of like the Palace or Saber or whatever, I think the very first version is called Brand. No, wait, the second version was called Brand. Ah, fuck. Saber, Brand, whatever, and then... Oh, wait. Buster, Palace. But what was the last one? I don't remember. Oh, no percentages. No! Blade is the new dagger, I think. Red daggers? No, violet daggers, right? Yep. Gifoye is on there. I think Gifoye. I do not have Gifoye. Gifoye 2, Debon 3. Wait. Usable only by masters. Please don't tell me in the original they didn't have anything better than red. Oh no, please don't tell me the... Oh... If the yellow weapons actually do not exist in this game, I'll be very, very sad. I'm gonna be very, very sad. I think I already have Ryuker, right? Oh no, I did not. No. Oh no. Okay. I need to find a special weapon, and I need to find it fast. I need to get rid of some of the grinders. I'm pretty sure I know the very first special weapon that I will find. It will probably be the Dragon Slayer, because that one is really easy to get, and I will farm it. Like, I will actually try to get that thing, because I have to get rid of my thingies. And yeah. Rico. No, what is going on? Oh, I'm not sure if the emulation of the map is correct. That looks wrong. I'm pretty sure there's something not okay. Something weird is going on. Hi. Are we friends? Holy crap. Wanna know something really cool about these things on Ultimate? They can kill instantly. Oh crap. What was that? Why was I somehow fucked up? I thought I thought I just healed myself. Did the ice actually hit me and like brought me down to I saw when the fire hit me I had like 40% life left, but why? Did the ice just hit me and what happened? I'm so confused. Nah. Oh wait, I do not have any more telepipes, I think. Yep, I do not. I do not remember how you actually like you basically have to play around the ice magic of this thing, but I do not remember how to do that. Actually, I think I remember. Yeah, you can just run away. Yeah. But I don't remember how the fire works. I think you just have to tank the fire damage. I think you cannot avoid the fire damage. But yeah, these little things on Ultimate, they just have the very nice feature of casting death on contact. Like the second you touch those fuckers, you don't always die, but you definitely can die like one. You can be one shot. And yes, these as well. No. Come on, why and how? Dead. I'll just use my pew pew. Maybe that helps. Oh god. Ah! I think you could not get hit by them if you like were really close to the boss. Maybe? But I do remember how to cheese it now. I just remembered, but I was just a little bit too slow. You basically always just have to use a healing item as soon as you get hit by the explosion. As soon as you get hit, you just use the healing item, so you do survive the ice. That's basically all there is to it. You either get killed by the, you get frozen by the ice or not. I think this thing also can pull off like a 3-hit combo, like a 3. I think it can use magic 3 times in a row, so you die anyways. I don't remember. This boss is stupid. I hate it. I think the second boss was actually, like, I think it was harder, if I remember correctly, but it was also not as unfair. Maybe there is tactics to, well, not get totally fucked by this one, but I never looked into it at all. Like back when I actively played this, didn't even have internet. The first time I played this game online was basically 5 or 6 years after I even played it originally. Stop it! What the fuck? Okay, there has to be a way to not get comboed by this fucking piece of shit. I think you could stand behind it, but I also kind of think that's not what you're intended to do? Question mark? I don't remember. But I do definitely remember that I'm definitely supposed to be able to beat this thing at my level. Pretty sure I always did it around level 20. Like level 80, 18, 19, 20, something like that. This time I'm actually a little bit over leveled, like I'm like 2 or 3 level, in quotes, too high. But I definitely do remember that I've beaten it at around level 20 many times. Because I played like 10 characters. Yeah, I think you basically I just used a ranged weapon and just hid behind it, I think. It's I don't know if that messes with the AI or if you're supposed to do that, I don't know. But it definitely doesn't use its magic as often or at all. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you're not supposed to do this. But it mostly works, I think. Oh, that was the holy thing. That you can definitely dodge. And you have to later. That's also a reason why this doesn't normally work. Like on higher difficulties, this does not work. Because the holy just kills you. Like, you do not survive the holy magic thingy. What is going on? Oh. Oh no, slow. And holy. Woo! Oh, Grant. right. I forgot that about normal. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but yeah, I forgot something about normal. Remember, did I pick up the item it dropped? Did it drop money? Hmm. What else? Bye. Music. I really don't know how long I want to play this. I prefer the GameCube version so much. Because now I will start looting items I cannot use. Or I will never be able to use. Actually, I looked Skyline up. I don't even remember. There was a few, there is like the Hildeblue Bear head, or Hildebear's head. Hildeblue's head. That's one. And there's like two other magic or other MST weapons I will probably loot at some point and will not be able to use. Now that I thought about that, that's not even that bad. But there is like, I don't know, like 4 or 5, maybe even 6, ranger weapons I will probably loot at some point, maybe, that I will that I will never be able to use. Yeah. Wait, was my character just in 3D? In front of 2D backgrounds? Yes! Oh my god! Yeah, okay, that's how they did that. That makes sense. Like, that was always cool, that you had these, like, 2D these backdrops with your character, with your mag. Just the weapons were not right. But, that's cool. I never thought about that. They just took, like, your 3D model and just, well, put it there. That's how they did that. That's kind of cool. well, basically took your 3D model and just posed it in front of 2D background. Another one of those things, like, now the illusion is destroyed. I will never ever see this ending screen the same way I did before, because, yeah. But I like my games high res. I do not care if the immersion goes, well, in the shitter a little bit. I do not have, well, I do have this weapon, but I can't use it. There's the yellow one. What the? Definitely do not have that. No, please let me play hard. Thank you very much. Don't know if... Oh no, wait, oh, now I remember how I got so under-leveled into very hard and ultimate compared to my friends. Because you don't need a certain level if you play through the game in solo mode. You just need a certain level if you want to join your friends. That's how I basically dragged down my friends too hard for a while, because I think you need like level 40 for very hard, I think. Or maybe 60? I don't remember. And ultimate was, yeah, like 80 or 90. I wonder what people usually play through, or on what level people have reached when they clear ultimate. Because I remember that I farmed a whole fucking lot. And I don't even remember if, like, I definitely remember playing at like level 124 on 5. And I had a time, like a few weeks where I was just grinding like crazy. Maybe I reached level 130. But I do remember that at some point, well, first of all, the experience just goes up very well. You need a lot more experience from level like 130 than, or from 130 to 131 than you need from like 90 to 91, like a whole lot more. And I remember, I think a level up in Ultimate was like 10 or 15 runs through Forest at that well level. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was like 15 runs or something like that. Yeah, whatever. Spoiler. Hildeblue or the boss. One of them will give me an item. I demand it. And I will farm
and they'll cite this is where they like to do the number
a whole lot
it's a
until I get it.
120 trillion billion probability. Okay, you are pretending that that structure for that protein is the only one that will allow it to function properly, which is insane if you know anything about protein structure. You have a protein with hundreds and hundreds of amino acid residues, and you think that if this one nowhere near the active site changes from leucine to isoleucine, that it suddenly is not going to work anymore. That is going to have zero effect on the efficacy of the protein. You have a few really integral residues in the active site of an enzyme or receptor, and if one of those changes, maybe it's not going to work anymore. But you have, I mean, it goes so far as like their polymerase enzymes or certain really crucial enzymes have different sequences in different biological organisms, and they achieve the same task. So even within things that are
I can almost learn this thing.
That proteins do not have to have the same sequence to do the same task.
Gimme.
But then think of all the possibilities. Take any enzyme and start playing with any residue you want.
Gelin
Okay,
level
this one
3.
right here could have been 14 out of the 20 residues, and it won't change anything about the folding structure. This one over here could have been 18, right? It doesn't. Most of the residues can have tremendous variability. It's only maybe 5 to 10 in the active site of something like an enzyme, where if you change that, it may have an effect on the efficacy of the enzyme, and it may not even make it completely non-functional. It may make it a little less functional, a little more functional. So nature very clearly arrives at proteins that have some kind of function, and then those are retained in an evolutionary context, because then they refine over time. So like the binding affinity, over time mutations will increase the binding affinity so that the enzyme becomes more and more effective. But the form was there. It got something that did something fairly well, and then it hung on to it, and then that got better over a billion years. That's why we have enzymes today that are admittedly highly efficient at that task that enzyme is for. Nature didn't go, here we go, I got it. Right? And these enzymes, these proteins, they're changing over time.
Because Dave, one of the compilations we've got always is the compilation that leads up to a lot of confusion of evolution and abiogenesis.
This is cool.
There's always a conversation where the two are sort of mixed together in a strange form. But if we track down the whole story with 13.7 billion years, we're talking cosmology and physics. Then we have chemistry, we've got biochemistry, and then we've got biology. So we're talking about initial conditions here, and they're talking about the miracle of the inanimate transforming into animate. There is a book by Edwin Schrödinger, the famous physicist, the cat guy, and it's called What is Life? And he's basically talking about the cell as the first attempt to challenge entropy by conserving the information within the lipids. Now, are the building blocks of life abundantly available? Are they available? Are they in space? Are they everywhere?
Or the building blocks of the building blocks, as some of them like to call them. Yes, they are universally abundant. We can see them in space. We find them on meteors and stuff. I mean, this is even amino acids, which are, so yeah, that's only the first step of 100. But yes, to answer your question, absolutely, those building blocks are readily available. We can use spectroscopic techniques to see that they are everywhere. So.
Yeah, one of the other arguments that I think is amusing is that if you have this, as was suggested before, the God who devises the system and lets it run on automatic, right? That's not the God they want.
No.
Because if we're talking about creationists, then whether they're Muslim or whether they're Christian, they want their book to be God, effectively. The book can't be wrong, because then God is wrong. Some way or other, you may be able to like overlook some of the details, but you want that book to have authority. You want
And
that
what it
book to
says
have
you
been-
can do about your genitals and all of the other things. that you can do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The thing is that even if there was a God, Genesis didn't happen.
No.
Evangelical Christians, like Francis Collins, director of the National Institutes of Health, he was the director of the Human Genome Project. He admits Adam and Eve could not have happened. We know that didn't happen. The global flood of Noah's Ark, the Tower of Babel, Jonah in the fish/whale. None of that stuff. The Exodus didn't happen. Moses didn't exist. None of that is real. It doesn't matter if there is a God. Evolution is still true. The Bible is still false.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. They want the Bible or the Quran to be true.
Yeah, that's why I push back against this angry atheist trope, because my atheism is not a big part of my identity. I really don't care. There are plenty of people who believe in God that it is totally unoffensive to my worldview and to society in general. Right? It's just these particular kinds of gods that you're describing here that tell us what we're allowed to do and what the laws should be. No, that I reject, and you're objectively wrong, right? But no, I don't. It's not a belief in God in some general way that offends me, or that I think is deleterious to society, right? There are plenty of people who believe in God. It's totally fine. I don't care.
Yeah, it's not just the moral dictates, which are not moral, by the way. We hear all the time that the United States, we teach in school in Texas that the United States was founded on a covenant between God and Moses. And it doesn't matter how many historians will come down and testify that no, we have proof that is not the case. That it's not, it doesn't matter because they want to think that God has guided our country. And even when they admit, sometimes like when they admit that they know that that's not the case, they say, well, we have to teach it like it is anyway, because we want everyone to believe that God is that the United States is founded by and led by God, that they'll lose hope if they don't.
Do we have to lie to children? Don't you
Yes,
know that?
exactly.
We have to propagandize children. How else are you going to brainwash them into doing what you want them to do? You have to do that.
So it's all about manipulation of the masses through deliberate deception, and that's my angry atheism. It's not just what they do with science; it's what they do with history. It's what they do with sex ed. It's what it's
die.
how they are undermining everything.
Yeah.
Well, Hitchens had it right. I think his subtitle of his book was, wanted to be provocative, but I think he was onto something when he said poisons everything, literally everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When
look
it is
at
tried to
religion.
infuse in society.
Look how religion has been blocked against progress in every application that it has ever touched, where it has just tried to retard or impede or reverse progress in general. I mean, so when I was a little kid, I was raised by a bunch of religious people who told me that progress is bad, and if you that everything good is to go back to the good old days, whatever the good old days were. And that appears to be some time when only straight, white, Protestant, Christian, rich men had rights.
Right. Progress would mean I might not own everything. We don't want that.
But
I might not be able to
the,
do anything I want with no impunity.
to cut the faithful folks some slack, do you think, so we'll probably all agree here that we did not evolve to understand quantum mechanics or large listening. We evolved to survive, right? So
It's quite impressive that we understand anything at all.
That's absolutely. I agree. If there's a miracle, that's it. That we're talking about this right now, instead of just throwing bananas at each other.
And again, if you want to imagine the God that creation believe in, how about the God that says, you know what, I want
Monkeys don't throw bananas at each other or
I don't write
apes.
because books will be.
They throw poo-poo at each other.
But what I can do is I can
They eat bananas, but they throw poop and stones and sticks.
all these applications of science, and so they will be able to say, hey, we've got these fossils of all these.
They're not
We've got
stupid.
this genetic record. We've got these genetic.
I mean, they may be throwing bananas at people they like, I guess. They're like, just like, look, fuck off. But if they throw stuff at people they do not like, they certainly do not throw bananas.
That should be on recall.
They want a god that rewards them for not using the brain he gave them.
That's the dilemma. But don't you agree then? At some point, that's one idea that sort of united a group of people for them to believe in something and then maybe survive some adversities and some
Ow.
would have been at some point like the tale we needed, and it was helpful, but it's no longer needed. It's fastidious now. We need to get rid of, but it was helpful at some time.
Well, there's not always a lot of desperate need to get rid of something just because it's not useful. So we can hang on to things for a long time that aren't useful. I used to have a pet emu, and one of the interesting features about that was that it had these tiny little arms, not wings, arms.
Yeah.
Like a tyrannosaur has, those itty bitty arms that are useless. And on the end of that, it has one finger, and on the end of that finger is a little sickle-shaped claw. None of that makes any difference, especially since this animal has no musculature connecting to that anymore. The emu is not able to move its arms. So what possible purpose could there be in a claw?
Very true. Very true. So we've got a few things to cover, and so another 5 or 10 minutes, and then do you guys mind if we have another 15 minutes towards the end for just to take questions from the audience? Sure. Fantastic. So in about 10 minutes, guys, we're going to start to take questions if you want to start preparing them. Now with the biogenesis, we go back to the cell situation. So we've got the 3 distinct parts. You've got your DNA, which is passes on the inherited traits. You've got the lipids, to keep the uniformity and the shape of the cell, and you've got the protein, which is supposed to power your functions. Now, with the RNA hypothesis,
and don't forget the cell's soul that makes it all happen.
Secret ingredient. Do you think the RNA fixes the problem of the protein? Because they're always saying, you need that many proteins, and they are very complex, and that needs a lot of energy. With an RNA, because RNA can do the functions of proteins, but at the same time, so it's one helix, so it's less complex. Would it fix the problem?
Yes, an RNA first world seems to be pretty clearly the case. Yeah, because RNA can have catalytic function, and we are finding out now that it also can have autocatalytic function, which means there are RNA sequences that can replicate themselves and other structures. So RNA first, then proteins, and then those systems of molecules evolve slowly over millions of years in tandem until you get something resembling what we might call a cell, which again, just like we were talking about earlier with speciation and this gradient of biological forms, we would have a gradient of systems of molecules, right? We have what would be called a physicochemical continuum, whereby it would probably be quite difficult to go and look at systems of molecules that are by chance enclosed in lipid spheres and in these vesicles and go, that one was the first cell. It's going to be hard to do that, but we know that we have systems of molecules, and then eventually we have systems of molecules that have some rudimentary form of metabolism and self-replication, right? And so origin of life research is all about elucidating those pathways by which that could have occurred through chemical synthesis and then systems chemistry. I think this is systems chemistry, again, as I've said in a lot of interviews, is the main field of science that those who preach against abiogenesis don't seem to understand. That just like it was never a monkey gave birth to a human, it was also never some molecules went like this and we've got a cell. That's not all. That also is not.
What just happened? What the fuck?
If abiogenesis is possible, why can't we build a cell in a lab? Because that's not what nature did. Also, we can't just take some molecules and stitch them together like a quilt, and that's what life is. It's these systems of molecules that evolve very slowly over time until the complexification was such that it would be something that we would call a living system due to the properties of self-replication and metabolism. These things.
Yeah.
I've seen a number where I'm aware of the importance of like Urey experiments.
Oh, I've got no
I
talipide.
think it's actually a bigger
No.
recent research from like Sutherland's team that when they discover that, hey, RNA can not only construct itself, but there are chemical situations that will construct RNA to begin with. So if there's no RNA to build another RNA, there's a source for it to come from. That's actually a bigger deal, I think.
Yeah, and what Gerald Joyce has done as well with these RNA systems to prove that there is evolution-like behavior on the molecular level. So anybody who says, James Tour says there's no selection on the molecular level, you are wrong. It has been demonstrated in a laboratory that there is selection on the molecular level. And if anyone's interested, I have that content on his talking points, and I show the papers of Gerald Joyce, and I highlight the passages that demonstrate that
Could go back.
selection is occurring.
The teleporter is like
It happens.
not far away.
We've shown it. We've seen it. That's the case. So,
I enjoy your videos on that, by the way.
Yeah, I'll go
You're
back.
Very thorough and brilliant.
I had to be.
I need me
The
monies.
more someone mocks me, the more thorough I am in my rebuttal. So,
This is
and he
brilliant.
mocked me quite a bit. So, he got
Do
the
you-
rap.
Do you guys agree with Dawkins that if life existed anywhere else in the universe, they will still have to follow the Darwinian path of evolution?
Only.
I mean, is it still going to be a situation where the same physics apply, where mathematics is still the same? So yeah, I would say so.
If it's in our well, it's not our galaxy. Probably gonna have to go. Yeah, true. That's a good point actually. Yeah.
Physics will probably not change a whole lot.
We
Yeah.
just haven't found it. Could be
Haven't
on your
found
list.
it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it can be very different than what we're expecting. And whenever people try to imagine an alien,
Yeah, of course, the life forms could be vastly different, of course.
on something that already exists on this planet.
Right.
And most of the people that came up with these aliens, like for the 1950s movie monsters, for example, had no concept of how alien deep sea marine organisms were, and
Yeah.
look how bizarre that is. So we can have some very different things, but as Jeremy England pointed out, and among others, when we have the same chemicals, there's no upsidasium, there's no unobtainium, we have the same periodic table applies everywhere, and with the same laws apply everywhere. So ultimately the same.
Yeah.
That Benoit Bendelbrat thing, where the universe does this on its own. It doesn't just have to happen here.
Yeah, it's a fun game to play because, for example, I mean, I think all the physical principles obviously are the same because physics is everywhere, but I would go so far as to say that I have a very hard time comprehending how it would not also be carbon-based. Then you get more and more specific, and I think that obviously there are ways in which you could differ. Maybe it would be maybe ammonia solvent instead of water solvent. I don't know. Like it depends on what's there, what is on this world where it's evolving, what is abundant. But the most abundant chemical elements are these: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. These are the ones that are the most abundant anywhere. So it would be very odd if it was not made of those elements. Morphologically, it could be way different.
I was thinking if panspermia were true, we will be the extraterrestrial, literally.
Yeah, although we don't really need it. We've got plenty to work with here. But,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, I think that's the last point we make, and then we can move to questions straight away. Do you think there will be a point in our future where evolution is taught respectfully in schools, and the ideas of religion will still be there, but people will not take religion as literal? These stories will be kind of there to inspire. They're nice little stories for philosophy, for people to think about and draw some ethical conclusions. And then science will be completely a separate discipline where we probe reality and confirm it and things like that. Do you think there will be ever a time where we can achieve that?
Dave, you want to take that first?
That's how it is in my happy little bubble of California already. So yes, I hope that the whole world will one day be so progressive.
Yeah. So since you've asked a yes or no question, what is the alternative? We've seen this kind of trend to science denial, which is ultimately what this is. The flat Earth movement and the young Earth thing, denying all the evidence of the ancient Earth and all of the different forms of reality denial. And to make up some fantasy alternative, we see all these evangelical preachers talk about how they're talking to God, how God showed up in their house one day and gave them some commands that they have to follow. And this is the make-believe thing. So we're either going to straighten up, sober up, and figure out how to accept reality. And maybe we'll still have religion, but religion will have to evolve. to become more sensible, realistic, or we can just reject science altogether and go back to our happy, clappy little fantasy land and go extinct immediately thereafter.
Yeah, whether
Right.
it's climate or holy wars.
This is an interesting first question because it's got a bit of biology and a bit of theology. Aaron Ross, question for you, Aaron, but also Dave, you can answer if you would like to. What are your thoughts on William Lane Craig, who accepts evolution, but believes that Homo heidelbergensis were the first human that possessed a soul?
Well, in point of fact, he doesn't accept evolution. He's the one that said that if science contradicts the Bible, then science is wrong. That the Bible has to be right. Now, he has a problem with maybe not being a biblical literalist, because the Bible says a whole lot of stuff about the state of the earth in relation to the rest of the cosmos, all of which is demonstrably wrong. So that there has to be a point where you have to realize that, hey, there's no firmament, for example. There is no giant crystal dome over the earth, and the sun and the moon are not within the and the sun and the moon.
Oh yeah, another thing that changes after you reach a very, very, very high level, like 120 or something like that, or maybe it was even 130. The level ups become really, really shitty. Like, not only does it take you ages to level up, but you also get really, really shitty stats. I don't remember how bad, but I do remember that they go really, really bad, really fast. Like, it's from one level to the other where you barely get any stats at all. Ooh, I think I already have anti-4.
So we have Homo erectus don't have a soul. Why not? And what the hell is a soul? And if people have souls, why don't dogs have souls? I think dogs have more soul than we do. But then if anything has a soul, then doesn't everything have a soul? I mean, doesn't every cell have a soul? Don't we have a collective life force in all things? Or am I getting too Star Trek?
I mean, it's easy to say a bacterium does not have a soul and a human has a soul, but then my question is, if I'm taking him at face value, what behavior is it that you think you're explaining with the construct of a soul? What is it that you think requires a soul in these particular species but not others? Because other primate species and other mammalian species exhibit complex emotion and politically motivated behavior and all of these incredibly complex behaviors that these people seem to think we need souls to be able to achieve. So what is it, please, Mr. Craig, tell me, what is it you think that we have and do that requires a soul that differentiates us from other animals? I would like to know.
Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm done. And then we know, of course, that there's no support for mind-body dualism.
Stop it.
Science nor in philosophy. So there's that problem as well. But if you did have a soul, or if anything had a soul, then what if you clone a human? Let's say you clone a human, you get 10 different humans. Each one of them get 1/10 of the soul. Or if they don't, if does only the first one have a soul and the other ones just live soulless, because you can have people who are soulless? Or if they all have a soul, then where did the 9 extra souls come from? And what do they do?
And when does the soul arrive? Is a soul present in a single-celled zygote? And then what happens to embryos that do not get carried to term? And what happens to fertilized eggs or zygotes that don't attach to the uterine lining and just get pissed out of the toilet? What happened to all of those? They didn't hear about Jesus. Do we have a bunch of zygotes floating around in hell? Do we have a bunch of little blastulas of 15 cells that are floating around in the lake of fire, because they didn't hear?
I find this is quite intriguing because it's, in a way, it's kind of an acknowledgement that Adam was German.
What's German? Can I say that again?
Adam was German because Heidelbergensis, like that. You would expect Adam to have the first man with the soul, and therefore Adam makes Adam the first German.
For whatever reason, the idea that someone like Craig was that the first human with a soul was German, this kind of makes sense.
Oh, I get it.
This is funny. There's another one here from Manning the Fourth. Thank you for the super chat. if Aaron's Rosberg reproduces and we get cats, Lamarckian evolution is confirmed. Only if that was acquired, while it's if it was genetically adapted or genetically inherited, that wouldn't be Lamarckian. Lamarckian, my understanding, it has to be the passing through of acquired traits in one's life.
Yep. So if I lose my foot in Vietnam, then my children will be born without that foot.
But even evolution had its own evolution. It's really funny. So these people are still saying evolution is a thing, but they couldn't get the right mechanism. So they used maybe the first steps at evolution, but they were saying, well, we weren't just all found that way. There are certain evolution in our advancement as a species. There's one here. Aaron said there is a God, evolution is for the mostly true. My question is why mostly, not
Did I
completely?
say mostly?
I can't remember, but if you said it, you probably would retract that now.
Yeah, I wouldn't have said mostly.
Yeah.
Any god that exists must be one that is compatible with the body of scientific knowledge we have uncovered in literature. Completely into it.
Well, I don't see any more questions, and I think I've taken enough of your time, and I've really enjoyed this so much, and I'd like to thank you both, and let's see if we're taking sort of final comments, starting with Aaron.
Okay, I don't have anything final to say, so let's just move on.
Yeah, I mean, no, not so much either, except that this year I think this is going to be a focus for me in terms of my debunks, the DI folks and some other targets. But yeah, I really want to focus on some of these species.
This is way too short.
Especially some of the more sophisticated.
Pretty sure this actually
So we can move on as a species.
the time of how long these buffs
I'll give a good one for
stay
to end with.
goes up with the level of the skill. I think the skill actually always gives you the same stats. Like it's a percentage, I think, but it stays longer the higher it gets. It's another reason why the female hunter is actually more fun to play, in my opinion, or at least I think so. I've never played her at a very high level. I remember that I played her at least up to very hard. I think I never played Ultimate, I think. So I do not know what the very end of the game feels like with the HUnewearl. Because it could be that it's actually ass, because it feels like ass. Because the problem later on could be that a lot of stuff just one-shots you, that you would survive with the HUmar, with the male version. Because the HUmar simply has a lot more live.
Are not in the Bible. It's not the kind of damnation that Christians believe in now is not detailed therein. So there's a lot of interpretations that people use that I wouldn't know, and I figured that there must be the same thing happening if I would read the Quran, and in fact it is. So there's a lot of things about the Quran that you just have to grow up in Islam to know the background story, to know what it's talking about. So that was the advantage of having all these people explain this to me. And that some point in a month from now or so, of those sessions will be over with, and I'll be sad to see that end.
Well, thank you so much, folks, for today's chat, and look forward to seeing you again in the future. Good luck with your endeavors.
Hey everybody, today we're debating SJW ethics, outrage culture, and more, and we're starting right now.
Why is it not working?
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here.
Don't tell me you have to play all the levels twice. Is that how it's supposed to be?
By the way, if it's your first time here,
You can't activate them the first time around.
We have a lot more debates coming up. So, for example, this Friday, we are very excited that we'll have on Jonathan Sheffield and Matt Dillahunty debating on whether or not the Gospels were authored by Jesus' own disciples. So that should be a lot of fun. And want to let you know as well, as you're listening today, and as you're listening and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't get enough of this guy. I want to hear more. I need to hear more. I've put their links in the description. So that way, while you're listening, if you want to
Oh, I think that's how you... I'm pretty sure that's not a thing on GameCube.
So, with that, I'm gonna let you know that it's just
But apparently that's what you have to do on Dreamcast. And I just remembered, yeah, this was always the thing that they run away like this.
We are going to have a Q&A at the end. It should be about 25 to 30 minutes. So if you have questions, feel free to type them into the chat, and I will pull those questions into the list. Following that, I will ask if there's any questions we didn't get to during the Q&A. Obviously, we'll get to all of them. Also, super chats are an option, in which case you can ask a question or make a comment for one of the speakers doing the super chat. And the super chat will push your question or comment to the top of the list. We ask that whether it be a question or a comment in your super chat questions, that you just be your regular friendly selves, as we really do appreciate our guests being here with us today, who I'm about to introduce. So with that, want to let you know, on your left, Jesse Lee Peterson, also known as Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, is an author, activist, pastor, counselor, and host of the Jesse Lee Peterson Radio Show and the popular YouTube series The Fallen State. And he writes for WND.com and is founder and president of Bond, a nationally recognized nonprofit in its 29th year, dedicated to rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. Also, you may have seen him on Fox News, CNN, BET, C-SPAN, InfoWars, Young Turks, and or heard him on national radio programs, including The Sean Hannity Show. So a lot of them. And if you have somehow not heard of Dave Farina, he is on your right and has the Juggernaut Science YouTube channel called Professor Dave Explains. So I've gotten to see the content of both of these guys, and as mentioned, both of them put their links down in the description. So with that, we do really just want to say first, thanks so much for being with us today, guys.
Have me on, appreciate it.
Absolutely. And with that, we will jump into this conversation. I guess one of the more controversial ones we will start is with racism is a problem in our country today. In particular, I'll just ask. We can go first. We'll just go from left to right. Jesse.
Stop it.
Dave,
Jesus.
do you think that racism is a significant problem in our country today?
Not at all. Racism has never been a problem in this country at all.
What?
You're hearing this from someone who grew up in Alabama. I was born and raised in Alabama.
It has never been a problem, yeah. Not for you, you fucking piece of ass.
So-called racial problems at
Jesus.
that time. And it's a made-up word by the so-called black civil rights leaders, the white liberals who have no values. They love what's evil and hate what's good. And so this
I
word,
think
racism,
this dude is even black.
made up to
Like,
divide and
his
conquer.
skin color. Well, of course, his skin color.
By,
I think this dude is not white.
whomever they want to vote for, and
I just remember that. I think he isn't even white.
Also, it's to put fear in white people in order to make them feel guilty about nothing and use them for personal gain. There's no such thing
Ooh.
as racism at all. It has always been a lie, and it's a lie today.
Okay. I mean, that's a wow. You just said that you grew up on a plantation and racism doesn't exist. So you grew up where slavery happened, where black people were enslaved by white people, and you're a black person, and you grew up.
Yeah, he is black.
And you're saying racism doesn't exist? I mean, that just like it's hard for me to compute the cognitive dissonance that is flowing in that statement. I don't know if you can clarify what you mean by that.
When slavery happened 150 years ago, it was about slavery.
You don't think it's racist? You don't think it's racist for one race to enslave another race? How is that not racism?
So are you saying that the blacks were in Africa and they were enslaved by other blacks? Is that racism?
It's a real place.
Was that racism?
Sure, yeah.
No, it wasn't. In Africa, mommy Africa, blacks were being used by the so-called rich blacks, the ones that were leading. And it was
Yeah,
blacks
that as well. Yes, he's correct.
At some point, the Arabs
Doesn't mean that blacks were not treated as fucking garbage
and in many cases,
by whites in America.
blacks in Africa, and they sold them around the country. And even in this country, there were black people who owned slaves. So it was the
I don't know much about the history of Africa, but you can't say that white people owning black people is not racism. How is that not racism? It's a race of people that says another race is inferior to my race.
So
How is that not racism?
Because there were blacks in this country who owned other blacks as well as slaves. Are you saying they were racist?
I mean, I'm not sure if that's true or
Shit.
not. I can't imagine that that's true. But if it is, then... Well, look, I mean, then fine, then it's a different kind of racism, but...
Are you saying that there's
slavery is based on white people, of black people being inferior to white people. That's the basis for slavery. I mean...
I just want to move forward with this. Are you saying that the blacks who own other blacks in this country during that time were they racist as well?
Only,
I don't
yes.
really know. That doesn't really reflect on
Maybe.
slavery.
People, how do you
Everybody's racist, but
you don't know if blacks were racist who were doing the same thing.
Maybe there were white people who owned slaves that weren't racist, and that was the way it was done at the time. But slavery, the institution of slavery, which was endorsed by the United States of America, was a racist institution. There were people maybe that didn't agree with it, and maybe even still owned slaves, and maybe they were racist, and there were politicians that owned slaves that fought to overturn slavery. So I mean, I'm not talking about every single individual. I'm talking about the institution of slavery is what could be more racist than slavery, the subjugation of a race of people.
So Dave, are you saying that the blacks who owned black slaves in this country, were they racist?
Did you not hear what I just said?
You didn't answer my question.
I just answered your question. I did
not answer my
specifically just
question.
answer your question.
Dave.
I said that I'm not talking about an individual. I'm talking about the institution of slavery, which is when endorsed by the American government in that time, is a racist institution. I don't need to defend like a singular person. Like what a single person believed or did has nothing to do with the institution of slavery and the laws of a nation.
So are you saying, Dave, that the institution of black people who own other black people in America during that time was that racist?
But yeah, the owning of black people, turning black people into property is racism.
So
it doesn't matter
were those black people racist who owned other black people? Were those blacks racist as well?
I don't know, sure.
What do you mean I don't know sure? You seem mighty sure when you accuse the white.
Look, there were millions of people in America at that time, and you can go through every single person and say, what did this person think? What did this person think? What did this person? I'm talking in a broader sense.
I am
There's
too.
no defense.
There's a broader amount of black people who own other black people. Are you saying?
No, you're trying to use a very tiny subset. This is not the norm.
No, I'm not.
Right? White people enslaved black people.
Dave,
they're trying to take like the one or two people.
Dave, are you saying those black people, more than one or two that own black people, are racist? That's all I want to know.
They did partake in a massively racist act. How is that hard to describe or word?
No, I did though. When I said that I'm talking about slavery as an institution, so you want
To vocalize.
I mean, this is very obvious apologetics. I mean,
why is it so easy for you to accuse white people who own slaves as racist, but not the blacks who own slaves, blacks as slaves?
Well, I mean, it's fine. Okay, then they're racist if that's what you want to hear. Sure.
That's what I want to hear that from you, Dave.
Okay, well, yes, Ed, fine. Let's go.
Why is it so hard to accuse the whites but not the blacks?
Why is it so hard to accuse it? Because it's not the norm. You want to talk about the majority of by an incredible margin.
I don't
How
know
many
about
how many slave
incredible-
owners were black?
Incredible margin, but I know
Jesse, look,
there were more.
you're really
blacks
obsessed
than-
about these black slave owners. So how many were there? Tell me. You seem to have some data that you're looking at there. How many slave owners were there?
Hey, I'm not looking at data.
You don't have a number. You don't have a number
But
for
I'm
that.
telling you that it was more white people because this is the white man's country. He founded it. He built the country.
Yeah.
It was more white people here than there were black. And so
And then they went and stole black people and enslaved them.
Actually,
How is that not slavery?
you're gonna have more black people who will be white people enslaved. But you people who want to accuse white people of slavery, you love accusing the white, but you don't want to accuse anyone else.
I don't love accusing anybody of anything. White people owned black slaves. That's just a historical fact. And it's a racist thing.
That's a historical fact.
How many were there, Jesse? How many? Yes, it does. If you're talking about 1 versus 100,000.
Why does it matter the number?
Because it's a statistical anomaly. It's not reflective of what the nation was doing. The
But
nation
why are
of
you
United
having-
States of America enslaved black people,
Why
and they
are you
made
having a
them
problem
their
calling it-
property.
Let's move forward, but why are you having a problem
Alright.
calling it racist? And we can see that you have a problem with that, Nate.
I specifically said it was racist. I considered that point twice.
So you're saying those blacks who own other blacks are racist?
Sure. For the sake of moving forward,
You're
sure.
being sarcastic about sure. But you
Well, because you're using a statistical anomaly to challenge the idea that slavery is racist. I mean, it's ridiculous. The mental backbooks, particularly as a black person, I mean, come on, man.
What does that mean particularly as a black person?
I don't understand how you have no sympathy for your own ancestry.
What does that mean? Why
I'm on the black dude side on this one. Like, what does it matter what my fucking color is?
Particular lineage, but
I don't give a crap. That is low-key racism, to be honest. Like, why does it matter what my skin color is? It does not. Just because black people got enslaved, like, even, like, is it my history that, like, a few thousand years ago, all the whites in the desert were enslaved by black people? No. I don't care about these people. I could not give less shits.
I have more of a science background. I'm not really too much of a politics and sociology guy, but I mean, you can't deny that blacks are disproportionately targeted for, police brutality, and also they're disproportionately targeted in other ways as well.
That's another made-up lie. It's not true that blacks are targeted because they're black. There's no such thing as police brutality. The reality is that black people today, not all, but most black people are suffering due to the lack of moral character, due to the lack of family. Because when I was growing up, under the Jim Crow laws, we had families. We had fathers and mothers who were together, grandfathers and grandmothers who were together. They worked and they showed us the right way to go. They didn't blame the white man. They treated everyone the way that they would like to be treated.
So you're saying that
they were
in your
treated,
time,
and they were treated in the way that they would like to be treated. And so
in your time, black people had family.
Hold on, Dave.
Let's give him a little bit, and I promise we'll be right back to you.
And so what happened was the civil rights movement came along, the worst mistake that ever happened to black people. And the civil rights leaders, Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King, and all those guys, they said to black people, we're your leaders. Stop thinking for yourself and let us tell you how to think. And the blacks, most, not all, turned their lives over to the civil rights movement. And then along came the Democratic Party, Lyndon B. Johnson, and the black civil rights leaders and Lyndon B. Johnson. The Democratic Party made an agreement. Hey, let us have the blacks on the Democratic plantation. We'll keep and we'll provide for them. We'll
Oh,
give
it's
them welfare,
20k.
we'll give them free stuff.
Wait, why is this one so...
Just because there's a
Well, it's not.
Yes, and they took the fathers out of the home.
Do I have
So
20k?
that corrupt race hustler became the head of the people.
Oh my god, I just realized I forgot, even if I find a legendary, like a special weapon right now,
Okay, so
I will have bad luck and it will have horrible stats. It will definitely have horrible stats.
Hey, let me
Oh no.
your whole thing is that when you were young there was family in the black community and now it's not.
Yeah.
Is that kind of the gist of it? So what are you basing that on? Do you have some kind of census statistics? Where are the black people that were without family? Give me some numbers here.
70% or more black babies born out of wedlock today. Everybody.
Where are you getting that from? Give me a citation. Give me a citation. Give me a citation. You don't have a citation?
Everybody and their daddy in jail. Black people hate white people. They're relying on the government.
Just you're just making things up. You're literally making things up.
When they're stopped by the cops, they hear the cops' attitude. They call them racist. They attack the cops. What do you expect the cops to do? Because the blacks have been brainwashed.
What I don't expect the cop to do is to shoot an unarmed man. I do not expect the cop to shoot an unarmed man. That's what I don't expect them to do.
And that the cops are racist.
This is a really cool story. I mean, it sounds like a really fun story and a real fun thing to talk about, but you're basing it on nothing. You just said 70% of black babies are born out of wedlock, and I asked you for citation. You talked over me because you knew that you don't have one and you don't want to provide one because you're making that up out of thin air. You have nothing to back that up at all. That's your narrative that you're spinning.
Since you're an intellectual, and I understand that intellectual people have no logic. And I believe it. I believe
intellectual people have no logic.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you noticed that?
No, I haven't. I think actually intellectual people have logic.
No.
That's kind of what makes
No.
intellectuals.
No, that's why the world is going crazy because the intellectuals have no logic.
Right.
And the people are following them. But according to the census, 70% of black babies are born out of wedlock. Are you saying
which census? Where are you getting that data?
Are you saying that you're not?
I said the word census. You're just repeating the word census that I used.
Dave, are you saying that you're not aware of that information?
I'm saying that is a lie that you made up, and you have nothing to back that up.
Okay, so you're saying
give me a link. Give me a citation. Tell me something where you find that.
That you're not aware that between 70 and 77% of black babies born out of wedlock.
I'm telling you that I don't believe that, and that you have nothing. You have no citation to provide me, and I think I know why you don't have any citation.
Hey Dave,
I'm not aware of the lie that you're saying.
I told you intellectuals have no logic.
So if you lie to me and I don't believe your lie, I am an intellectual without logic.
Do you love black people?
Are you a chicken?
Hey, do you love black people?
Yes, I love all people.
Are you happy that the broken bones, they're relying on the government, they don't think themselves, they're having babies out of wedlock, they're having abortions like 90 going north, they're whining and begging and claiming and tantalizing. Does that make you happy, Dave?
This story that you're telling? No, I don't really like this story because it's a misrepresentation of an entire race of people. I think that black people are disproportionately under the poverty line, but all of these things that you're saying, black people are whining. Do you know every black person? I mean, how can you say something like that? That's ridiculous. Well, I think that's because of I think that just because blacks were given the right to vote by Democrats, by the way, by civil rights. I'm not a Democrat, by the way. I mean, I don't identify as a Democrat. I certainly don't identify as a Republican. But obviously, Democrats have been the ones to enfranchise black people with the vote. And by the way, we should talk about other races too.
Well, the Democrats fought against the blacks voting. It was the Republicans who pushed for the blacks to vote, and the Democrats fought against it. But I do want to tell you,
you just talked about Lyndon Johnson.
You said that the blacks are under poverty. They are poverty level, something, right?
I think so. I mean, I'm not prepared with statistics either because this is not really my field, and I'm not really prepared for this at all. I think that's true. If you want, we could Google it. And we could also Google your claim about the 70%. We can see if that's true or not. Do you want to turn this into a Google
This dude is literally the Dave Chappelle character. Like literally the black leader of the KKK. Like he's literally that.
You said, would black people be above the poverty line if they got married and did it the right way? And my response to you is that they do it the right way and are still under the poverty line. So it's a dumb question. That's my answer. So when I demonstrate that you lie, I'm not. When I demonstrate that you lie, I'm not an honest man. Is that what's going on?
Enjoy seeing blacks play victim?
What do you mean play victim? Give me an example of playing victim. What does that mean?
Pretending that they're in poverty, pretending that the white man is holding your bag.
The poverty line is objective. People that are under the poverty line are pretending they are under the poverty line. Who's pretending that they're under the poverty line or not?
Are you
Yeah,
happy?
anybody. Anybody.
Are you happy to see the blacks as victims?
No, I don't want to see anybody as a victim.
And what is the solution?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, I would say I'm not an expert, but I think we need a massive redistribution of wealth. I think we need to redistribute some of the wealth at the very top of the 10th of 1%. We need to get companies like Amazon to actually pay taxes. We need to redistribute that amongst the community. We need to put money back into education, social services. Yeah.
You're saying we need to take Oprah, Bill Cosby, Barack Obama, and all these guys. We need to take some of their money and give it to the blacks.
I'm talking about people much richer than that. I'm talking about like Jeff Bezos.
Not Oprah or Obama.
I mean, Oprah's super wealthy. I think she could give. I mean, we could take a little more from Oprah. I mean, Bill Cosby. I don't know. I mean, he's in jail, right? Obama, what's he worth?
He's worth more than you and me.
Oh, he's definitely worth more than me. I don't have anything. I mean,
I don't have anything.
another 5%. I don't know.
Relatable.
The problem is,
So you
this is
feel
the
so
conservative.
sorry for the blacks that you want to take from the whites and give to them.
Yes, so this is not an issue of race. This is not an issue of race at all.
Rather than making the blacks earn their way, you want to take from the whites and
But wealth inequality is a problem that transcends race. And I'm not saying we should take it from white people and give it to black people. I'm saying we should take it from rich people and give it to poor people. The richest people. I didn't mention Bill Gates, but sure, fine, Bill Gates. I don't know, the richest. I definitely did not mention Bill Gates. Nobody mentioned Bill Gates. I said Jeff Bezos.
Oh
But
yeah,
I didn't mention
Bezos.
race.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So
I didn't mention race at all.
You would rather see Jeff give his money to the blacks rather than blacks earning their way.
That's not what I said at all.
I'm
That's
asking.
not what I said at all.
That's the question.
Okay. Can I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to answer the question. As I said, which I will reiterate again, I think that we need to get corporations such as Amazon to pay their fair share of taxes. Amazon currently pays 0 taxes. We need to actually collect taxes from these large multinational corporations, put them in federal funds, not just hand money to black people. Right? We need to put them in federal
What?
We need to be dispensing
Um.
funds that go to education.
Okay.
Right? And perhaps disproportionately to the poorest areas. If they're black, great. If they're not, fine. If they're white, I don't.
Where's my loot? What? Oh. Well, that's a shitty start for art.
In where?
Getting worse and they're not getting better.
Did you say ying?
Yeah, we're giving them more money. We're spending more money on education than any other country, and the blacks are getting worse rather than getting better.
See, this is the problem with having a conversation with you. Did you just say that America spends more on education than any other country?
Absolutely.
That's a lie.
That's wrong. Per capita, that's objectively wrong. So you can. This is the problem. Like you're just throwing out anything you want to support your narrative, and you have no facts to back it up. You are objectively wrong. We do not spend more per capita than any other nation.
Tonight, make sure you Google all this, all right? You'll see.
How about you Google it? And how
I
about
don't
the
need you
viewers
already
Google
know
it?
the truth.
No, you don't, because you cannot provide me a source for anything you're
So
saying.
why not?
No, you're
Why
lying.
not encourage family for the blacks? Why not say, hey, black people, get married, Earn your way. Save your money. Invest.
What does that have to do with anything we just talked about?
Why would you?
Black people can get married if they want to, not get married if they don't want to.
Hold on, just to hear one at a time.
Would you encourage that for your family, Dave, or would you encourage them to get up and earn it?
Encourage what?
The white man give more money into the schools and all that, so your family can make it, or would you encourage family for your own
I'm
personal
encouraging.
family?
Those are not even remotely related. I'm encouraging the United States government to collect taxes from large multinational corporations and divest them into education and other social services. It's
So
not
I'm
a race
asking
issue
you a different
at all,
question,
and it's
though.
not a
I'm
family
asking
issue at all.
you, would you encourage?
Yeah, you're asking me a
your family
nonsensical question.
Would you encourage your family to get married and do it the right way, or would you encourage them to wait for handouts?
Okay, hang on. Let's take a little aside here. Why is getting married the right way? What does that mean? What are you talking about?
Because when all your little studies have proven that
Oh, you
people
actually.
are
Oh, no.
they do better in life
Why do they have to be married?
because it's the right way. It's the right thing to do. Are you an
Why?
atheist, Dave? Are you an atheist?
Yeah.
I'll
I
rest
am.
my case.
Oh, that's new.
What case? You don't have a case. You can't rest a case that doesn't exist.
Where
Why is
do you
getting
get-
married better than just?
Funny thing is, since the last time I was here, like maybe half a year ago, this did not exist. But the funny thing is,
That's exactly
the
what
site I do use
So where do you get your? So you don't.
basically added the exact same thing like a week ago.
Yes, I do not possess a belief in a God. Correct.
And do you believe there is one? You just don't believe in him, or you don't believe he exists?
And that's new. Wait, what the fuck? I just realized there's a lot of new games.
Is that what you just asked me?
No, I didn't hear you clearly. Are you saying you don't believe there is a God?
I don't think that it
Like,
can be stated any.
3 hours ago, Mr. Mosquito was the last new game.
I cannot.
Oh, there.
More simply than
Okay, not 3, but
It's different than believing that it exists. You just don't believe in him.
8 hours ago, 7 hours ago.
God. Am I understanding this right?
No, you definitely are not understanding correctly. I do not believe that a God exists.
Oh, I see. And so, where do you get your moral values from?
I have consciousness.
Where you get that from?
My brain.
Amazing! I told you the intellectual one
It
has
is,
no
huh?
logic.
Yeah, but you can kind of just say that to anybody that doesn't agree with you, and you have no retort. So that's not really much of a thing to say.
But look at the intellectual days. They are as dumb as a doorknob. If you have an issue, they'll take you to a psychiatrist, and they'll give you medication rather than showing you how to overcome the problem. If you're a little child with a lot of energy, they'll give you medication and dumb down the energy rather than showing you.
Dumb down the energy.
Dumb down the energy. That's the most pseudoscientific sentence I've ever heard in my entire life. So why don't you expand on that? Tell me about a problem that a child would have, and what drug you think might be prescribed for it, and why you think that is a bad thing.
It's happening every day. When little kids go to school, for example, and especially boys. Boys and men are hated in this country today. When they go to school, they have a lot of energy, and the teachers can't handle them because they're beta teachers. Beta. They tell the parents, get them antidepressant, get them something to make them calm down, and cause the kids to become drug addicts.
So you think that kids that are hyper are given antidepressants, and then they become drug addicts? That's what you're saying.
Intellectuals have no common sense. They do not know how to help you or tell you how to overcome the issue. So they drug you down.
Yeah, is it that, or you just have no idea what you're talking about and you're not a trained
Kids
professional?
become young adults who are relying on drugs because they've been dumbed down in the school.
Which proportion, what proportion of people are relying on drugs, and which drugs, and where are you getting that data from?
One is too many days.
One is too many? Having one person on drugs is too many? Which drugs?
Are you saying you're not aware of that?
I'm saying I am not aware of the lie that you just made up. Yes, because you just made it up. How could I be aware of that? You just said that most people, you're talking about children that are hyper, given antidepressants, and are now addicted to drugs, and then you said that most people are addicted to drugs or something.
You know what the intellectuals call it? They call it HDV or something dumb. They make up a name for it, and they throw drugs down the kids' throat and destroy their energy. and now the kids.
I think
walking
you were
around.
trying to say. I think you were trying to say ADHD. Is that
Yeah,
what you were
something
trying to
dumb
say?
like that because the intellectuals
Okay.
have no idea what they're doing.
So we can here we can look at this. This is amazing. We just found one tiny little thing that we agree on a little bit. I'm going to tell you what it is. There was a time, I think in the 90s, it might have lapsed over into the early 2000s, where Ritalin was overprescribed. That's true. That is true, and it has happened that certain medications have been overprescribed. I will agree with you on that.
Thanks for being honest, Dave. And most, not all, most of the children, especially who have received the medication, did not need it.
I don't think you can say most. I said overprescribed. But here's the problem. You're taking that and you're making this gigantic leap of logic to say, what did you say, that most people are addicted to drugs or something along those lines? I mean, you're basically trying to invalidate the entire field of psychiatry,
Because
which is
when they
insane.
when they do either graduate from high school or college or leave high school, they reach out to other drugs because now they can't deal with society. They don't know how to deal with the issues of life, and so they tend
Which
to reach out. They tend to go for pot. Some of them use other forms of drugs because they've been.
Where's your data?
Because their brains have been dented and they have not been able to deal with the issues.
Where's your data?
And now they
Where's
have
your data?
Now they have to rely on some form of drug or another.
So what's the difference between that being true and you just having made that up?
I did not make that up, Dave. Most people know that.
How do we know? How do we know you didn't just make that up? Do you have data?
When you get home tonight, look at Google.
I'm currently home and I'm aware of what Google is. Do you want to turn this into a Google party?
When we're down here, be sure to look at Google.
Yeah, I've seen Google, and I know that there's information on it. Do you want to do that now and check up on what you're saying and find some data?
Well, that's up to the host.
This might be a point at which we could switch into one thing we hadn't talked about. But Jesse, I know that you had mentioned that as a country, the United States hates
No.
And so I'll let you put it in your own words so I don't accidentally misrepresent you. But that's something that, Dave, you looked like you maybe didn't agree. So
I think I'll play through Forest one more time. After that, I'll take a break. I need to eat something. And, yeah. Second time, the second time should go much faster, I think. Even though I still haven't found a nice polish. Also no Durandal. Oh no, wait, Durandal is the weapon that doesn't exist in this version. It's Colored Bulk. Colored Bulk.
They hate men because they are jealous of the power that's in a man.
I basically have to find a blue, Hilda blue, and it's basically guaranteed that I get the colored bulk out of a Hilda blue. To be honest, I'm still not sure if I want to use all my grinders on it, because it will probably have pretty bad stats. It will probably have like 25 to 15% in caves. Or mines. Yeah, probably mines. Single target weapons in mines suck. That's basically it.
Let's give him just a few more seconds. I promise we'll come back to you, Dave.
AoE weapons in mines are much better, so yeah, whatever.
Try to address as many.
No, I don't need 3 minutes. I just need to cut off like the river of bullshit to get to a point. So first of all, the idea that you would say women have no love to give is insane. Maternity, motherhood, women represent love. So that's ridiculous. Number two, you said
women get love from?
hang on.
I think we'll
This
give
is gonna go into what you're asking.
Minute or so.
This is gonna go into what you're asking. You said whether we like it or not, Christ, man, women, blah blah blah. You said whether we like it or not. No, not whether we like it or not. That's your religion, and I don't like it, and I don't follow it, and I don't buy it. And a secular society doesn't need to buy it because women don't want to be subservient to men, nor should be treated equally. So I don't really care what you think about your God and Jesus and all these other things that you're saying.
true.
entitled to them as you are, do not affect me or the larger structure of society.
So, Dave, this love that you claim women have, where do they get it?
Basically, the only cool thing about mines is that you get mags. A lot of them.
Inside of their brains. Inside of their brains.
I don't know how many of them, but you get one every, like, I don't know, like every second or third run, maybe? Third or fourth run, something like that. Like, the boxes in mines have a relatively high chance of dropping a mag. So you can basically get cool colors.
The love comes from the
That's the best thing about mines.
and from the wife to the children.
What about a woman? What about a woman that has no husband and has children? Can a woman love her child without a husband?
Sorry?
Can a woman love her child without a husband?
Only if she loves her father.
Only if she... what?
Can a woman without a father or a husband love a child?
Only
No,
if
of
they
course
are
not.
overcome their anger.
Can a woman that has no anger and has no father and has no husband love a child?
If she has no anger, that means she love what's right, and that love will come down through her as well. But if she has
You're
anger,
grasping
she
at
has,
straws, buddy.
if she has anger, she has no love. It's impossible.
Oh,
Well, that's
okay.
pretty dumb because you can be angry and love.
You can't have two emotions.
That is a literally meaningless statement.
Or you can't be in two different emotional states towards two different people at the same time.
Love your kid and somebody punches you on the street, you're like, oh, angry.
Yeah, exactly.
Person. Whoops, I can't back anymore. That's a
You can't be pissed off about somebody or something somebody did and, like, still be, like, really chill with another person. Like, that's impossible. Like, what? The fuck?
Do I really need to repeat those questions I asked you before?
And Dave, and to make herself feel better, she tried to make the world rotate around her, control the men, control the children.
You're implying that a single woman cannot love her child. The logical ramification of what you're saying is that a single woman cannot love her child, and that's dumb. It's a dumb thing to say. Women love their children inherently, innately, instinctively, in their brains.
That phony love, that emotional love that you think that women have, that they don't have, come from anger. It doesn't come from love. It comes from anger. That's not real love. That's why it's so destructive.
If you wanna, I don't really feel like entering your fantasy land. If that's where you wanna be, you be there. But I'm gonna be in a reality where women love their children innately. That's a fact.
So if
So
women
I don't
love
know what to do.
why do the children end up so screwed up?
Which children? All children, and they're screwed up.
They end up mentally ill, emotionally destroyed, and become subject to the women, and the women destroy them. The kids grow up with the same anger that their mothers have, and
Which children? Which children are you talking about?
they end up on drugs and alcohol and sex before time, before marriage, and women men end up living with women, and the women control them and destroy them. And then,
Can I clarify? You're saying that all children are addicted to drugs and all of this. What are you?
not all, but most.
Okay.
Most of them.
Most children are addicted to drugs. That's what you're saying.
Most, not all.
Do I
not
even
all.
need to ask you for a citation? Everybody listening knows how that you're being ridiculous.
Children who become adults, most of them.
I wonder if the Dreamcast version actually has worse pop-in than the GameCube version. Because I know pop-in was a thing in the GameCube version, but I do not remember it being this bad. Like, not quite as bad, I think. I'm pretty sure if I walked into this room, I could actually see the items and boxes. Maybe not when I was, like, here, like, not instantly. Maybe. But I'm pretty sure, like, right about here, the thing spawned in. Like, you usually could see the items before enemies spawned. But on Dreamcast, you sometimes see the enemies before you can see the items. Like, that's crazy.
I live in North Hollywood, California. Yeah.
Oh, I rest my case.
What case? You don't have a case.
I rest my
What
case.
case?
Maria,
What case?
Beta.
Jesse, you just said that mothers follow their children around, right? Who are you talking about? Be specific. Name them. List them. Give me a source. Who are you talking about that's not a figment of your imagination?
All these mothers that
Worst thing is this dude speaks like a brainless 16-year-old, but I'm pretty sure he's more like 60. Like, Jesus. It's a black priest that's also really old. Like, oh my god.
Is following their child, their adult child. Every mother on So who? But most. Where? Where are they? Where can I find these mothers? Where do they live? What are they doing? My mother lives in Connecticut.
Thank God, huh? No wonder you live in West Hollywood.
Yeah. Why do I live in North Hollywood? Because
no wonder
this
you
is where I
live
live.
in West Hollywood.
I live in North Hollywood.
Oh.
What's your implication there? Are you going to turn into a homophobe on me here? What are you doing there? No implication, just lying about where you live to make a non-existent point. So actually, this is great. I'm glad you brought up my mom because my mom lives 3 time zones away, and she is not over here ever. So why isn't my mom doing that? Didn't you say that all women with adult children are following their children around?
You report to Mama. She may not be living in North Hollywood with you, but Mama.
No, not really.
Oh
So,
yeah.
I don't really know what to tell you.
What do you mean,
Oh
not
yeah,
really?
you know my life better than I do, don't you?
Yeah, cause you a beta male. You addicted to Mama.
Beta, what's that?
You don't know? You never heard of a beta male?
Nah, what is it?
Have you heard of the fallen Messiah?
Nah, what? Jesus?
No, Barack Obama.
What?
I know who Barack Obama is. Yes. So anyone who has heard of Barack Obama is a beta male?
Oh, have you heard of
So
his?
all people are beta males?
Have you heard of his big mama wife?
Big Mama?
Yeah, Michelle.
I know who Michelle Obama is, yes.
Would you marry Michelle? Be honest.
Would I marry her? Well, first of all, I'm already married, so that poses a problem.
Let's say you were not married. You're walking down the road. You look for a wife. Michelle came up. Would you marry her?
Well, how old is she? She's a bit older than I am.
I rest my case. Big mama.
What?
So a beta is anyone who would not marry Michelle Obama? Or is it anyone who would marry Michelle Obama?
You saw how big mama controlled Barack Obama while in the White House.
So he's really into Michelle. I get it.
Going down to our enemies and apologizing for America being so great. And
Yeah, bowing down to our enemies while doing record level drone strikes.
he was
You have
kissing
no clue what you're talking about.
He was kissing boots.
I don't know much about politics, but you know way less. I think we need to know.
He said that Big Mama Michelle was his boss. She knows she's his boss. He allowed Big Mama to run over him. He's a beta male. And any man that Obama has anger, and you and I will agree that any man who has anger is a woman.
Oh.
No, we will not agree on that.
But tell me one more thing, Dave. Come on now.
Any man that has anger is a woman?
Right, because if you notice men who have anger, they go
What?
angry, they go hard, they're insecure, they have doubt, they have fear. They have the mindset of a woman which came from their mothers. And so they're not
There's
normal.
so many ways we can go with this. Number one, males are more aggressive, slightly more aggressive biologically. So to attribute women with anger is just ridiculous. Number two, isn't your God like a pretty wrathful God? Like you believe in God, right?
Absolutely.
You believe in the God of the Old Testament, right?
Absolutely.
Yahweh. So doesn't he like regularly kill everyone and stuff? And like give them plagues? Doesn't your God like kill everybody and start again and send people to hell and give them plagues and just like kill people all the time? Don't you think that's pretty wrathful, angry behavior?
Ah, his god is a woman. Ah.
No, I don't think that angry behavior
think wrath and killing everybody in fire is anger. You don't think that that's anger. What is anger? What is anger?
When did he kill them in fire?
Have you read the Bible?
No, I'm asking you, when did he do it?
All like Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff, and like big fireballs, and then like in Egypt with the plagues and the locusts and killing the firstborn. He killed all the firstborn. I mean, he kills a ton, and he's a really angry, nasty God. So your God is a beta. Wouldn't you agree?
What made you think that was wrong for him to do that?
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't believe that any of it happened, so I don't really care. But I'm saying that it's pretty objective.
One shot. Boom. Dead.
You do, so I'm asking.
What? Didn't hit anything. What the hell? Oh, I just remembered. The one I want is Mila and Eula. Mila and Eula is one of those things, but it doesn't deal damage. It buffs. And Mila and Eula are really cool. Just remembered that. That's actually the reason why you can basically mess up your mag, or how you mess up your mag, if you don't give it Mila and Eula, especially if you're an android, because an android cannot use cannot use magic, so you can't buff yourself with well, you can't do Shifter and Debon. Well, that's one of the ways you can mess up your mag. And sadly, there's many others.
I get it. So at this point, it would be very futile for me to continue to ask you for data to support anything you're saying, because I know you're making it up off the top of your head. So let's think about why you're making it up off the top of your head. What is your relationship with your parents? I would like to know about that personally, if I could ask, if I can inquire. Yeah.
Amazing.
Are you open to talking about that?
Yeah, I just said amazing.
Yeah, so let's hear about it. I would like to hear about your relationship with your parents, because it seems to me that a lot of this stuff is very personal, and you're projecting it on the human race. So I'd like to know if that's true or not. Tell me about your parents.
My relationship with my parents, amazing.
It is?
Oh yeah.
Are they alive, or where are they?
No, they dead.
They dead.
Okay, so what did they do? What was your relationship when you were a kid? Did you get along with them, or what?
When I was at one point, my mother tried to turn me away from my father because she was angry at him. Because he didn't do the right thing.
What angry at him? Oh my god. This dude.
He got her pregnant, but she ended up getting married before I was born, because at that time black people had values and mores and character, and it was embarrassing to get pregnant out of wedlock. It was immoral, so she got married to my stepfather before I was born. That way I would not be born out of wedlock. But the problem is she resented my father, and as a result of resenting my father, she tried to turn me away from him. Like the bad guy.
And did that make you angry when she did that to you? Did that make you angry?
Really fast. I'm getting to that really fast. And the worst thing that can happen to children is when mothers turn them away from their fathers, because you take your mother's identity. You think that she's a victim, when in reality she's a victimizer. And so I grew up. At some point, I realized my mother was wrong for doing that. And I went and forgave her for doing that. I told her, hey, that's wrong for you to turn me away from my father. The problem with you and my father had nothing to do with me. My father loved me, but she tried to pretend that he didn't. And as a result, I went and forgave her. I went and had a talk with my father, and everything changed. I overcame the mentality of the mother and returned to my father.
Do you really lack the self-awareness involved in realizing that everything you're saying and your entire ethos is just a projection of your own childhood and your anger towards your mother? Are you really not aware of that? Do you have a therapist or something?
How do you explain becoming angry at your mother? You're just like your mama. How do
not say I'm just like her and I'm not angry at her.
Even though you don't want to be, you try not to be, you are, Dave.
So how do you know that?
Because I can see your mama in you, Dave.
You have no idea. You don't know anything about her, nor me. So,
I see.
what's your basis for that statement?
When I see you, Dave, I see your mama.
Oh yeah? What's she look like? Tell me about her.
You have her scared, right?
Like me? I have her identity. What's my identity and what's her identity?
Anger, insecurity, beta
Beta.
mentality.
Oh, so women can be betas too?
Yeah, they are beta women for sure. Are you the head of your wife, Dave?
The head of my wife? What does that mean? What does that mean?
No.
My wife has her own head that she uses to speak and eat and things like that.
Does your wife obey you?
Does she obey me? No, I'm not. I don't own my wife.
Beta!
I'm her boss.
I told you you're a beta. You married to your mom.
Wait, I thought being beta was being angry. So now you're changing it.
But it's because of
Is it or is it being angry?
Hey, Dave. It's because of your anger recreated in your mother's image. Every woman you get involved with is your mother. That's why you can't handle them. You got to get over your mother.
No. Jesse, we've already established that this whole thing is your projection of your childhood. I did not have this experience with my mother that you had. I understand that you were angry at your mother, and I understand that you were angry at your father, and I understand that you're angry by your childhood. But this is a bit much, don't you think?
I have no anger, but why can't you be honest with your mother the way she
You just said that you were angry with your mother.
Why can't you be honest with her?
Why should I be honest with my mother? About what?
How evil she is.
Okay, so how do you not see the absurdity of you taking a person that you just met and a relative of theirs that you definitely know nothing about and doing what you're doing here? Everybody listening can see how transparently absurd it is.
Why
I mean, it's really
honest?
desperate.
Why
Really
can't
desperate.
you be honest about your mother, how evil she is? You're not answering that.
You didn't ask me a question. You didn't ask me, is my mother evil? Do you want
I
to
don't
ask
have
me
to
that
ask. I
question?
see her in you, Dave.
Oh yeah? Well, how come you couldn't tell me what she looks like? How can you couldn't
That's
tell
why
me?
you
So wait,
can't-
are you saying that you're psychic? Are you saying
I
you're
see
clairvoyant and you can see people?
I see her identity in you.
What is it? What does she look like?
Dave, how do you explain the reason you cannot stand up to your wife?
What do you mean stand up to? So you're switching it. You're saying that I obey her now? Is that what you're doing?
Dave, you're an intellectual. Why are you acting as though you don't know what I'm talking about?
Because I genuinely don't know what you're talking about because when you talk it doesn't make any sense.
Why can't you deal with your wife, Dave?
So you don't know her or our relationship whatsoever, so why are you pretending that you do?
You're not answering the question.
No, but you're asking nonsensical questions that
Why
don't merit
can't you deal?
responses.
Why can't you deal with your wife, Dave?
Give me an example of something that happened between us that you think merits that question.
You said that your wife is not, you're not the head of your wife. That's because you're a beta. Why is it that you believe that you're not the head of your wife? Why can't you deal with your wife?
I want to give Dave a chance to respond. But I do want to mention there's one more topic, a short topic I was hoping to bring up before Q&A. I'll give you a chance to respond, Dave, but then I want to quick jump into this topic.
Yeah, I mean, there's no response. I mean, you have an agenda of what you want to pretend is reality, and you have no basis for it. So you're inferring a bunch of things about my relationship that doesn't exist. So my question in response was, name a thing that happened between me and my wife where you think I didn't stand up to it. You cannot possibly have an answer to that because you do not know her or me anything about us, which is why everything you're saying is ridiculous.
Just to be sure that we go to that next point.
Let's maybe go to the next topic because this is not a.
You didn't answer my question as to why you could not.
You don't have a question. You don't have a question, Jesse.
I think that
Why can't you stand up to your wife?
Hold on, gentlemen. One sec. Just to be sure that we get into this next topic, because I think that it will be relevant in terms of the earlier we talked about the Obamas, we talked a little bit about politics, and so Donald Trump we haven't talked about yet. I'm kind of curious if you guys have the same opinion on Trump. I kind of guess not, but we'll hear it from you guys. So,
Of course not. He's a Trump fan. Oh God.
Way. As a matter of fact, I call Trump, I call the president the great white hope. The great white hope. President is the best president. President is the best president that we have ever had in this country. Thank God for the great white hope.
Yeah, he's as brainless as you are, dude. Jesus Christ.
The children of the lie of the liberal media, the Democratic Party, and now the Trumpers, right over Republicans. And the reason they all hate him is because he is a straight, white, conservative, Christian man of power. And those type of men are in the way of the liberals.
Literally. Those are literally. Every single thing he just said are literally the shit stains on this planet. The worst.
If we were in the hands of crooked lying Hillary or the fallen Messiah Barack Obama, it would be over with.
At least the shittiest recent shit stains. As in like the last few hundred years. Well, maybe Asians are worse, or Chinese in particular, I don't know.
So, how is that different from almost every president ever? Almost every president ever has been a straight, white, conservative Christian man.
But not of power.
Not of power. What?
Powerful than the president of the United States.
Donald Trump. If you know
He
today,
is the president.
if you know
Donald
today,
Trump is more powerful than the president of the United States. Is that what you just said?
I'm not just talking about the power. I'm not just talking about the power given to him as president. I'm talking about the power of this man being a man and being white and being straight and being a Christian. Christians are
Like every single other president ever,
Hold on,
except
Dave.
Obama's half black.
Christians, number one, Christians are hated in America. But there's never been a man that I'm aware of in the White House, such as President Trump. He doesn't matter what color you are. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. When you're wrong, you're
He
wrong.
cons you all the same.
And he put America first. I don't know of any other president that's put America first. And he is fighting
Except
for-
every
and he-
president ever?
No other president has ever done what the great white hope has done today.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no other president has ever been the president. Is basically what you're trying to say right now. Here, let's get concrete. What is one thing that Trump has done that is good? Let's start there.
Number one, and I hear it all the time. I hope you've heard this. More black people until this Chinese virus thing was employed under President Trump than any other president. The president brought the economy back until the Democrats are trying to screw it up with this phony idea of the Chinese virus being all bad.
Tell me concretely how that statistic is related to something that he did.
The president has brought back more jobs than any other president in the history of America.
How did he do that? How did he do that?
Once again, years.
Are you sure that he did that?
Respected around the country.
Hi, Sensei. I'm not playing online at all.
I don't know where you've been.
I'm playing Phantasy Star offline, basically. I'm playing with achievements.
That don't deserve to be correlated. So you're saying that Trump brought back more jobs, and you're saying that more black people are unemployed.
Where am I
Well,
wrong?
I think that you're not even saying anything. How did he do that?
Where am I wrong, Dave?
Can you explain why you think that? Why do you think that Trump brought back more jobs? Can you offer any clarity to that statement? Is it just part of
Basically, there's achievements for old consoles, like basically for older consoles up to PlayStation 2. There is on emulators there's achievements, and well, the version that is supported on well, for this game, for the well, this is also the Dreamcast version. This is not GameCube. Well, this version cannot go online. I could, however, basically play on a version that is online.
terrible president because of what he does and says and is? Yeah.
Yes, I'm using Flycast.
Disgusting, narcissistic, ignorant, extremely.
As I said, this is the Dreamcast version. This is not GameCube.
Everything he says is dumb. Everything he says is wrong.
Oh my god, I did not pay attention to my life. I was looking at the rappy. No, I do not. I just started playing yesterday, I think. Yeah. And I'm basically just... I don't even know why, because I'm actually waiting for Dolphin finally to become, well, to get, achievement support. Because, well, as I said, this is the the Dreamcast version, and I don't know how much you know about the game, but basically this is the original. But there's a lot of... Shut up. There's a lot of, content missing in this one compared to the GameCube or even to the PC version. Like, literally half the game is missing. There is no episode 2. There is like 1/3 of all the characters are missing. And yeah, as I said, I'm basically I just wanted to play this, but I will probably not go up to Ultimate or whatever. I'll just collect a few achievements, and then I will probably wait another, I don't know, 2 or 3 years until they finally release Dolphin support. And yeah, that was a long answer. Oh no, I forgot to sell my stuff because I'm an idiot. Well, basically what I'm doing, it's called Retro Achievements. It's made by by fans, obviously. And I don't know, have you played Xbox or PlayStation in the last like 15 years? Do you know the achievement systems on those? Well, on those consoles? Retro Achievement is basically... basically kind of the same. And I just got a few achievements like the normal dragon, well, the first ruined and stuff, like all the normal achievements. I killed 500 enemies in one session, and there's the hard dragon. I just got that a few minutes ago, or well, actually, oh, that was 2 hours ago. I'm basically addicted to I'm addicted to collecting achievement. Yeah, yeah. Stop it. So which version have you been playing? I guess you have been playing, right? Or you are actually playing right now, maybe? Ah, stop. Oh, and by the way, I'm not new to this game. I played it back in like 2006 and 7, maybe 8. Around that time, I played the GameCube version, and I was the only person I am the only person I personally know that actually played through Ultimate. I have one friend that also still played with me for a long time, but the very last part of the game, well, I basically played without him. He got up to level like 100 or something, and I think he played up to Ruins on Ultimate. But he never played through Ruined. I don't know if he ever reached the end boss. But I actually played through episode 1 and 2 on Ultimate. after that, in like 2011 or 12, I played a little bit of Blueburst. Blueburst is the PC version, but that was a custom server and it was pretty messed up. Like, the experience was way too high. And yeah, it was weird. I did quit after a few days. Because after a few days, I was already in Ultimate. I was like level 70 or something. After 20 hours of gameplay, it was really weird. And yeah, I forgot to sell my stuff. Oh, and also, as I said, the first game is not it's just missing a massive amount of content. It's also missing many weapons. So basically, I don't know if you knew, but the ID you get when you name your character, as you can see, I have Skyline. That determines what, that determines a lot of the stuff you can loot. See my choker thingy there, that's Skyline. But in this version, there is not a lot of loot. Like, the special weapons mostly is what this, well, does. Or what it influences. And in this version, there is, like, 2/3 of all the... well, no, actually, it's more like 1/3 of the weapons are missing. Which is very, very weird. Because, to be honest, I don't even know how I'm supposed to be, well, not to be, I don't know how I would even play through Ultimate without the weapons I had back in the day. But pretty much, like, half of them don't even exist in this one. So if you're still here, what version are you playing, or have you been playing? Another thing, mags are basically missing one evolution in this game. You can't get special mags in this one, so they will never turn into red items. Shit, I need money. Wait, money, not items. Maybe, wait, there are two of them not together. What the... Ooh. Die. No! Not my booty hole, please. Away. Ow. I wish I could remember which of the missions was the one that has the Hildebears. There's one mission that has like, I don't know, like 15 or something like that Hildebears in it. And that one is actually the one I should probably do instead of farming forest. But I'm also pretty sure that that mission is not available right now. Like, I would have to do a few others before that. I will probably look that up when I go offline, because as I said before, I will go offline after this run. I will look up which mission is the Hildebear one, because the Hildebear, well, I basically need to farm Hildebears and the dragon to get the 2 special weapons I want. Well, I don't really have to farm Hildebears. I need Hildeblues, but well, they're just a rare spawn of the normal Hildebear. And there is one version that has a lot of Hildebear spawns, so yeah. And another non-Hildeblue. You are not the correct color, dude. I'm very racist right now, and I want a blue one, not a red one, or whatever you're supposed to be. Well, you're more reddish than the blue one. Whatever. God damn it. Fuck you, Mr. Dragon. Give it, give it, gimme, gimme, gimme. Where is it? It didn't drop. Didn't drop nothing again. Oh. Why? Didn't drop anything twice in a row. Like, seriously, not even money? What? I'm not sure anymore if my internet side is actually correct, because the internet side told me. Oh no, wait, it's 1 out of 8. I just remembered the dragon weapon / dragon slayer is a 1 out of 8 item, not a 7 out of 8 like the Hilda Blue one. I just remember that, and that makes much more sense. But still, it didn't even drop money. What the heck? Twice. Didn't drop anything twice. How is the chance that the boss doesn't drop anything? I'm pretty sure that chance is pretty low. Well, but as I said, I will go offline for now. I will look the Hilda Blue thing up, or rather, which ones of the which missions I have to play to unlock the Hilda Bear one. I'm pretty sure it was like 3 or 4 of them. But also, before I do that, I have to look up which versions, which missions actually have stuff tied to them. Because I know that a lot of these missions have weird stuff tied to them. And you can basically, if you play through the missions, you cannot play the missions again. So you can basically lock yourself out of stuff, which is a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Oh my god. 3 slots. Ooh, that thing's really, really, really good. Pretty sure that thing is actually bad. I have a better one. I think I have one that is also +2, but it has beast and machine. Or beast +20 and machine +30%, I think. Yeah, whatever. Ooh, that armor. think I have another good item. I have the dodge one. Oh no, wait, I don't have that anymore, right? I think I sold that. Oh no, I still have it. It's evasion minus. Kind of sucks, but wait, I want it. Midnight power plus 6 attack is that's just not important. Yeah, the defensive stats are much better every single time. Well, except my the hit items. I'm pretty sure I am. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I don't really remember what I used back in the day, but I think I used God Hit or whatever it's called. Was it called God? No, it was called God Arm. I think there was an item that was called God Skill. I don't remember what it did. I think it raised multiple stats. And I think I used 1 or 2 of them, and then I used 1 or 2 God Arms. I think, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, whatever. But hit, like having more hit is just so overpowered. I mean, you can get rid of you can get rid of the hit items at a certain point. And you have to remember that I actually did that after a while. I think I even had 4 God items, like 4 God stats or whatever it was called. God skill. I think I had 4 God skills equipped. Yeah. I don't really remember what it did, but I'm pretty sure that was really good. Actually, I think I had 3 of them. I had 1 of those regenerative items, like one of them that gave me life just by standing around. Or 2 of them? I don't remember. Whatever. No. Okay, that is it for now. Yeah. As I said, I will look up the Hildebeer stuff, and after that, yeah, I will basically decide if I just farm the dragon a lot more for the 1 in 8 chance, or if I do the Hildebeer thing first. Because the Hildebeer thing, if I find a blue or a Hilde blue the chances that I get the weapon is basically like it will drop. Like it's a 7 in 8 chance. So it will most likely drop. But the problem is finding a Hilda Blue in the first place. Even in that quest, is like a, I don't remember, like a 1 in 5 or 1 in 10. Like it definitely does not spawn a lot of the time. I think it has like 5% or maybe a 1% spawn rate. So in a mission that has 10 enemies, the chances of finding one is not that high. Well, actually, it's not 10. It's like, I think it was like 15 Hilda Bears or something like that in that one quest. But yeah, that's definitely the next thing I will do. Like one of the two. So yeah, bye bye.